Chapter 51 is an old routine, just a few words before putting it on the shelves. It was almost noon the next day when Lu Erlong shook his extremely groggy head and woke up. After discovering that she was not lying on his bed, he was shocked and looked at himself quickly. Seeing that his clothes were intact and there was nothing strange about his body, he reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lu Erlong also remembered what happened last night. I actually slept at my teacher's place. It was just. Fortunately, the teacher is really a gentleman. At this time, Lu Erlong's vigilance against Qianxunji had been reduced a lot, and it could even be said that he was not at all. Are you awake? Is my bed comfortable to sleep on? At this time, Qianxunji in the living room outside also felt that Lu Erlong had woken up, and he walked in and smiled evilly at Lu Erlong. This sentence sounds so strange. This is what Lu Erlong has in mind. But she still thought about it and said, "It's quite comfortable. Although I was not very conscious in the second half of last night, I was able to vent my resentment because I indulged a lot, and I slept really comfortably. If you feel comfortable, I can let you sleep a little longer." Qianxunji kept stimulating Lu Erlong with words that sounded like they had other profound meanings. He, as long as Lu Erlong gets used to it in the future, then. Lu Erlong felt embarrassed. How could she have the nerve to continue? She quickly got up and replied in a slight panic, No need, teacher, I'm going back first." After saying that, Lu Erlong left Qianxunji's room in a panic. Qianxunji sat on the sofa and took a leisurely cigarette. He really didn't do anything last night. After all, he had just separated from Bibi Dong, so he didn't have much demand for anything. Before they parted, they naturally confessed their love to each other. What's more, Qianxunji is not that kind of person. Now that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang are talking about friends, how can he be the third party despicably and shamelessly? Qianxunji cannot do such immoral things. Lu Erlong felt extremely complicated at this time. He actually stayed in another man's room for a whole night. If Yu Xiaogang knew about this, it would be okay. Although nothing happened, men are possessive in some way. But Lu Erlong then thought about it. He didn't have a formal talk with Yu Xiaogang now. Why was he panicking? What's more, that guy Yu Xiaogang is still thinking about other people, so why does she care so much? Although he found the reason to comfort himself, Lu Erlong still felt a little sorry for Yu Xiaogang. After returning to his home, Lu Erlong took a good cleanse, and after removing the smell of alcohol from his body, he lay down weakly on his fragrant bed. I began to think about how I should resolve the matter with Yu Xiaogang. In the end, did they break up, or did they pretend that they didn't see anything and that nothing happened? Qianxunji, on the other hand, came to the main helm and began to deal with the final touches on the compulsory courses for soul masters in the coming countless years. Yu Xiaogang and several others didn't come, and Qianxunji didn't care either. Because this last bit of project only needs to be decided by Qianxunji alone. President, does the editor write about Teacher Yu? Qianxunji was sitting on the main seat, and the teachers below were recording something. One of the very young teachers asked Qianxunji. A book must have an author. Although they all participated in the compilation of this book, they knew that they would not be on the list. However, Yu Xiaogang participated in the whole process, and the author should write about him. This was what the young teacher had in mind. He also admired Yu Xiaogang who had so much knowledge. This teacher's name is Huang Yu Guang. He is a man with a weapon soul. He is 22 years old and a 34th level soul master. Qianxunji himself is quite optimistic about him. Although there is no chance of becoming a titled Douluo or something in the future. But there is still great hope for Soul Emperor and Soul Saint. Faced with his inquiry, Qianxunji smiled slightly and said, "The editor must write about me, and also add Bibi Dong, King Guyu. I have worked so hard and gone through so much trouble, How can I not write about myself? Huang Yuguang was confused by Qianxunji's words and asked in confusion, President, did you participate in the compilation of this book? And when did His Majesty the Pope participate in the compilation of this book? King Gu wrote it down, but Huang Yuguang still barely understood it. Because King Gu did participate in map production. But adding Qianxunji and Bibi Dong to the mix, Huang Yuguang really didn't understand them. Qianxunji is nominally the president of the Joint Training Association, but while compiling this book, he just did it for fun, that is, he occasionally came to inspect the work midway and do something. You didn't participate at all, okay? As for Bibi Dong, His Majesty the Pope has only been to the congregation once, and has not even glanced at this project. Why did he write her down? She has absolutely nothing to do with this book, okay? Oh? No. Qianxunji looked at the young teacher with a smile on his face and asked thoughtfully. No. Huang Yuguang answered seriously, trying to make Qianxunji, the president, remember what happened before. Really not. Qianxunji spoke again, and this time he emphasized it, which could be regarded as the last chance for this stupid young man. Really not. Huang Yuguang still nodded seriously. Huang Yuguang's behavior made several experienced teachers around him secretly shake their heads in their hearts, and sighed in their hearts, oh, you are really young. The road is narrow. Well, I'll think about this matter first and decide other things first. You can arrange for the photocopying of this book first. Qianxunji did not continue to argue with Huang Yuguang, and he was not in the mood now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The other teachers nodded and left the meeting one by one. Huang Yuguang was also looking forward to it. It seemed that his persuasion had an effect. He hoped that Qianxunji, the president, could make the best decision after careful consideration. Qianxunji was a little helpless. Why did he meet such a stupid young man? He is not a narrow-minded person, so he will not take revenge or anything. However, in this Douluo continent, such a stupid guy can't survive, so Qianxunji decided to teach him a little lesson to let him know the importance of eyesight. Qianxunji was about to leave after Ji Sanhui, to have some fun with Xiao Wu, and see if she could be adopted as Gan's daughter or something. After all, it was definitely impossible for Xiao Wu to be put on Tang San's side. She is so cute, Qianxunji likes her very much. Didn't Bibi Dong ask herself to find a way to give Qianrongxiu a younger brother? Although Qianxunji is also working hard on Bibi Dong, he still has to choose a backup plan. My brother doesn't have one, but my sister can come first. Just when he was about to leave, the Wuhan Hall of Xiling Kingdom, the master of the branch hall, came to him and said that he had caught a person who insulted the Pope. That person was none other than Yu Xiaogang, who spoke the truth after drinking last night. Considering that Yu Xiaogang now has a little relationship with Qianxunji, the master of the branch hall came to ask Qianxunji how to deal with Yu Xiaogang. After learning about this, Qianxunji's mouth showed an evil smile. The next day, Huang Yuguang came to the Hexiu Association humming a little tune and started his work. As a result, he was caught by the security personnel not long after he walked into the main gate of the Joint Advocate. Because he stepped into the association with his left foot first today, he violated the company's rules and was taken directly for interrogation. Huang Yuguang really didn't understand why there was such an extra rule suddenly. After asking around, he learned that this rule was added yesterday afternoon. After knowing the whole story, Huang Yuguang was completely confused. This set was provided by a book friend. It was originally a set for titled Douluo, but there were too few titled Douluo, and one was urgently needed, so I took it out. Don't worry, that book friend, he won't play to death or anything, and he will be given a chance to play in the future, just to educate him. Thanks to Shuabi Gu Fixu for 100 book coins, Shuabi book friends, Shi Wengxian for 100 book coins, don't lose, and don't forget for 200 book coins, Yao Qi Bai for 100 book coins, Jinli Ningmo for 100 book coins, Nun, for 108 book coins, Fuxian will reward you with 100 starting coins for a free day. Are there any recommendation votes left? 52. Chapter 52 Ultimate Martial Spirit. It's on the shelves. This seems to be the 5th time I've written a acceptance speech in creation. Originally, I didn't plan to sell it badly because it was of no use. But I panicked when I saw that a friend next door was estimated by the editor to have 3,000 subscriptions but ended up with only 700. Maybe some book friends are aware of the situation now. I thought that the book could only be subscribed 3 days after the VIP chapter was released. I thought it was a good thing. As a result, the various free methods left me really speechless. The author is really in a miserable situation now. He has no money to buy Gigi skin. Oh no, he has no money to pay the phone bill. As for picking up girls, it's even more impossible. Alas, it's miserable. Ha ha ha, pretend I didn't say anything. I just want to emphasize one point. Qianxunji, oh no, Gu Fixu, am not Xiao Lu Bei. Even if I attack the street completely and starve to death outside, it has nothing to do with Lu Bei. My pig's feet are just a reasonable use of time. Also, I wrote before that Bibi Dong claimed that she would be 18 years old in 10 years. It was just a joke. It meant that women felt that they would always be 18 years old. Some book friends couldn't understand it. Finally, what I find very incomprehensible is that I write articles normally, but you always accuse me of driving. I was confused immediately. Where is the car? I don't even know where the car is. Hello. Wait for me, I haven't gotten in the car yet. No matter how profound Chinese characters are, they cannot be misinterpreted so casually, right? Your thoughts are really not very healthy. Having said that, the humble author just hopes that everyone can spend book coins to subscribe to the original version. Anyone who has a monthly ticket should give it a vote. My previous books have never exceeded 1,000 monthly tickets. I hope that I can do so once after 2 or 3 years of writing a book. It was released on the shelves early in the morning on the 1st, and there were 7 to 8 chapters immediately after it was released. This is already the final draft. I also want to have more, but I can't help it. During the day, I will code about 3 or 4 chapters again. I hope everyone will support me. P.S. It will be released in the early morning of May Day. 53. Chapter 53 Model. That night, in the prison of the Wuhan Hall of the Xiling Kingdom, accompanied by the sound of pa/pa/pa, bursts of wailing could be heard. Yu Xiaogang, who was also more cunning than Bidong, was beaten 40 times. If this is all done for real, Yu Xiaogang may have to lie in bed for 10 days and a half. Lu Erlong, who had been observing in the dormitory for most of the day, still didn't see Yu Xiaogang, and became a little anxious. I don't know where this Yu Xiaogang went. After searching for a while, I still couldn't find it. I asked Qianxunji, but Qianxunji also pretended not to know anything. This made Lu Erlong start to panic. After thinking for a while, Lu Erlong finally remembered the 2 teachers who went crazy drinking with Yu Xiaogang. After going to question him, he finally got clues and found Yu Xiaogang, who had been beaten so badly in the Wuhan Palace prison. What are you doing? Yu Xiaogang is my friend. How dare you execute him without authorization? Don't you take me seriously? Lu Erlong entered the cell to check on Yu Xiaogang's condition, while Qianxunji naturally scolded Tang Ling, the master of the branch hall, from outside. At this time, Qianxunji could be described as violent, as if he was really angry to the extreme. The branch master, Tang Ling, was quite speechless at the showman in front of him, the former Pope Qianxunji, but he still cooperated with his performance extremely seriously, with a panic on his face, and explained, "Your Majesty, the main reason is that this guy doesn't know you are so generous that you actually slander His Majesty the Pope. In fact, we also considered his relationship with your Majesty, so we only hit 40. Otherwise, how could he still be alive now? Tang Ling's explanation made Lu Erlong in the cell startled. His hand that he stretched out to help Yu Xiaogang stayed in the air. Yu Xiaogang now also knows that Lu Erlong knows the reason why he was killed. I was also panicking, and I didn't know what to say. Certainly, in fact, what Yu Xiaogang is most worried about now is Qianxunji. Qianxunji forced herself not to think about Bibi Dong anymore. But now his evil thoughts are known to Qianxunji. He is worried that Qianxunji will slap him to death. Why don't you go help me up Xiaogang quickly? After hearing what Tang Ling said, Qianxunji pretended to think for a while and then said to Tang Ling. As he said this, the two deacons from Wuhan Palace brought in the stretcher, lifted Yu Xiaogang up and sent him out for treatment. In a small place like Xiling Kingdom, there are really not many auxiliary soul masters. The highest one is just a 4-ring soul sect. However, the auxiliary ability of this soul sect is not healing, but the restoration of soul power. There are a few other 3-ring soul masters, but they are not of the auxiliary type like Ye Lingling. So Yu Xiaogang was a little miserable, so he could only take some medicine and lie on the bed. Lu Erlong was angry and did not take care of him. In the end, only Flanders, a grown man, was left to serve Yu Xiaogang. On the third day after Yu Xiaogang was released, Qianxunji prepared to give the hot glue to Lu Erlong. After thinking for a while, Qianxunji took apart the palm-sized piece of hot glue in his hand. Gave almost 2/3 of it to Lu Erlong. If you eat it, your fire dragon spirit will be completely transformed. It will become the ultimate spirit, a higher level than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and the clear sky hammer. After Lu Erlong took the Chijiao, she heard Qianxunji's explanation, and her delicate hands couldn't help but tremble. She believed that Qianxunji would not deceive her. In this case, this little gelatinous substance in front of you will be one of the most precious things in this world. Lu Erlong was extremely touched that Qianxunji was willing to give it to him. I thought to myself that when I grow up in the future, I must repay my mentor well. Without saying thanks for the great kindness, Lu Erlong took Chijiao. In an instant, Lu Erlong felt the endless fire attribute power. However, it is different from the previous amethyst source. The energy associated with the amethyst source is extremely violent, but the glowing glue is extremely gentle. Lu Erlong could clearly feel that his bloodline, soul power, and martial soul were all changing under the influence of the power contained in the hot glue. Especially the martial soul, the change is the most obvious. Most of Chijiao's power has been absorbed by the martial soul. Lu Erlong felt that his martial spirit was slowly getting stronger. About half an hour later, the power of Chijiao was completely absorbed by Lu Erlong. After all, Lu Erlong's strength is not low now, he is already a level 73 soul saint. The moment after absorbing the power of the hot glue, Lu Erlong's fire dragon spirit transformed out of control. A dragon roar resounded throughout the entire city of King Xiling. The raging flames even lifted the roof of the room where Qianxunji was. Of course, it was accompanied by Lu Erlong's armor. Qianxunji, who was protecting the law on the side, said he was very calm, because if he wanted to see it, he could see it every day with a pair of eyes, which was not interesting. However, he was still very honest and did not turn around. It wasn't until Lu Erlong opened his eyes that Qianxunji turned around. Ah! Lu Erlong was also frightened and jumped onto the bed to wrap himself up. She was completely confused. How could this happen? This didn't happen when she absorbed the accompanying amethyst source before. This situation was also unexpected by Qianxunji. But it's normal to think about it. The incandescent glue is much higher than the accompanying amethyst source. Erlong, I'm going to prepare some clothes for you. Under the flames, Lu Erlong's naja was shattered. Lu Erlong buried his whole body under the bedding and nodded gently. After Qianxunji went out, he asked Guziza to buy a set of women's clothing and give it to Lu Erlong. After Lu Erlong came out, Qianxunji gave her a 4th-grade healing elixir for Yu Xiaogang. Qianxunji definitely didn't want to give it to Yu Xiaogang, but after what happened just now, she still had to show something. It was okay not to mention Yu Xiaogang, but when he mentioned it like this, Lu Erlong's heart became even more complicated. This time she ran away faster than she could get up after living in Qianxunji's house for a night. It's really weird. All my clothes were burned. Why is it still so dirty there? Looking at Lu Erlong's leaving figure, Qianxunji's heart was always troubled by such a question. But after thinking that there was nothing wrong with her hair, Qianxunji understood. Having said that, Lu Erlong's martial spirit should have reached its ultimate level. Just now, Qianxunji sensed that when the martial soul fire dragon appeared, the bone spirit and cold fire in his body began to become active, as if he had encountered a powerful enemy. Lu Erlong ran to his dormitory, closed the door tightly, leaned against the door, and gasped for air. At this moment, her mind was buzzing. In the past 2 days, Yu Xiaogang also knew that he might be unlucky. If this continues, he feels like he is going to lose Lu Erlong. He really didn't want to end up in vain. So, he was going to have a good chat with Lu Erlong tonight and try to formalize the relationship. It's better to find a girl to take care of him in the future, so that he won't continue to be laughed at by this guy Flanders. In the evening, Yu Xiaogang asked Flanders to call Lu Erlong, who was still hiding in the house. He's looking for me. Friend Lu Erlong still regards him as his eldest brother. He came to find him in person, and Lu Erlong followed him. After bringing Lu Erlong into Yu Xiaogang's room, although Flanders was a little reluctant, he still took the initiative to withdraw, leaving the space for Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. Thank you Shuabi book friends. Xiaowu has 100 book coins, 8-0 has 200 book coins, Bilibili chairman Chen Rui has 100 book coins, Chuju has 999 book coins, Yi has 1888 book coins, and Husky has 100 starting coins. Reward, thank you. Asking for recommendation votes every day. 54. Chapter 54 Feeding the Devil with Your Body? That night, in the Wuhan Palace prison of the Xiling Kingdom, along with the sounds of pop, pop, and pop, bursts of wailing could be heard. Yu Xiaogang, who was also more cunning than Bidong, was beaten 40 times. If this is all done for real, Yu Xiaogang may have to lie in bed for 10 days and a half. Lu Erlong, who had been observing in the dormitory for most of the day, still didn't see Yu Xiaogang, and became a little anxious. I don't know where this Yu Xiaogang went. After searching for a while, I still couldn't find it. I asked Qianxunji, but Qianxunji also pretended not to know anything. This made Lu Erlong start to panic. After thinking for a while, Lu Erlong finally remembered the 2 teachers who went crazy drinking with Yu Xiaogang. After going to question him, he finally got clues and found Yu Xiaogang, who had been beaten so badly in the prison of Wuhan Palace. What are you doing? Yu Xiaogang is my friend. How dare you execute him without authorization? Don't you take me seriously? Lu Erlong entered the cell to check on Yu Xiaogang's condition, while Qianxunji naturally scolded Tang Ling, the master of the branch hall, from outside. At this time, Qianxunji could be described as violent, as if he was really angry to the extreme. The branch master, Tang Ling, was quite speechless at the former Pope Qianxunji, who was the showman in front of him, but he still cooperated with his performance extremely seriously, with a panic on his face, and explained, Your Majesty, the main reason is that this guy doesn't know you are so generous that you actually slander His Majesty the Pope. In fact, we also considered his relationship with Your Majesty, so we only hit 40. Otherwise, how could he still be alive now? Tang Ling's explanation made Lu Erlong in the cell startled. His hand that he stretched out to help Yu Xiaogang stayed in the air. Yu Xiaogang now also knows that Lu Erlong knows the reason why he was killed. I was also panicking, and I didn't know what to say. Of course, what Yu Xiaogang is most worried about now is Qianxunji. Qianxunji forced herself not to think about Bibi Dong anymore. But now his evil thoughts are known to Qianxunji. He is worried that Qianxunji will slap him to death. Why don't you go help me up Xiaogang quickly? After hearing what Tang Ling said, Qianxunji pretended to think for a while and then said to Tang Ling. As he said this, the two deacons from Wuhan Palace brought in the stretcher, lifted Yu Xiaogang up and sent him out for treatment. In a small place like Xiling Kingdom, there are really not many auxiliary soul masters. The highest one is just a four-ring soul sect. However, the auxiliary ability of this soul sect is not healing, but the restoration of soul power. There are a few other three-ring soul masters, but they are not of the auxiliary type like Ye Lingling. So Yu Xiaogang was a little miserable, so he could only take some medicine and lie on the bed. Lu Erlong was angry and did not take care of him. In the end, only Flanders, a grown man, was left to serve Yu Xiaogang. On the third day after Yu Xiaogang was released, Qianxunji prepared to give the hot glue to Lu Erlong. After thinking for a while, Qianxunji took apart the palm-sized piece of hot glue in his hand. Gave almost 2/3 of it to Lu Erlong. If you eat it, your fire dragon spirit will be completely transformed. It will become the ultimate spirit, a higher level than the blue electric tyrannical dragon and the clear sky hammer. After Qianxunji took the hot glue, she heard Qianxunji's explanation, and her jade hands couldn't help but tremble. She believed that Qianxunji would not deceive her. In this case, this little gelatinous substance in front of you will be one of the most precious things in this world. Lu Erlong was extremely touched that Qianxunji was willing to give it to him. I thought to myself that when I grow up in the future, I must repay my mentor well. Without saying thanks for the great kindness, Lu Erlong took Chijiao. In an instant, Lu Erlong felt endless fire attribute power. However, it is different from the previous amethyst source. The energy associated with the amethyst source is extremely violent, but the glowing glue is extremely gentle. Lu Erlong could clearly feel that his bloodline, soul power and martial soul were all changing under the influence of the power contained in the hot glue. Especially the martial soul, the change is the most obvious. Most of Chijiao's power has been absorbed by the martial soul. Lu Erlong felt that his martial spirit was slowly getting stronger. About half an hour later, the power of Chijiao was completely absorbed by Lu Erlong. After all, Lu Erlong's strength is not low now, he is already a level 73 soul saint. The moment after absorbing the power of the hot glue, Lu Erlong's fire dragon spirit transformed out of control. A dragon roar resounded throughout the entire city of King Xiling. The raging flames even lifted the roof of the room where Qianxunji was. Of course, it was accompanied by Lu Erlong's armor. Qianxunji, who was protecting the law on the side, said he was very calm, because if he wanted to see it, he could see it every day with a pair of eyes, which was not interesting. However, he was still very honest and did not turn around. It wasn't until Lu Erlong opened his eyes that Qianxunji turned around. Ah! Lu Erlong was also frightened and jumped onto the bed to wrap himself up. She was completely confused. How could this happen? This didn't happen when she absorbed the accompanying amethyst source before. This situation was also unexpected by Qianxunji. But it's normal to think about it. The incandescent glue is much higher than the accompanying amethyst source. Erlong, I'm going to prepare some clothes for you. Under the flames, Lu Erlong's naja was shattered. Lu Erlong buried his whole body under the bedding and nodded gently. After Qianxunji went out, he ordered Guziza to buy a set of women's clothing and give it to Lu Erlong. After Lu Erlong came out, Qianxunji gave her a 4th-grade healing elixir for Yu Xiaogang. Qianxunji definitely didn't want to give it to Yu Xiaogang, but after what happened just now, she still had to show something. It was okay not to mention Yu Xiaogang, but when he mentioned it like this, Lu Erlong's heart became even more complicated. This time she ran away faster than she could get up after living in Qianxunji's house for a night. It's really weird. All my clothes were burned. Why is it still so dirty there? Looking at Lu Erlong's leaving figure, Qianxunji was always troubled by this question in his heart. But after thinking that there was nothing wrong with her hair, Qianxunji understood. Having said that, Lu Erlong's martial spirit should have reached its ultimate level. Just now Qianxunji sensed that when the martial soul fire dragon appeared, the bone spirit and cold fire in his body began to become active, as if he had encountered a powerful enemy. Lu Erlong ran to his dormitory, closed the door tightly, leaned against the door, and gasped for air. At this moment, her mind was buzzing. In the past 2 days, Yu Xiaogang also knew that he might be unlucky. If this continues, he feels like he is going to lose Lu Erlong. He really didn't want to end up in vain. So, he was going to have a good chat with Lu Erlong tonight and try to formalize the relationship. It's better to find a girl to take care of him in the future, so that he won't continue to be laughed at by this guy Flanders. In the evening, Yu Xiaogang asked Flanders to call Lu Erlong, who was still hiding in the house. He's looking for me. Friend Lu Erlong still regards him as his eldest brother. He came to find him in person, and Lu Erlong followed him. After bringing Lu Erlong into Yu Xiaogang's room, although Flanders was a little reluctant, he still took the initiative to withdraw, leaving the space for Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. Thank you Shuabi book friends. Xiaowu has 100 book coins, 8-0 has 200 book coins, Billy Chairman Chen Rui has 100 book coins, Chuju has 999 book coins, Yi has 1888 book coins, and Husky has 100 starting coins. Reward, thank you. Asking for recommendation votes every day. 55 Chapter 55 What is supposed to come will always come. Before I post this chapter, let me tell you a story, so as not to be like the last time I posted the chapter about lovesickness read test Yu Xiaogang. It was posted around 12 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed after posting it. After I got up, some book friends were very excited. I was confused and misunderstood, so I said I should get vaccinated in advance now. The story is from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Xiao Tailang and Xiang Tailang get married. It seems that Xiang Tailang is Xiang Tailang. In the end, Xiao Tailang runs away, and Xiang Tailang gets married to Ye Tailang, who witnesses the marriage. The story ends here. Those who understand will naturally understand, but those who don't understand, there is nothing they can do. What do you want from me? Before this, Lu Erlong was still very concerned about Yu Xiaogang. But she won't show it easily, because she can't forgive this guy who deceived her so easily, so her tone is a bit cold. Erlong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you, and I will never do it again in the future. When Yu Xiaogang saw Lu Erlong's somewhat cold tone, he suddenly panicked. At this time, he didn't care about anything anymore. He wanted to coax Lu Erlong back first. Therefore, he apologized to Lu Erlong nonchalantly. Yu Xiaogang's apology made Lu Erlong sigh in his heart. She is just too soft-hearted. This is a healing elixir. My teacher gave it to you. If you take it, you should get better. After feeling soft, Lu Erlong gave Yu Xiaogang the 4th grade healing medicine Qianxunji gave her. After hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. It seems that Lu Erlong still cares about himself very much. Otherwise, how could he go to Qianxunji to seek medicine? This made Yu Xiaogang more confident that he would definitely get Lu Erlong. Anyway, Yu Xiaogang was right about Lu Erlong. The 4th grade elixir is already very good, and it is aimed at people at the level of Douling and Douwang. Yu Xiaogang, a rookie, might only be a fighting master or something like that in terms of cultivation. For him, This kind of elixir is a holy healing product. Yu Xiaogang quickly swallowed the elixir. It didn't take long for him to feel that the place where he had been beaten was itchy, but it was very comfortable. At this time, Yu Xiaogang felt even more in awe of Qianxunji. The little thoughts about Bibi Dong in my heart were also hidden at the bottom. It didn't disappear, it just had come. Erlong, there is something I have been thinking about for a long time. Are you willing to marry me? Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to act arrogantly under Qianxunji's nose. The reason why he said this was to express to Qianxunji that he had absolutely no such thoughts as Bibi Dong. Secondly, of course, I want to hug the beauty back. Ah! Yu Xiaogang's words confused Lu Erlong on the spot. He wants to marry himself? This. If it had been yesterday, Lu Erlong might have jumped for joy. But today, Lu Erlong was just deeply entangled and hesitant. What? Erlong, aren't you willing? I will treat you well all my life. Just believe me. Seeing Lu Erlong's hesitation, Yu Xiaogang panicked and quickly continued the pursuit. It would be great to be able to make a decision for Lu Erlong when she is hesitant. I'm not. Lu Erlong was also a little anxious. Say no, but she really can't say it. After all, her feelings for Yu Xiaogang cannot be cut off with just one knife. But if she agreed, she couldn't say it. If she agrees, will her teacher be angry? After all, she is already like her teacher. That was the first time she was seen by the opposite sex, which made Lu Erlong very upset. No, then Erlong, you just agreed? That's great, Erlong. Before Lu Erlong could make a decision, Yu Xiaogang made the decision directly for her. Lu Erlong felt a little unhappy. When did she agree? But seeing Yu Xiaogang's sincere eyes, Lu Erlong didn't say the rest of the sentence. Erlong, my parents are not here, and you said before that your mother passed away. So, how about we ask the president to be our witness? Yu Xiaogang suggested. Naturally, he said this because there were only 2 people in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who thought highly of him. He really didn't want people from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to talk coldly to him. Also, he wanted to express his feelings to Qianxunji. He would never miss his apprentice, so he could rest assured. I'll go ask. Lu Erlong felt that he needed to calm down. After saying this, she left. After Lu Erlong left, a smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's face. Fortunately, he knew Lu Erlong very well, otherwise this matter would have been really difficult to handle today. Alas, Donger, we can only be destined to be together. Yu Xiaogang comforted himself in his heart. The fastest way to get over a failed relationship is to start a second relationship. This is Yu Xiaogang's method. Lu Erlong found Qianxunji with great anxiety. What's wrong, Erlong? Did you have any adverse reactions after absorbing the hot glue? Qianxunji's tone was still full of concern, making people feel warm and like a spring breeze. There was a huge contrast gap with Yu Xiaogang at once, which made Lu Erlong sigh with emotion. Teacher, he is really such an outstanding man, and he didn't know that this lucky woman could have him. No, teacher, I don't feel uncomfortable. Lu Erlong shook her head. After absorbing the hot glue, she only felt that there was endless power in her body, and she felt no discomfort at all. Qianxunji is not a prophet, so it is impossible for him to know everything. He didn't know why Lu Erlong came and went, so he couldn't help teasing, then you miss me? Wow, we haven't seen each other for a long time, are you so dependent on the teacher? Qianxunji's words made Lu Erlong's troubled heart suddenly feel happy. She stamped her feet on the spot and said angrily to Qianxunji, Teacher. There was a look of complaint on her face. Why is this teacher talking nonsense? However, Lu Erlong also had to admit that when she was confused and tangled and felt powerless, Qianxunji could help her. This seemed to be considered dependence. Qianxunji's words seemed to be right. But can your tone not be so misleading? She won't be able to bear it. Lu Erlong still expressed his confusion. Teacher, Xiao Gang, he wants to marry me, I don't know what to do, I feel like he doesn't really like me, but I can't refuse him. Many girls agree because of the shameless boy they have a crush on, but most of them will regret it later. Oh, you want to marry him? Qianxunji was also stunned, thinking that this stupid Yu Xiaogang was too fast. Yu Xiaogang is okay. The licking goddess couldn't lick anymore. She turned around and immediately chased the woman who was licking her. There was no sloppiness at all. Not bad, a model in the licking world. Qianxunji has to say that Yu Xiaogang's quasi-wife Lu Erlong has a great figure and looks. However, since Yu Xiaogang wanted to take the initiative to bump into the muzzle of his gun, he was not polite. He wanted to take care of this Yu Xiaogang so that he would not have the slightest thought about Lu Erlong in his heart. Learn from Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo honestly. Thanks to Shuabi book friend Xi Chenggong for the 100 book coins reward. If you don't give it away, it's just torturing people. Asking for recommendation votes. 56 Chapter 56 I will take care of it. I don't know. Lu Erlong really doesn't know what her true thoughts are now. She only knows that her heart is very messy now. Teacher, do you want me to marry Yu Xiaogang? After thinking about it, Lu Erlong did not dare to look directly at Qianxunji and whispered. Although Lu Erlong is usually careless, he is actually very sincere about love in his heart. Now she might really be ready to rely on someone. Lu Erlong's words made Qianxunji a little stunned. What, could it be that Lu Erlong doesn't want to be with Yu Xiaogang now? What's the reason? He couldn't ask stupidly at this time, but touched Lu Erlong's hair and said softly, "You are my apprentice, just like the cabbage I grow, how can I be willing to let Yu Xiaogang do that? If you are a pig, he is not worthy of you. In the future, you will at least become a titled Douluo, and only a titled Douluo is worthy of you. Yu Xiaogang is really not that good, Erlong." Qianxunji didn't care whether Lu Erlong would be dissatisfied by saying this, but that's what he said anyway. Qianxunji's words made Lu Erlong clearly feel that his heart was beating thump, thump, thump. What cabbage I grow, what title Douluo is worthy of me? Teacher, what kind of metaphor are you talking about? Lu Erlong felt that what Qianxunji said only meant one thing, the wealth should not flow to outsiders. Because she felt that those two conditions were implying that he was consistent. I'm just a suggestion. The final decision still has to be made by you, Erlong. Qianxunji smiled and handed over the decision-making power to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong still shook his head and said, I really don't know. I can't tell. She is really confused now. She didn't know whether she should choose Yu Xiaogang, who didn't know if it was true love, or let Qianxunji take responsibility. Qianxunji didn't understand Lu Erlong's thinking, but at this time he had to show a spirit that could help her solve the problem. Erlong, don't go to Yu Xiaogang for the past 2 days. If Yu Xiaogang asks, and you are vague and don't give him a real answer, it's best to hold off and leave the rest to me, okay? It can solve this problem perfectly. Qianxunji thought about the time. Yu Luomian should be coming soon, so he should be able to delay it for another 2 days. After hearing what Qianxunji said, Lu Erlong quickly said, Teacher, don't hurt Xiaogang. She was worried that Qianxunji would use her identity and strength to do some despicable things to Yu Xiaogang, to blackmail Yu Xiaogang or something. Qianxunji smiled and said, Erlong, what are you talking about? When Yu Xiaogang had thoughts about Dong before, I didn't even kill him. In your eyes, the teacher is the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Human? Don't worry. The teacher will solve this matter with proper means, and I'm sure you will be happy. Yes, the ending is that he and Lu Erlong are happy. As for whether Yu Xiaogang is happy or not, Qianxunji doesn't know. But, at least, there are surprises for Yu Xiaogang. Out of instinct, Lu Erlong believed in Qianxunji. Come on, Erlong, I'll take you out to use the power of your ultimate martial soul. If nothing else happens, your combat power should be comparable to that of Contra in a few days. The ultimate martial spirit definitely requires proficiency, otherwise you won't be able to exert much power. Listen to the teacher. Lu Erlong nodded. She is indeed very curious about the power she has now, and now she can change her mentality through training and clear away all the miscellaneous thoughts in her mind. Qianxunji still has some understanding of the way of fire. After all, he has mastered the strange fire. The ultimate fire power that Lu Erlong now possesses is not much different from the bone spirit cold fire. There are also levels of ultimate fire. Lu Erlong's current ultimate power should barely be considered a first glimpse. Therefore, Qianxunji is qualified to guide Lu Erlong on how to control the power of fire. Lu Erlong admired Qianxunji even more. She felt that Qianxunji seemed to be omnipotent. He knew everything and had everything. He was like a treasure. She really wanted to explore how deep his treasure was. Rich, huge. After the theoretical knowledge is almost explained, it is natural to start practical combat. Qianxunji asked Lu Erlong to slowly use his power to compete with him, and slowly began to become familiar with the power of the ultimate fire. Time passed quickly, and the training of the two naturally ended after dark. Since it was the first time to use the power of the ultimate martial spirit, Lu Erlong was a little unable to adapt. The whole person was soaked. The clothes were soaked with sweat. Okay, Erlong, go back and have a good rest. We'll see if we train tomorrow or not. Qianxunji glanced twice and then looked back, speaking seriously. Qianxunji Piao was not secretive, so he was naturally caught by Lu Erlong. This made Lu Erlong feel very shy, but he didn't mind. Instead, he said, "Teacher, you have worked hard today. Come to my place and take a rest." Lu Erlong's words made Qianxunji couldn't help but focus on her. What's going on? Take a rest at her place? This. What are you thinking, teacher? Your home has been destroyed today. What else can you do besides staying in a hotel? Sleeping on the street? Since you are staying in a hotel, isn't it different from staying in a hotel with me? It just happens to be convenient for training. Qianxunji's eyes made Lu Erlong feel hot, and he explained shyly. The flames generated after her martial soul completely evolved into the ultimate martial soul. The jet overturned Qianxunji's room. Oh, okay, let's go. Qianxunji also felt that he really seemed to be thinking wrongly. However, being seduced by Lu Erlong's enthusiasm, Qianxunji felt his own anger gradually surge up. A room was opened at the Fenglin Hotel where Lu Erlong was staying. When Qianxunji was about to go in, Lu Erlong took her to her room. My room is more well equipped. Teacher, please go clean it first. After entering Lu Erlong's room, Lu Erlong spoke. Qianxunji declined, but was ignored by Lu Erlong's enthusiasm. Lu Erlong put the elder first and let Qianxunji go first. Qianxunji forced herself to wash it with cold water and calmed down. After cleaning, Qianxunji naturally went out, and Lu Erlong went in to freshen up. Qianxunji originally planned to leave, but his obsessive-compulsive disorder made him stay. Wearing pajamas, he set his sights on the bathroom. The fire that had just been extinguished felt like it was about to reignite. This made Qianxunji puzzled. Lu Erlong is making trouble? Feeding the devil with your body? If that's true, Qianxunji still doesn't mind being the big devil. Just when Qianxunji was having sex, there was a knock on the door. Qianxunji stood up and opened the door. The person coming is Flanders. Hey? President? Where is Erlong? When Flanders saw that it was Qianxunji who opened the door, surprise was written on his face. Isn't this Lu Erlong's room? Why is Qianxunji here? Oh? Erlong, she's taking a bath inside. What's the matter? Come in and sit down. Qianxunji answered calmly, opened the door and returned to sit on the sofa. What? Wash, take a bath. Qianxunji's words made Flanders immediately confused. I looked at Qianxunji, who also looked like he had just finished washing. Suddenly he had a bad feeling in his heart. How come this TMD is like a thing between men and women having a room together? How? Although Flanders said he didn't have any girlfriends, he still went to places like that often, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to teach a fat guy like Ma Heng-jun. Erlong can't be that kind of woman. She just agreed to Xiaogong's proposal. How could he be messing around with other men outside? Flanders suddenly felt that his good brother was a little. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, Muse Xianyi has 100 book coins. Your show is not something you can match 100 book coins, I will always be there. 100 book coins, treasure 100 book coins, floating cloud 688 book coins, 7 deadly sins, laziness 100 book coins. Recommended votes please. 57. Chapter 57 Martial Spirit Backlash. What's wrong with you, Boss Fu? Before Flanders could say anything, the bathroom door opened. Only Lu Erlong, wrapped in a bath towel, came out. This made Flanders' eyes widen, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When had he ever seen Lu Erlong looking so sexy? At this time, his heart was extremely bitter. It seems that the thought in his heart should be Shi Chui, his good brother is gone. Flanders came here this time to ask Yu Xiaogang whether Lu Erlong had confirmed the date or something. But now it seems that there is no need to be sure at all. Oh, I'm exhausted after fighting with the teacher all afternoon. Lu Erlong was indeed exhausted now and felt weak all over. She wanted to rest. In the friendly match between Qianxunji and Qianxunji, although Qianxunji did not use all his strength, he still managed to score 60 to 70%, which was also a huge challenge for Lu Erlong. It's nothing, I just came to take a look. I'm leaving first. You guys can take your time, play. Flanders originally planned to tell you to talk slowly, but after thinking about it, it was more appropriate to play slowly. After saying that, he withdrew and closed the door. Fighting hard all afternoon. Alas! The deal is already done, what else can he do? Ahem, cough, cough, Erlong, I'm leaving first too. Seeing Lu Erlong's evil that was about to come out, Qianxunji felt that something might happen to him if he continued to stay here. After thinking about it, he still chose to leave. Now, it's not the time to pick the fruits yet. Moreover, all this is just his self-feeling. Good teacher. Lu Erlong answered sweetly, which made Qianxunji confirm that it was indeed his self-feeling. Indeed, Lu Erlong really came to test Qianxunji. Let's see if Qianxunji is just greedy for her body. If Qianxunji makes an excuse to stay tonight, then he will directly push Lu Erlong to Yu Xiaogang. Although no matter how hard you push, you can't push it. Now, it is obvious that Qianxunji seems to have passed. Qianxunji was in her room tonight, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Qianxunji was not the only one who couldn't sleep. The same goes for Lu Erlong. Flanders, even more so. Flanders has also been secretly in love with Lu Erlong for many years. He chose to give in because of Yu Xiaogang. Unexpectedly, in the end, Qianxunji, a man whom he had only met for a while, had his beard cut off. Why, looks, power, and money, are these three things really an unbreakable combination, a temptation that women cannot resist? Flanders was heartbroken. Today he did not tell Yu Xiaogang the situation because he was worried that Yu Xiaogang would fight Qianxunji if he couldn't bear it anymore. Something like that. Qianxunji can hit him casually with one hand now, let alone Yu Xiaogang. For the sake of his good friend, Flanders planned to hide him for a while. Alas, if you want to live a decent life, just be patient. But it was obvious that Flanders was overthinking it. How could Yu Xiaogang have the guts to fight Qianxunji? Qianxunji, who couldn't sleep, finally went outside to enjoy the cold wind. Early the next morning, Lu Erlong took Qianxunji out for training. Just enough to escape the incident with Yu Xiaogang. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Erlong ignored Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was naturally very anxious. 2 days later, Yu Xiaogang's injury was almost healed. He struggled to get up and prepared to go find Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong is not in the hotel now, but hanging out with Qianxunji. Yesterday, Jun Shang, the doglegger sent by Qianxunji, had returned. The news given to him was that Yu Luomian had arrived and was lurking in King Xiling City. Qianxunji also sensed him. So, let's put an end to the matter between you and Yu Xiaogang today. When Yu Xiaogang approached Lu Erlong was eating barbecue on the street. Perhaps because the fire dragon soul has been completely exploded, Lu Erlong especially likes to eat meat now. The digestion power is also very strong, no matter how much you eat, you won't gain weight. Erlong, Yu Xiaogang felt that Lu Erlong might not want to be with him anymore, because with Qianxunji beside him, he really didn't know how to speak. Lu Erlong looked at Qianxunji and then at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's desolate look deeply touched Lu Erlong's heart. Haha, Yu Xiaogang, I haven't seen you for several years, but you still look like this. At this time, behind Yu Xiaogang, Yu Luomian, who was dressed extremely luxuriously, came with 3 younger brothers. Second uncle. After seeing Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically. He never expected that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the second most important member of the Yu family, would actually come here. This is totally against common sense. For a moment, he felt that there was some conspiracy. However, Yu Xiaogang felt that his relationship with his second uncle was pretty good, so he would not be at a loss. Unfortunately, what Yu Xiaogang didn't know was that this was just what he thought. After Lu Erlong heard Yu Xiaogang call Yu Luomian his second uncle, his originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. Lu Erlong knew about Yu Luomian because she had grown up in the place arranged by Yu Luomian since she was a child. Her mother was a prostitute, so Yu Luomian didn't dare to bring her mother back to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. He could only raise her outside and let Lu Erlong take her mother's surname. What? Are you dating this loser? Yu Luomian did not put extra eyes on Yu Xiaogang, but looked directly at Lu Erlong. He had not seen Lu Erlong since he went out to wander. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few years, she would become so beautiful. And his cultivation level has reached the terrifying level 73. You know, although he is said to be the second-ranking figure in the Yu family, he is only an 84th level Contra now. Yu Luomian had the idea of bringing Lu Erlong back to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Because Lu Erlong at least has the possibility of becoming a Contra in the future. Although the Blue Lightning Overlord sect is said to be one of the top 3 sects, it only has one titled Douluo, and a Contra is also a top-notch combat power. Such a young soul saint, even if she is an illegitimate daughter, no one will have the slightest objection when she is brought back. Moreover, Lu Erlong's daughter can also help him get married and bring him huge benefits. Second uncle, Yu Xiaogang never expected that his second uncle still looked down on him. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Lu Erlong said sarcastically to Yu Luomian. She didn't think of this coward as her father. Before, she was controlled by Yu Luomian because of her strength. But now, after several days of training by Qianxunji, she is not afraid even if Yu Luomian is more than 10 levels higher than her. I am your father, why can't I control it? Yu Luomian frowned and spoke rather unhappily. He is one of the few leaders of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, so he is naturally arrogant. Lu Erlong, who looked like a chess piece to him, dared to talk back to him, which made him very unhappy. No. This is impossible. After Yu Xiaogang heard Yu Luomian's words, he immediately felt like he had lost his soul. Lu Erlong is actually the daughter of his second uncle, so she is his cousin. Do lovers eventually become brothers and sisters? Thank you Shuabi book friend, I am the big villain 100 book coins, military life 100 book coins, Jinli Ningmo 100 book coins, magic rice patriarch XX level 100 book coins, Niwai 1988 book coins. Asking for recommendation votes. 58 Chapter 58 The Bewitchment of Rakshasa God. I have not recognized you as my father. Lu Erlong said sarcastically. When she saw Yu Luomian's expression, she felt like vomiting. The self-righteous look is really annoying. Yu Luomian didn't even admit her mother's identity to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Even if her concubine had nothing, how could she admit Yu Luomian's identity? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang couldn't bear it anymore and ran out of the city crazily. Xiaogang. Flender's expression on the side was very ugly. Yu Xiaogang, who was so shocked, didn't know what he would do. However, Flanders still felt a little lucky in his heart. This is better than Yu Xiaogang knowing that he was cheated, right? After Flanders thought clearly, he said to Qianxunji, President, please take good care of Erlong. I'll go see Xiaogang. Flanders, who thought he knew the inside story, requested. He knew that staying here would be of no use. Lu Erlong would not choose himself or follow him, so he said he was leaving to see Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong had no choice but to let Qianxunji take care of him. Don't worry. I will take care of Erlong comfortably. Go and see Yu Xiaogang. If you are stimulated like this, you won't do anything stupid. Qianxunji showed a bright smile to Flanders. Now, his only opponent who was even remotely threatening was gone. Qianxunji's words made Lu Erlong's face turn a little rosy. As a teacher, why am I always like this? I always say things that make people misunderstand. Erlong, follow me back to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. I will admit your identity to everyone. Yu Xiaogang ran away, and Yu Luomian didn't care at all. Because in his opinion, Yu Xiaogang is a waste, a dispensable existence. The reason why he came today was entirely for Lu Erlong. No, I don't care about your status as a member of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. If it were placed before, Lu Erlong might go back and take a look. But now, Lu Erlong has seen through that the Blue Lightning Overlord sect has no attraction at all to her. Your wings are strong, how dare you disobey my words? Lu Erlong's words made Yu Luomian feel very uncomfortable, and he said coldly to Lu Erlong. How could Qianxunji turn a blind eye at this time? He pulled Lu Erlong behind him and said, Yu Luomian, Erlong is my apprentice now, it is not your turn to threaten her. If you want to take Erlong away by force, you have to consider whether you have the qualifications. Qianxunji naturally gained another wave of favor by doing this. After all, Yu Xiaogang ran away when this happened, but Qianxunji protected her. Although there are reasons for strength, the behavior of the two is ultimately very different. Yu Luomian was furious and said, Pope Qianxunji, this is a family matter of our Blue Lightning Overlord sect. It's not your turn to interfere. Qianxunji's strength was there. If he intervened, he would naturally not be able to take Lu Erlong away. Qianxunji looked disdainful. I intervened, so what? What can you do to me? Do you want to fight me? Haha, let that old dragon speak out. Only the old dragon Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect poses some threat to Qianxunji. By the way, that old dragon should not be at level 96 now, maybe only at level 95. Qianxunji is not afraid at all. Yu Luomian was so angry at being ridiculed by Qianxunji. You know, he is Contra, the second sect leader of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. How noble is your status! It's a pity that even if the fist is not as strong as Qianxunji, I really can't resist. Qianxunji's reputation on the mainland is not very good now. Because the news about him being dealt with by Tang Hao has spread throughout the Douluo continent. But a titled Douluo is a titled Douluo after all. People under the title Douluo cannot be beaten. Even Tang Hao was easily dealt with by Qianxunji without the 9th soul ring. The reason why Tang Hao defeated Qianxunji was mainly because he absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring, reaching at least level 93. Coupled with the skill of exploding the soul ring, which is comparable to a divine skill, Tang Hao made the original Qianxunji was taken care of. Teacher, let me handle this matter. Lu Erlong didn't want this matter to become a big deal. Because Lu Erlong could not fully understand the strength gap between Wuhan Palace and Blue Lightning Overlord sect. She thought that even if the Blue Lightning Overlord sect was not as strong as the Spirit Hall, it should not be much different. Qianxunji has pushed Yu Luomian into a panic, which may bring big trouble to Qianxunji. But it was obvious that she was overthinking it. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the last of the 3 sects, really didn't pose much of a threat. Lu Erlong spoke. Qianxunji thought for a while. The current Lu Erlong is not what he used to be. Although Yu Luomian is said to be the soul saint, without knowing Lu Erlong's trump card, he may suffer a big loss. So, Qianxunji nodded and took a step to the left, letting Lu Erlong and Yu Luomian look directly at each other. Yu Luomian, it's not impossible for you to want me to return to the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, as long as you have the ability to take me away. Lu Erlong spoke to Yu Luomian with great confidence. After being taught by Qianxunji for so many days, Lu Erlong had a great understanding of the strength of titled Douluo, let alone Contra. She is not afraid of Yu Luomian. If Qianxunji looked down on him, Yu Luomian would still choose to swallow his anger. But being provoked and despised by her illegitimate daughter, who was lower than herself, Yu Luomian couldn't bear it anymore. However, Yu Luomian is a man with deep knowledge in the city, otherwise he would not let Yu Xiaogang think that his second uncle does not look down on him. At this time, Yu Luomian was still smiling and said with a relaxed and kind smile, Erlong, how could my father take action against you? Let's let the 3 of them do it. Yu Luomian winked at the 3 followers behind him. After the 3 of them received the order, they took a step forward and gestured to Lu Erlong with clasped fists. The soul rings all appeared, and they were all 6 ringed soul emperors that were all yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black. If it were before, when Lu Erlong was still the soul emperor, he would naturally not be able to deal with these 3. Although Lu Erlong's fighting ability is not bad, these 3 people are all elite disciples of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and they all have the Blue Lightning Overlord dragon spirit, so their fighting ability is naturally not weak at all. But now, Lu Erlong really looks down on the 3 of them. She stood in the air, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, and 7 soul rings were released. She spoke condescendingly to Yu Luomian, they are not qualified, so you should do it yourself. Hurry up. End it soon. Well, finish it early, she and the teacher have something to do. The remaining half of the street has not been finished yet. This time, Yu Luomian was furious. Okay, Erlong, my father hasn't taught you much over the years, so today I'll let my father test your strength. Yu Luomian made up his mind today to make Lu Erlong understand what the power of Soul Douluo is, and Soul Saint cannot compare with it. Of course, if Lu Erlong is bullied today, Qianxunji will also want Yu Luomian to understand what the power of a titled Douluo is. Yu Luomian's soul ring is also a very conventional match, except that he has one more black soul ring than Lu Erlong. He has 4 black soul rings. But the color of the 4 black soul rings is not as conspicuous as Lu Erlong's 7th soul ring. This made Yu Luomian a little confused. His 8th soul ring was 50,000 years old. It was not as good as Lu Erlong's. 2 dragons, a fire dragon is a fire dragon after all, you are no match for me. Yu Luomian was not polite and directly used his martial soul true form to merge with the power of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and turned into a dragon. He plans to crush Lu Erlong with his absolute strength. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, 0.300 book coins, Zhonghongya 100 book coins, Food and Sex 100 book coins, I Am the Villain 100 book coins, Leisurely Life 500 starting coins, Book Friend 202000418. 500 starting coins for reward. 59. Chapter 59 The Caring Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Seeing Yu Luomian's appearance, Lu Erlong smiled, haha, do you look down on me so much? Come and deal with me in a semi-transformed state. After having the 7th soul ring, Lu Erlong can naturally use the power of martial soul. Her 7th soul skill is naturally the fire dragon true body. Lu Erlong did not semi-transform like Yu Luomian, but directly used the power of the martial soul to merge with the martial soul and become a real dragon that exuded infinite flames. With a neighing sound, Lu Erlong rushed directly towards Yu Luomian. With a collision, Yu Luomian, who was in dragon form, was knocked away. Where Lu Erlong touched her, Yu Luomian felt a strong burning sensation. How is this possible? Yu Luomian was shocked. The fire dragon is just a vassal attribute of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Now, he was actually burned by the vassal fire dragon. Yu Luomian can be sure that Lu Erlong's martial spirit has changed again. He looked at Qianxunji, who was watching the battle, and couldn't help but start to feel jealous. If that kind of thing were used on him, he might have become a titled Douluo. Now, he has no mercy for his illegitimate daughter. He wants to vent the imbalance in his heart. With a roar, Yu Luomian completely turned into a blue dragon, with thunder and lightning flashing around his body. Lu Erlong also had resentment in her heart. Her violent temper, which had been worn away by Qianxunji, suddenly exploded. At this time, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to deal with this sanctimonious guy in front of her. To vent her anger on her dead mother. So, she is always on the offensive. Due to the ultimate fire, Lu Erlong's damage could not even touch Yu Luomian. Under Lu Erlong's crazy attack, the relatively high-level man was actually suppressed a lot and could only passively defend. This made Yu Luomian feel aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do. His thunder and lightning power is not even close to the ultimate power, so naturally it cannot be compared with Lu Erlong, who is already at the ultimate level. However, Lu Erlong killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000 to himself. In a war of attrition, Lu Erlong could not defeat Yu Luomian. After half an hour of violent attacks, Lu Erlong's soul power gradually dried up. The state of using the spirit avatar places a heavy load on the spirit power. Yu Luomian, an old bastard, seized the opportunity and swung the dragon's tail with a strike, knocking Lu Erlong out of the fighting circle and exiting the spirit's true form. Qianxunji stepped forward to support him and asked with concern, "Erlong, are you okay?" Qianxunji discovered that Lu Erlong's body was extremely hot right now, probably at 70 degrees. An ordinary person would have been burned to death. But Lu Erlong doesn't have much of a problem. Lu Erlong rubbed his forehead, forced a smile, and said, "Teacher, I'm fine." For the first time, Lu Erlong seemed to have been bitten by the excessive use of the ultimate martial spirit that he had not yet fully mastered. Qianxunji felt that the situation was not good, so he stopped entangled with Yu Luomian. He wanted to take Lu Erlong down to have a look. So he issued an eviction order, "Yu Luomian, get out." If it weren't for the slight blood relationship between this guy and Lu Erlong, just based on the fact that he just whatever he did, Qianxunji had reason to keep him. Yuluomian was furious and said, "Pope Qianxunji, why do you not keep your word?" The power Lu Erlong exerted made Yuluomian envious. He wanted to get to know her better and see if he could steal her power for his own use. It took a lot of effort to subdue Lu Erlong. If Qianxunji comes out and crosses his legs, won't he get nothing? In response to this, Qianxunji smiled disdainfully, "That's what Erlong told you. I didn't agree. I'll give you one last chance. Get out. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience the feeling of being kicked to the sky." Yuluomian felt like being teased. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, anger has no effect at all. "Let's go." After giving Qianxunji a deep look, Yuluomian turned around unwillingly. The three followers he brought also followed him and soon disappeared from Qianxunji's eyes. After they left, Qianxunji picked up Lu Erlong and flew back to Fenglinwan. After putting Lu Erlong on the bed, Qianxunji began to check on her. "Erlong, can you suppress the power within your body?" Qianxunji was not a professional doctor, so he didn't know what to do for a while. He could only tell that Lu Erlong was backlashed by his own martial spirit. A soul master with an ultimate martial soul will have his soul power increase very slowly before level 70. This is because they want to be in harmony with the ultimate martial spirit. After reaching level 70, they can directly use the martial spirit avatar to fully activate the power of the ultimate martial spirit. Therefore, a soul master with the ultimate martial soul begins to take off after level 70. However, Lu Erlong ignored the previous important foundation building stage and directly forcibly combined with the ultimate martial spirit. In addition, he used the power of the ultimate martial spirit without restraint today, which led to problems. No. It won't work. Lu Erlong felt very uncomfortable now. He felt like he was filled with hot air. He wanted to vent it out, but there was no vent. She felt like she would be strangled to death soon. Moreover, for some reason, she felt that her teacher was becoming more and more handsome. The feeling it gave her was that she really wanted to eat him in one bite, and that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Erlong's words made Qianxunji fall into thinking. He possesses bone spirit cold fire, but it has no effect at all at this time. And using one's own soul power to help, the effect is only a drop in the bucket. Qianxunji changed his mind and planned to cool him down first. The inside and outside are unified. Inside, Qianxunji has 2 third-grade elixirs, snow crystal pills, which can put the user into a frozen state. Externally, he borrowed a large box of cold jade ice essence from a wealthy small landowner in Dochi continent. This may have some effect. However, the cold jade ice marrow was placed in another naja by Qianxunji. Qianxunji packed a lot of stuff, after all, he had gotten so much fairy grass before. Those things needed a lot of space, so Qianxunji also cleared some things out. Cold jade ice marrow Qianxunji didn't feel like it was needed, so it was put in the clearing column. It was impossible for Qianxunji to carry several rings, so he only hid 2. Now, I can only give it a try. He turned around and prepared to go to his room to get the naja. But as soon as he turned around, he felt his neck being strangled. Not by the rope, but by his own collar. Someone grabbed Qianxunji's back and pulled Qianxunji back. Fuck! Qianxunji only saw Lu Erlong, whose eyes were red, as if sparks were about to burst out, looking at him greedily. Nima, it can't be. At this time, Qianxunji suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying thing. That's because Ma Hongjun couldn't control his turkey martial spirit, and after being backfired by the flames, he wanted to eat his kidneys. Ma Xiaotao, who was behind, could not control the power of her flames, so she brutally attacked Huo Yuhao, a young lady who was only about 10 years old. Then Lu Erlong now, how could he let such a handsome guy like him go? Thanks to Shuabi book friends, I will reward you with 100 book coins for Messy in the Wind. 60. Chapter 60 Call Me Mistress. The next day, when the sun rose 3 poles, Qianxunji struggled to get up. Damn, my waist feels like it's about to be broken. It's not that Qianxunji is not strong, on the contrary, even Bibi Dong, who is stronger than him, said he didn't want it. The main reason is that Qianxunji really didn't dare to move around yesterday, for fear that Lu Erlong would get into trouble if he messed up. The long-term lack of change has caused him to. It's simply a shameful thing. Teacher, get up and drink some soup. Compared to the miserable Qianxunji, Lu Erlong was radiant and walked in with a rosy face carrying a bowl of steaming soup. At this time, Lu Erlong was as delicate and beautiful as a rose, full of temptation. She prepared the decoction very early. After all, she felt very guilty. Although she felt a little unwell, she still got up early. Just after he noticed that Qianxunji was awake, he brought in the prepared Shiquan Dabu decoction. After giving the soup to Qianxunji, Lu Erlong said guiltily, "I'm sorry, teacher." Lu Erlong is now in his heart, "I really feel guilty. My teacher is so kind to me, but I actually made my teacher hurt." Fortunately, there was no big problem, otherwise the future would have been difficult. Qianxunji blew the soup twice and said, "Erlong, don't say sorry." "How could I not save you, teacher? This matter is over. Don't take it to heart in the future." Although he said he had suffered such a big loss, since the target was his own student, Qianxunji could only eat the coptis for a mute and admit it. "Okay teacher, I will listen to you from now on." Lu Erlong nodded gently. "I am also forced to have no choice, Donger, should understand me." Qianxunji thought this in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. He really didn't volunteer. Under the circumstances, he really had no choice. But, having said that, why does this soup feel weird? Now Qianxunji understood why the later Ma Xiaotao wanted to find Huo Yuhao, who had the ultimate ice. There is no way, the temperature is too high, if Qianxunji is not strong, a batch of them may be cooked. If it were any other person, they might have lost all their happiness for the rest of their life after having fun once. It's up to you to decide whether to make a decision or not. Without Qianxunji's strength, there would be no other hero to save the beauty. That's not a hero saving a beauty, that's sacrificing oneself for others. Qianxunji and Lu Erlong only stayed in the Xiling Kingdom for 1 day. Because the Xiling Kingdom has no effect on Qianxunji. Because of the Red King, Qianxunji's plan could only be temporarily stopped. So, after packing up, Qianxunji took Lu Erlong and Qingwu mother and daughter to the Tiandu Empire. After Qianxun hurried away, King Xiling was so happy that he finally sent this ancestor away. His good days had come. Now that Lu Erlong has reached level 70 or above, he can try to figure out what little things are left behind by the 2 dragon kings of water and fire in the Eyes of Ice and Fire. The 2 Eyes of Ice and Fire were born when the Water and Fire Dragon Kings fell at the same time. The Water and Fire Dragon Kings are considered gods, and the things left behind are not bad even if they are only a little bit. Maybe there is a way to become the new dragon god. Of course, this is only for Lu Erlong, who may still have a small chance. Because she is the only one who has some relationship with the dragon. Qianxunji has no hope. As for the accompanying King Guyu and Xiaohu, there is no chance, they are not of the same species. The dragon clan should look down on these soul beasts, even if they are 100,000 years old. Bibi Dong in Wuhan City has been very agitated recently. The Rakshasa god who fell in love with her before has been bewitching her recently, making her really annoyed. How about you find someone else? I will not inherit your throne. Bibi Dong helplessly spoke to Rakshasa Shanai Rakshasa. She finally had a happy life, how could she abandon it? The Rakshasa god is rejected by the gods. If you want to gain true freedom, you still have to pass on your divine status. The divine position cannot be passed down casually. Without extremely high talent, even if the gods reduce the difficulty to the lowest level, it will be difficult to succeed. Therefore, ordinary gods rarely look for successors. There is no way, it is too difficult. However, whenever they meet someone who is qualified to inherit the divine throne, they will rob them. Now, Rakshasa god has finally met one, and she is still not targeted by other gods. Naturally, she cannot give up easily. Because her god candidates are even rarer. Bibi Dong's talent has indeed convinced her that if there is a change, the possibility of inheriting her divine throne is more than 80%. Faced with Bibi Dong's impatience, Yaluosha didn't care too much. Instead, he smiled playfully and said, "You are working hard here to manage the spirit hall for him, but do you know what he is doing?" Bibi Dong still believes in Qianxunji now, so she said casually, "What is he doing? Isn't he organizing a joint cultivator in the Xiling kingdom?" "Who knows," Yaluosha disdainfully said sarcastically, "how many men are good? A few days ago, he was having a good time with a woman with a fire dragon spirit. But I have to say, although your man said she is extremely hateful, but she still has some discernment. The woman he has a happy relationship with has a fire dragon martial spirit, and she has also achieved the ultimate fire. She is the first person in Douluo continent to possess the ultimate fire in so many years. From now on maybe there is a chance to inherit the god of fire or something like that. That man himself has no possibility of becoming a god, but he slept with 2 god candidates. Tisk, 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 there is indeed something, and his life will not be wasted if he dies." Yaluosha looked at Bibi Dong, the smile on his face was very interesting. "Impossible. You lied to me." Bibi Dong didn't believe Yaluosha. She thought Yaluosha was deceiving her and bewitching her. Who knew that Yaluosha patted Bibi Dong on the shoulder and said, "No matter how much I say it, I am a god and will not lie to you. Your shameless man is now heading towards the Tiandu Empire. If you don't believe it, you can go and see for yourself." Yaluosha's words silenced Bibi Dong. Knight Rakshasa thought that his words had an effect, so he struck while the iron was hot, "Listen to me, kill that angel, absorb that guy's soul, and you will be the new god." Faced with Yaluosha's bewitchment, Bibi Dong just looked at her coldly without any emotion. Even if she, Bibi Dong, cannot become a god, even if I will only be a titled Douluo for the rest of my life, and I will never inherit the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong struggled for a long time in her heart, and finally said loudly, "Come here. Go and invite the 4 Douluo elders to me. Follow me to the Tiandu Empire. Remember, no matter what they use reason. Everyone must come. To catch thieves, catch the dirty ones, to catch the cheaters." She wanted to see if what the Rakshasa god said was true. There really was a vixen in Qianxunji outside. She also wanted to see if Qianxunji, a heartless man, really gave up his wife and children for the vixen. No wonder she felt as if the crown on her head had become a little heavier in recent days. Now it seems that it is not a feeling, it is probably that I have really become heavier. Seeing Bibi Dong's angry expression, Yaluosha smiled happily. "Yes, that's it, slowly fall into endless purgatory. Rakshasa, we need talents like you. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, I will reward you with 100 book coins for Dusty Original Intention, 10 book coins for Lang Nige Lang, 100 book coins for Shi Wengxian, and 500 starting coins for No Heart and No Love." Now, under normal circumstances, there are 3 updates every day. There will be one update around 9 in the morning, one in the afternoon, and another update around 11 or close to 12 in the evening. It seems that QQ Reading can recruit operating officers. Although I am not a great writer, operating officers are also dispensable, but interested book friends can apply. 61 Chapter 61 Qianxunji, it's too difficult for me. Bibi Dong's actions were noticed by Qian Rongxiu in the elder hall. Grandpa, what are you doing, Mom? Why are you calling so many people? Qian Rongxiu didn't understand very much. Could it be that this is to catch some fugitive from a titled Douluo? Qian Daoliu said with a stern face, it's not like your evil father was messing around outside and raising a mistress, and your mother went to catch her. Qian Daoliu also doesn't understand what Qianxunji is doing now. Before, his sense of Qianxunji had changed. After settling the relationship with Bibi Dong, coupled with the extremely talented Qian Rongxiu, the family of three works together, and the future of Wuhan Palace is promising. But now, that guy has just stabilized Bibi Dong and is messing around outside. What's this? Don't you cherish it once you get it? Or are domestic flowers not as fragrant as wild flowers? Ah! Then I have to go. After Qian Rongxiu heard this, her little face immediately panicked. If my mother brings so many people, will my father's legs be broken? No, she can't let her dad get hurt. After hearing what Qian Rongxiu said, Qian Daoliu asked funnily, then are you going to help your father or your mother? Qian Daoliu actually wanted Qian Rongxiu to side with Bibi Dong this time. After all, Bibi Dong has made a name for herself this time. Children's three views must be well established. Unexpectedly, Qian Rongxiu stared with big eyes and said naturally, I must be helping Dad. There are so many people on Mom's side, how can Dad beat me? And I'm going to persuade Mom not to fight with her. Dad is noisy. Qian Daoliu was confused, but after thinking about it subconsciously, this seemed right. No matter what, Qianxunji still wants a little kiss. He looked at Qian Rongxiu and couldn't help but sigh, it would be better to have a daughter. She is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket for her father. As for the son, he was really a leaky tattered shirt. He should have been thrown against the wall in the first place. Okay. It's okay to stay in Wuhan Hall all day. Grandpa will take Shuai out for a walk. Originally, Qian Daoliu was not going to care about such nonsense this time. Qian Daoliu chose to let Qianxunji's cub go free. No matter what, he was already such a big person after all. But Qian Rongxiu had to go, so Qian Daoliu, the guy who protected the calf, had to go. After staying in the Wuhan Hall for so long, he also planned to go out for a walk and see if he could meet his old friends. Although there was an agreement with Tang Chen, so what if the agreement was broken for the sake of his granddaughter Qian Daoliu? Qian Daoliu didn't go alone, he still called for 3 worshippers and 4 worshippers, both were titled Douluo above level 95, one was level 96 and the other was level 97. Nowadays, apart from Qian Daoliu, there are only 3 enshrinements in the Elder Hall. The second enshrined golden crocodile is currently breaking through level 98 and is not easy to call. 3 enshrines are Yufeng Ruan, Wuhan Changjing, and level 97 titled Douluo. 4 enshrines Zhao Jinyang, golden battle axe of martial spirit, level 96 titled Douluo. After Bibi Dong left with the 4 titled Douluo elders, Qian Daoliu also flew out with Qian Rongxiu. On the contrary, the main helm of Wuhan Palace is now empty. After Qianxunji quickly arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he built a cabin directly inside. Not just a cabin, Qianxunji will also build a sect here in the future. This sect is none other than Tang sect. Qianxunji must make use of such a treasure land. This made Douluo curse in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. After Qianxunji arrived, Qingwu and Douluo had a confrontation, and Douluo suffered a big loss. The current King Wu, despite being soft and weak, is a genuine level 94 titled Douluo. Even if Qianxunji fights, he may not be able to defeat him. Douluo is only level 91 now, which is a lot worse. After living in the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qianxunji also started to do business. Duguyan's martial spirit has also awakened. The inherited martial spirit of the Dugu family, the jade phosphorus snake, is innate soul power level 8. Qianxunji officially accepted her as his student. I said, this master has also become a master. You, a teacher, don't mind it. Can you give me 3 or 5 soul bones or something? Logically speaking, Douluo should be happy at this time, but he just couldn't feel happy. After all, Douluo was raised by Douluo since she was a child. Now being accepted as a disciple by Qianxunji, Douluo had to admit that this was a good thing. But what he felt in his heart was that the cabbage he grew was as uncomfortable as being eaten by a pig. After thinking about it, Douluo decided to let Qianxunji bleed out to make up for his uncomfortable heart. Qianxunji also told him how to solve his poison skill. After all, Douluo would follow him in the future. Douluo is not as poisoned as he was in the next 10 years or so. Now that he has a solution, he can solve it on his own because he has a soul bone in his hand. But Douluo has no choice, one soul bone cannot be used by 2 people together. To transfer Douluo's poisonous skills to the soul bone, there are still requirements for the soul bone. First of all, the head soul bone is not allowed. The head soul bone increases mental power. If you think you are too smart and your brain is hard enough, you can transport a little poison into it. In addition to the head, arm bones, leg bones, and even torso bones are all acceptable. But these are not the most perfect and will have certain limitations. For example, if the poison is concentrated on the arms or even the legs, it may cause changes in the place where it is located. Douluo didn't care. He was an old guy and didn't care about this at all. But the same cannot be said for Douluo, a delicate child. Douluo can be 100% sure that his granddaughter will be a great beauty in the future, but he cannot let her have any weirdness. So, Douluo has to ask Qianxunji. The most perfect soul bone that carries Douluo's poisonous skills is the external soul bone. But Douluo really has no choice. A piece of soul bone is worth millions of gold coins. Douluo, a lonely person, really can't afford much. There were even less things like external soul bones, and he had no choice. However, the Qianxunji in front of him was very wealthy. Even if he gave Douluo a complete set of Douluo, let alone one piece, he would have no problem. As for the soul bones, Yanner is so young now that there is no need for them. During this period of time, I will strengthen Yanner's body first. I'm not too anxious about soul power cultivation, but don't worry. There are soul bones. Wait. When Yanner reaches level 30 Soul Master, I will give Yanner a piece of soul bone with external attachment, and it also has poison properties, which is very suitable for her top-grade soul bone. Qianxunji also knew what the old guy Douluo was thinking, so he didn't care and smiled. Being his disciple must not be shabby, at least each of them will have a few soul bones to enhance their combat effectiveness. There is currently no soul bone Qianxunji suitable for Douluo, but he knows where it is. Doesn't a man-faced demon spider that is more than 2,000 years old have a piece of it on its body? It's the attached soul bone that Tang San got. Although there are many soul beasts, there are very few types of human-faced demon spiders, and there are not many human-faced demon spiders that have just reached 2,000 years. Moreover, Qianxunji also knows the specific location, so it is not difficult to find that guy. Qianxunji's promise made Douluo satisfied. As long as Yanner's life was guaranteed in the future, he had no objection and said, "That's not bad. Yanner is left to you anyway. If you can't teach him, well, it's also your Wuhan Palace's face that's been humiliated." Douluo sighed in his heart that Wuhan Palace is really a giant, and it really has a soul bone that perfectly suits Douluo. He can't compare with this. No wonder there are so many titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace. This is not unreasonable. Okay, don't worry, old guy. Look at the Bibidong I taught. Now the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Erlong. Although he is only at level 73 now, he was the 84th level Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex a few days ago. Now that Mian has been sorted out, Yanner won't be much worse off in the future. I'm going to start refining the medicine, you can come and take a look. Qianxunji signaled to the old guy Douluo not to worry. There will definitely be a bright future following him. The medicine Qianxunji wants to refine is a foundation building medicine, foundation building spiritual liquid. Yes, it was snatched from Miao Chen. Qianxunji also regrets it now, because he had read a lot of books on medicinal herbs for the grass jelly. He found that there were many medicinal herbs in Douluo continent that were consistent with Douqi continent. Qianxunji can see what medicinal herbs there are in Douluo continent through the pill recipe, so there is a comparison. The popular medicinal herbs in the two worlds are almost 90% consistent. In addition to the extremely rare herbs that were born due to special circumstances, there are many others that are found in Douqi continent and Douluo continent. The herbs required for foundation building spiritual liquid are all popular, so this can be implemented in Douluo continent. Qianxunji felt regretful. If he had known, he would have chosen the alchemy technique in the first place. I will study more in the future, and I will really suffer a cultural disadvantage. Thank you Shuabi book friend, Gongziu will reward you with 100 book coins, and the scumbag girl will reward you with 100 book coins. There are so many fancy symbols that I can't type out. Is this scumbag book friend a girl? Insidious. I also want to explain it so that some pure book friends won't misunderstand it. When recruiting disciples in the future, they don't have the same old routine as the previous two. At least 9 out of 10 disciples don't have any thoughts. The one who is leaving behind the protagonist is the same as you in Douluo. The difference between Lu and Lu is at least 95%. It can be said that the subsequent plot has little to do with the plot of Do Yuan. What the protagonist does is just to cultivate his own team. I dare not say that what I wrote is the best among Douluo fans, but it is definitely the most novel and original. 62. Chapter 62 Choose 1, 4th update. Qianxunji had tried to refine the foundation building spiritual liquid a long time ago. The efficacy of the foundation building spiritual liquid is comparable to that of a second-grade elixir, but in fact it doesn't even have a higher grade. A first-grade alchemist can refine it as long as he has the recipe. Qianxunji has the help of strange fire, coupled with the extremely terrifying power of the soul. It is not easy to become a first-level alchemist. This is the foundation building liquid. It can improve and strengthen the meridians in the human body. It has a mild effect. You can just ask Yanner to put it into the water when taking a bath and practice there. Within 20 minutes, a portion of foundation building spiritual liquid was refined. Qianxunji gave it to Douluo and explained it to Douluo. Douluo took it very carefully. When he saw the white flames emanating from Qianxunji, he felt some heart palpitations. To be honest, the best way to improve a child's body is to use his own power to nourish his meridians from an early age, like Xiaoyan did. Qianxunji wanted to learn from each other at first. After all, we are all time travelers. We can share theoretical knowledge and knowledge about picking up girls, so we can help each other. But after thinking about it carefully, Qianxunji still felt like forget it. He's not a pedophile. Lolicon can be understood, but this kind of thing is really incomprehensible. Douluo started building the foundation from a young age, and his future will naturally be much better. As for Xiao Wu, a 1-year-old baby, don't let her practice now. Let her play happily for a few years first. Qianxunji's life is very leisurely now. What is cultivation? It is impossible to practice in this life. I just have to take care of my children to make ends meet. When I had nothing to do, I carefully checked how to enter the ice and fire eyes underground. There are 2 bodies of dragon kings in there, priceless treasures. For most of the day, Qianxunji didn't notice anything entering the passage. He suspected that the ground was the bottom of the spring of the ice and fire eyes. As for when to go in, Qianxunji has to choose a good day. Anyway, he can't escape there. Let Lu Erlong get in touch with the Fire Dragon King's power first, and then go in after he's almost done. At the bottom of the ice and fire eye fountain, it is difficult for others, even level 98 titled Douluo, to enter. Because the inside is too poisonous, and the other side of the fire is too hot, which is no worse than the magma mouth. It's so cold on the other side that even a titled Douluo can freeze you into an ice sculpture. But Qianxunji has no worries in this regard. He is not afraid of the strange fire protection. Lu Erlong only needs to let Lu Erlong eat the fiery apricot jiaishu and the star anise ice grass to make himself invulnerable to all poisons, and then he can take her down to find out. After making a plan, Qianxunji took Xiaowu and King Guyu to Tiandu Imperial City to have a good time. These two have not been in the human world for long, and they have never been to a big city like Tiandu Imperial City, because they dare not and are worried that the titled Douluo will find out and kill them and explode their equipment. But now that Qianxunji is with him, there is no need to worry about that. Originally, today was a good day. Qianxunji took the little baby Xiaowu to a playground that children like. After throwing the little baby in to play by herself, Qianxunji chatted with her mother outside. They were having a good chat and were chatting away with Qingwu, but Qianxunji felt a cold wind blowing from behind. He knew that he might be cold now. That person at home, she is here. How could it be possible? It shouldn't be. How did she know that she was hanging out, oh no, making friends outside? It has been said that Qianxunji and Bibi Dong can sense each other. Qianxunji had an idea in his mind, leaving Qingwu here and going back to solve the problem first, so that he could ensure that Qingwu's side would not capsize. But if you do this, if Qingwu meets Jian Chen Xin, Bon Douluo's words will be a bit dangerous. Qianxunji cannot but take responsibility. After careful consideration, Qianxunji decided to take them back. Xiao Wu, let's play again next time, why don't we go back first? Qianxunji said to Xiao Wu, who was still playing on the slide. Okay. Xiao Wu was very obedient and climbed over from the slide. After arriving at Qianxunji's side, he was picked up by Qianxunji. Although Xiao Wu is 1 year old now, because she is a spirit beast, she is still somewhat different from a human baby. There may be a reason for being spoiled by King Guyu's mother. Of course, it is more likely that her nature is hard to change, because she has been walking on 4 legs for 100,000 years, and it is difficult to change in a short period of time. So it is still a little difficult to stand and walk now, and I can only crawl around on the ground. Girl King Guyu, let's go back first, I remembered that I still have something to do. Qianxunji spoke helplessly to Qingwu. King Guyu didn't pay attention, and nodded with a smile, looking very obedient. At this time, a group of uninvited guests did come to the ice and fire eyes. Bibi Dong looked at Douluo and said coldly, Douluo, Qianxunji is here. Logically speaking, Douluo's granddaughter is now Qianxunji's teacher, and now the one in Qianxunji's family here, Douluo must protect Qianxunji no matter what. Last time, Douluo noticed that the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qianxunji, the master and disciple, was extraordinary. They were not ordinary masters and disciples. After all, Douluo is also an old man, and his knowledge is nothing to say. But he wisely chose to keep this information secret and did not leak it. When Douluo saw the 4 murderous 4 heavenly kings behind Bibi Dong, he sold Qianxunji without any moral integrity. Pointed inside. In fact, he didn't know whether Qianxunji was in it or not. You guys stay here, I'll go by myself. Family scandals should not be made public, Bibi Dong knows this. Therefore, the 4 major titled Douluo didn't know why Bibi Dong was so forceful in asking them to come together. If Bibi Dong wanted to go alone, they would naturally just obey his orders. Since Qianxunji is inside, Can anything else happen to Bibi Dong? After Bibi Dong entered, she didn't sense Qianxunji, but saw Lu Erlong, who was adapting to the ultimate martial spirit and the nearby environment next to the fire spring. After not seeing each other for a few days, Bibi Dong actually noticed some dangerous aura in Lu Erlong's body, and couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. How could Bibi Dong not know about Lu Erlong's talent? Such a big change must have occurred because Qianxunji gave the fairy grass, or the best fairy grass, to Lu Erlong. This heartless one! Bibi Dong cursed Qianxunji 1,000 times in her heart. Hey! Bibi Dong, why are you standing there? Why don't you call me mistress quickly? Lu Erlong noticed that there was someone behind him, turned around and found that it was Bibi Dong. She immediately had the idea of teasing Bibi Dong. Before, she was overwhelmed by Bibi Dong and had been living in Bibi Dong's shadow. But now, Bibi Dong had to call herself master's wife. Actually, Lu Erlong does not plan to announce his relationship with Qianxunji now. Because she knew that Qianxunji had a lovely wife at home, and she also gave birth to a child for Qianxunji. Therefore, as long as Qianxunji does not take the initiative to reveal her identity, Lu Erlong plans to keep it concealed. With her mother's lessons learned, it was not too difficult for Lu Erlong to accept. During the day, she and Qianxunji were good teachers and students. At night, she and Qianxunji were close friends. She thinks this is good. But after meeting Bibi Dong, she couldn't help it anymore. She wanted to bully this old enemy. Lu Erlong laughed proudly in his heart and said, "Ha ha ha, you can't believe it. You and I were love rivals before, but now you have to call me mistress." After hearing Lu Erlong's words, Bibi Dong looked a little confused. Lu Erlong was extremely proud. Yes, it was this expression, this confused expression, she had always wanted to see. But the next moment, she heard a voice that sounded like it came from hell. Qian. Suan. Ji. The last word Ji was stretched countless times. Qianxunji, who was rushing towards the ice and fire eyes, couldn't help but tremble when he heard Bibi Dong's voice. Thanks to book friends Shui Bai, Yimanzix use 100 book coins, A. Hang Bao's 100 book coins, Lucifer's 100 book coins, the Beloved's unreturned 588 book coins, and Luo Chen Emperor's 100 book coins for the reward. 63 Chapter 63 Lu Erlong's Enhancement. I went first. Qianxunji smiled awkwardly at Qingwu and ran away. He had to get there quickly. King Gu's face was quite strange, but soon she showed an expression of great expectation. She naturally knows the relationship between Qianxunji and Bibi Dong. She still wanted to see the grievances and hatreds between human men and women. Because there is no such emotion among soul beasts, powerful soul beasts will have as many females as they want, but there are not so many rules, and there is no jealousy. Lu Erlong was startled by Bibi Dong's sudden burst of momentum, but remembering his identity, he persisted, "You actually called your teacher's name directly. Wow, you traitor!" Ahem, cough, cough. Just when Bibi Dong was about to speak, Qianxunji ran over without stopping. After first signaling Lu Erlong to stop talking, he smiled at Bibi Dong and said, "Dong why are you here? You didn't say anything to me before you came." Qianxunji's words made Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer, "Tell you in advance? Is it so that you can prepare in advance?" Lu Erlong just said that he should call her Shi Niang, which directly showed the relationship. What else is there to say? Bibi Dong couldn't bear it when she thought that Lu Erlong was just her defeated general before, and even if she wanted to snatch Yu Xiaogang from her, he also wanted to snatch Qianxunji, who was already hers. Ahem, Dong I really have nothing to do with Erlong. It was just because I really had no choice. Qianxunji hugged Bibi Dong's waist and quickly told Bibi Dong what happened before. Because she wanted to listen to Qianxunji's explanation, and of course perhaps because she wanted to declare sovereignty to Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong did not resist. You believe it now, Erlong and I have a pure teacher-student relationship, right Erlong? Qianxunji once again expressed his innocence and signaled to Lu Erlong at the same time. Yes. Lu Erlong still felt a little aggrieved, thinking that was not what Qianxunji said that night. He was really a stinky man. But she guessed that Bibi Dong should it was Mrs. Qianxunji who was sent to check the situation, so she still had to cooperate with Qianxunji to trick Bibi Dong away, so that she could return to her previous appearance. Qianxunji and Lu Erlong's explanations made Bibi Dong's expression soften a little, but she was still very uneasy. As for Qianxunji's helplessness, she wouldn't believe it. I think I feel happy secretly in my heart, enjoy it. Still helpless. Pooh. She still doesn't know what Qianxunji looks like? As soon as he got on the bed, he changed into a different person, completely tearing away the sanctimonious disguise and transforming into a love beast. But seeing Qianxunji hugging Bibi Dong, she felt very strange. Isn't this a little too close, just like myself and Qianxunji? I believe what other people say, but when you say that, I feel weird. Bibi Dong knew how the relationship between her and Qianxunji was promoted. Bibi Dong was very worried about leaving Lu Erlong, a sweet girl, with Qianxunji. Bibi Dong's words made Qianxunji feel ashamed. Although the deeds of possessing the Pope could be bragged about, what he did was indeed a black history. Lu Erlong was also puzzled. Why did she feel that something was wrong with the relationship between Qianxunji and Bibi Dong? It seemed like he was flirting. Moreover, shouldn't Qianxunji be a teacher? Why do you seem to be passive now? Gigi, if you drive her away, I'll pretend nothing happened. After thinking about it, Bibi Dong showed a very cute expression, played with the long hair on Qianxunji's chest, and said tactfully. With things like this, what else could she do? Of course it can only be forgiven. After all, since I am so gentle, it would not be good to make a fuss. Well, after driving away Lu Erlong and returning to Wuhan Palace, she will let Qianxunji experience her strength. She will make sure that Qianxunji does not have the opportunity and energy to go out and mess around with women. When she becomes a titled Douluo, she will lock Qianxunji into a small dark room and let her. Lu Erlong was completely stunned by Bibi Dong's actions and words. Could it be that Bibi Dong was not sent by Qianxunji's wife, but she herself was sent by Qianxunji? She couldn't believe it. Ahem, Donger, this doesn't seem good. Qianxunji spoke hesitantly. Can you let him be a scumbag, trying to do both things? Qianxunji's words made Bibi Dong lose her smile and said coldly, then you don't want me and Schwetter anymore. This sentence made Lu Erlong's head start to buzz. You don't want me and Schwetter, what do you mean? It means Bibi Dong gave birth to a child for Qianxunji, and Qianxunji and Bibi Dong are husband and wife. No wonder she felt strange the last time she saw Bibi Dong in the Xiling Kingdom. It turned out. At this moment, Lu Erlong didn't know what he was feeling. What is going on? Why can't I have a relationship with this woman? I was suppressed by her before, but now I have to be bullied by her after changing my target. This is too uncomfortable. How is it possible? Of course I love you the most, Donger. How could I not want you and Schwetter? Can I? Qianxunji tentatively spoke with some hints and some expectations. It would be great if he could, that would be the pinnacle of his life. Humph! What a beautiful idea! Why did you bring that Lu Erlong here? To live a small life for the two of you. Bibi Dong really couldn't be happy now. She had been worried about this before, and sure enough, Qianxunji did this. The apprentice would fall asleep while teaching, and the relationship would become improper. She hasn't even spent her honeymoon yet. Qianxunji answered seriously, of course I came here to do business. There are relics left by the 2 dragon kings of water and fire. I'm here to mine them. Qianxunji didn't hold back at all, and explained the reason for his origin, trying to reduce some of Bibi Dong's jealousy. After hearing this, Bibi Dong felt bad all over. She twisted her jade hands around Qianxunji's waist and was full of jealousy. This must be for your second dragon. You have no conscience, I hate you. Have you changed your mind? Bibi Dong had been here once with Qianxunji, but Qianxunji didn't tell her that there were relics of the Water and Fire Dragon King here. The Wuhan Palace must have recorded the matter of the Water and Fire Dragon King, and Bibi Dong also knew something about it. This is not a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but a genuine million-year-old divine beast. Prepare this for Lu Erlong? She is sour, she is really sour. Anyone who says he will give her the best soul ring is definitely lying to her. The 2 dragons are suitable for the Fire Dragon King. There is also a Water Dragon King next to it, do you want it? Qianxunji endured the pain and defended himself. Why is it so difficult to hug me from left to right? I want the Fire Dragon King. For some reason, Bibi Dong wanted to talk back to Qianxunji right now. Maybe it's because I care too much. After giving it a hard squeeze, he stopped. Qianxunji's tone felt like he was giving charity because he needed it. No, she has to fight for it. This is not good, you are not suitable for the fire attribute. Qianxunji was very hesitant. It was obvious that the Fire Dragon King's inheritance should be the most perfect for Lu Erlong. If there was even a slight possibility that the Fire Dragon King would suit Bibi Dong, Qianxunji would give it to Bibi Dong without hesitation. I don't care. When the time comes, she and I will take it based on our strength. Bibi Dong will not listen to Qianxunji's words now. Okay, okay. Are you going down now? In desperation, Qianxunji could only do this. He thought to himself, no matter what, Lu Erlong is also the ultimate martial soul, and his chances should be much higher than Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong's talent was a few steps ahead of Lu Erlong's, the field he was in was different from that of the Fire Dragon King, so there should be no hope. Bibi Dong nodded. This was the second time she had come into contact with the gods, and she still had some expectations in her heart. To be honest, if possible, Bibi Dong still hopes to get the inheritance from other gods. To Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god was like a useless person. Just give it up. I feel a bit reluctant to let it go. But accept it, it feels a little unworthy. Even in such a situation, if there were other gods to inherit at this time, Bibi Dong would still be happy to accept it. Coming to the fire spring, Bibi Dong was a little timid looking at the fire spring and didn't know how to get down. Qianxunji took the initiative to summon the bone spirit cold fire and wrapped it around Bibi Dong. All of a sudden, all the bad external factors were blocked. Bibi Dong thought for a while. Before Qianxunji could recover, she pulled Qianxunji and jumped down. Qianxunji expected this, and quickly attracted Lu Erlong and wrapped him in the strange fire, and they sank to the bottom of the spring together. Bibi Dong beat Qianxunji's chest with her small fists in the strange fire circle, expressing her dissatisfaction. This heartless man was really deceived by the vixen. If nothing else, Lu Erlong Bibi Dong will definitely have to take care of himself in the future. Who asked her to rob him twice? Although there was no third time, she had to be taught a lesson. After arriving at the spring, the 3 of them went directly to another space. The gods spent a long time and even built a plane similar to Douluo continent. As for the small world in space, it can be constructed without much effort. This small space is not big, about 100 meters in radius. There were 2 huge skeletons lying inside. Just 2 sets of skeletons took up almost half of this space. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, 100 book coins for daydreaming, 100 book coins for Qingxian, and 200 book coins for a reward for a loved one who has not returned. There is also the book friend Shuabi Dalu, another one rewards him with 10,000 book coins. This chapter was originally planned to be released on 11.55. Now that I have finished coding, I will post it. Let's see if I can code another chapter tonight. This chapter is nearly 3,000 words. 64 Chapter 64 Devouring, Divine Ring. Wow! Soul Bones. Those two skeletons are the skeletons of the Water and Fire Dragon King. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and even the corpses of the mythical beasts have been almost consumed. The divinity has disappeared. But something has remained. For example, soul bones. And it's not just one soul bone, there are a total of 12. The Water and Fire Dragon Kings each have 6 soul bones, which are the Water and Fire Dragon King sets. Lu Erlong couldn't resist the temptation and went directly to where the Fire Dragon King's body was, preparing to take away the Fire Dragon King's soul bone suit. This was the first time she had seen a soul bone that suited her so well. Humph! Long hair and short knowledge. To be honest, Bibi Dong is still a little jealous of these 2 soul bone suits. After all, it is a legacy from a divine beast. In the Douluo continent, this one is definitely at the forefront. Probably not under the angel suit. However, Bibi Dong already has 7 soul bones. Although it is not a series of suits, and it is not as good as the Fire Dragon King suit, Bibi Dong is almost satisfied. Bibi Dong has an external soul bone, and Qianxunji, a teacher, loves her so much. Therefore, these soul bones no longer have much appeal to her, even if they are left behind by divine beasts. Seeing Lu Erlong's appearance, Bibi Dong felt that there was a word that suited her, country bumpkin. Ahem, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Erlong was a little miserable when he was a child, and he never saw a soul bone. Careful. Qianxunji has no feelings for the Fire Dragon King suit. This god-level soul bone suit is not like ordinary soul bones, and can be refined by any soul master. The god-level soul bone suit places great demands on soul masters. Qianxunji could only refine 2 pieces of the previous angel suit, and no more. His inability to defeat Tang Hao may be partly due to his soul bones. He only has 2 soul bones, while Tang Hao has 6. Haoshan sect received 2 pieces, Tang Hao himself received 3 pieces, and finally Ayan sacrificed 1 piece. It was complete, and the combat effectiveness was naturally extraordinary. As for the Water and Fire Dragon King suit, even if Qianxunji gets it, he can only refine 1 piece of it. Therefore, no one can compete with Lu Erlong. However, when Lu Erlong got the torso bone, a fire dragon figure appeared behind her. Qianxunji was immediately startled. He warned and prepared to take action. After being reminded by Qianxunji, Bibi Dong looked back. Ah! A fire dragon stared at her with big eyes. When she turned around, it opened its mouth wide and looked like it was going to eat her, which frightened Lu Erlong. Let her go. This fire dragon did not swallow Lu Erlong, but passed through Lu Erlong's body. It is just a soul body, it should be a little bit of the remaining god of the Fire Dragon King. Soul. However, the soul body still restrained Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong was tied up with a match rope. Lu Erlong, who possessed the ultimate fire, was restrained by the fire rope and could not move. Faced with Qianxunji's cry, the Fire Dragon King said disdainfully, "Humph! Spying on a god's thing. He deserves to be killed. Dragons don't have much favorable impressions of humans or gods." As for Lu Erlong, although he is a human being, he still has part of the blood of the dragon clan. Not to mention the martial spirit fire dragon, he also possesses the ultimate fire and has the qualification to carry his own power. The fiery apricots and jiaisha were all generated by the power emitted after the death of the Fire Dragon King. Therefore, if you want to inherit the power of the Fire Dragon King, one of the 2 most basic requirements is to possess the ultimate fire. The other Water Dragon King requires ultimate ice or ultimate water. The remaining requirement is shared by both dragon kings, and they must have dragon blood. Lu Erlong has met the requirements of the Fire Dragon King and is indeed qualified. But the Fire Dragon King also needs a good test. As for Qianxunji and Bibi Dong, one exudes the holy light of the angel god, and the other has the aura of the Rakshasa god, both of which make him extremely disgusted. Then go die. Qianxunji didn't say anything, summoned the angel spirit and prepared to take action. Do you want her to die? The Fire Dragon King spoke coldly to Qianxunji, and the fire rope that bound Lu Erlong tightened. What you up to? Qianxunji never imagined that this ice and fire eye was not a chance, but a disaster. But he still stayed where he was, staring at the Fire Dragon King. He was really worried. Well. Just when Qianxunji was staring at the Fire Dragon King, Bibi Dong beside him was suddenly trapped by a water column. Another Dragon King, the Water Dragon King, also appeared. While Qianxunji and Bibi Dong were focusing on Lu Erlong and Fire Dragon King, it trapped Bibi Dong. Choose one of the two, choose one. Tell me, who do you want to save? When Qianxunji was on the verge of breaking out, the Fire Dragon King spoke. Qianxunji was immediately confused. What the hell are you playing games with him? Choose one of the two. Qianxunji looked at the Fire Dragon King and said expressionlessly, Are you kidding me? I only give you one choice, and that is to let them both go. Is it possible that Qianxunji will choose? You're all adults now. He wants it all. It seems that I can't be kind today, so let's have a good fight. Neither of these two guys would attack him. Obviously, after hundreds of thousands of years, they don't have much strength left, and they may be reluctant to deal with the titled Douluo. After all, the Water and Fire Dragon King is completely dead. And it died hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago. Give you one last chance, who to choose? The Fire Dragon King ignored Qianxunji's threat, and the fire rope wrapped around Lu Erlong began to tighten again. At the same time, the water circle that sealed Bibi Dong also began to shrink in area. Bibi Dong just looked at Qianxunji without saying a word. She really wanted to see what Qianxunji would choose. She had planned to struggle just now, but now she suddenly no longer planned to do so. As for Lu Erlong, he smiled and said, Teacher, choose her. Bibi Dong and Qianxunji both have children. If Bibi Dong were to die here, how pitiful that child would be. As for her and Qianxunji, forget it. Just remember yourself. I have received so much kindness from her, and it's time to repay it. Lu Erlong's words made Bibi Dong a little surprised. He looked at her, and a woman's self-consciousness told her that Lu Erlong was not joking and was serious. Qianxunji was furious and said, Don't go too far. I know where the Silver Dragon King is. If you don't want people from the God realm to come to your door, just be honest and let me go. Otherwise, let's die together. Qianxunji had no choice but to take out the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King is now seriously injured and in a deep sleep. Any first-level god in the God realm can take care of her. If you can't hold this at all, then let's hurt each other. The worst-case scenario is that we all die together. Accompanied by two beauties, you can hug each other on the road to hell and not be alone. Qianxunji's words made the Water and Fire Dragon King furious. This time he really had murderous intentions. They naturally knew that the Silver Dragon King was recuperating on the Douluo continent, because the Douluo continent was the place where the dragon god rose, and recovery would be faster here. Moreover, that place was opened up by the dragon god himself, so it is extremely secretive. Extremely safe. But this descendant of the angel actually knows? Whether it is true or false, they will fight to the death to silence it. We can't let this news get out. They have been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, and they still don't know that the angel god has fallen. The angel clan cannot contact the angel god. At the beginning, the Water and Fire Dragon King planned to let Qianxunji make a choice by choosing one of the two. They could see that Qianxunji and Bibi Dong had a better relationship, and if he was given a choice, he might choose Bibi Dong. Then, Lu Erlong will definitely be sad because of this. He will no longer be entangled with this descendant of the angel, and even hate him out of love. This is the result they want. How can a person who carries the power of his Fire Dragon King have anything to do with humans? We must stand unconditionally on the side of the Dragon Clan. But Qianxunji actually didn't play according to the routine, and now the lifeblood of their Dragon Clan has been revealed. Then there is no choice but to silence. Even if it dissipates with the remaining soul the price. Thank you Shuabi book friends, Luo Chindi 200 book coins, did 100 book coins, Wei Dan 100 book coins for the reward. This is the 4th update today, please give me some recommendation votes. Let's see if we can make it into the top 30. Although it's useless and should be pounced on, it still looks good. 65 Chapter 65 Hatchet Warning. I have 2 choices here. Do you want to choose? Right here, the water column that trapped Bibi Dong exploded. Bibi Dong quickly ran to Qianxunji's side. Qianxunji also protected Bibi Dong like a hen protecting its young. Behind Qianxunji, a bad old man stepped in the air, looked at the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King, and smiled. Qiandaolio was shocked at this time. He originally came to such a place to protect Qianrongxiu. But I never expected that such a good thing would happen. I actually encountered 2 Dragon King ruins. If these 2 Dragon King relics are swallowed, Wuhan Palace will go one step further. You, human, you are a little bit strong. The arrival of Qiandaolio made both the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King fearful. Qiandaolio is the representative of the angel god and the head of the angel god's followers. His strength is barely comparable to that of ordinary priests in the god realm. Now, the 2 of them combined are no match for Qiandaolio. 2 options, 1, give your inheritance to that girl, and 2, reject the first option, but you can weigh the consequences yourself. I know there is a little black dragon in the Star Forest. Dishan's current age is about 400,000 years old. Although he said it was 890,000 years later in Douluo, it was more due to absorbing the power of Tianmeng's silkworm to increase it. His actual age should be around 400,000 years. The 400,000-year-old Emperor Tian was not enough in front of Qiandaolio, one of the 3 peerless Douluo. For the first time, Qianxunji felt that the old guy Qiandaolio was finally of some use, and finally no longer had to worry about the whole process. Now, Qiandaolio has truly grasped the lifeblood of the Water and Fire Dragon King. Dishan is the current leader of the Dragon Clan and has the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Because the god-level Dragon Clan dare not show up, Dishan is said to be the leader on the surface. Nothing can go wrong. Facing the furious remnant soul of the Water and Fire Dragon King, Qiandaolio didn't care at all and said calmly, "Have you thought about it? Which choice should you make?" "Human, don't be too presumptuous." The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. If he were in peak condition, he would have slapped this human to death long ago. Qiandaolio's 9 soul rings came out at the same time, the last one was super conspicuous, emitting dazzling holy light, and said, "I am just being reckless, what can you do to me? Hurry up. My patience has its limit." As a Sky Douluo, he would not be a nagging person. "Okay. You'd better not do anything to him. Otherwise, your angel family will be destroyed." In desperation, the Fire Dragon King could only choose to compromise. The Dragon Clan is indeed in decline now, but if forced, it is still very easy to deal with a family of descendants of the gods. The Fire Dragon King took the initiative to burn the last bit of soul power and gave it to Lu Erlong. This part of the power of the soul is not enough to make Lu Erlong a god. Because the Fire Dragon King's throne had been sealed by the gods of the divine world at the moment of his death. It is very difficult to become the new Fire Dragon King. But if Lu Erlong reaches the 99th level of Peerless Douluo in the future, he may have some opportunities to obtain the inheritance of other fire attribute gods. The Fire Dragon King took the initiative to sacrifice his soul, and it was easy for Lu Erlong to absorb it. It was Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon spirit that absorbed the Fire Dragon King's power. At this time, on the Fire Dragon King's body, 7 soul bones emitting red light flew directly towards Lu Erlong, surrounded Lu Erlong, and began to integrate into Lu Erlong's body piece by piece. Only then did Qianxunji notice that there were not just 6 soul bones in the Fire Dragon King's body frame, but 7. The dragon here is a Western dragon, not a Chinese dragon. The dragon in the West has wings. Wings equals attached soul bones. All of a sudden, Lu Erlong, a silly girl whose upper limit was only contra, got a gorgeous and epic enhancement. Lu Erlong, who has absorbed the 7 god-level soul bone suit, has the fighting power, not to mention killing the titled Douluo, but it should be easy to deal with the Yuluo Mian guy now. At this time, Lu Erlong fell into a deep sleep. The fusion of soul bones is completed under the guidance of the Fire Dragon King's power. She has now transformed into a female war goddess wearing fiery red armor. Bibi Dong was sour. Now she was so sour that half the world was so sour. She began to pinch Qianxunji's waist, the expression on her face was full of resentment. Bibi Dong also began to envy Lu Erlong. Ahem, cough, don't make trouble, Donger, I said I will give you the best from now on, for sure, don't worry, baby. Qianxunji began to comfort him. At this time, he was extremely happy. Although Bibi Dong did this, it was too nonsense, but this was also the reason why she cared too much about herself. Knowing this, how could Qianxunji be unhappy? Nearly half an hour later, all 7 soul bones were completely absorbed by Lu Erlong and refined into his body. And Lu Erlong's martial spirit Fire Dragon also underwent an epic transformation. The ordinary Fire Dragon directly turned into the Fire Dragon King. Became a true god-level martial spirit. Dominate the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qiandaoliu became more and more satisfied as he watched. At first, he was very unhappy with Qianxunji, leaving Bibi Dong, who was the best in everything in the house, to go out and mess around, and felt that Qianxunji was a bit at the expense of others. But now he felt that he, an unfilial son, had done another good thing in a days. Lu Erlong has a plump figure. You can tell at a glance that she is easy to give birth to and is a good choice for giving birth to a boy. Although he already has a good granddaughter like Qianrongxiu, Qiandaoliu has to say that it would be better for a boy to inherit the future Wuhan Palace. Inheriting angel bloodline. The bloodline inherited from boys is pure. Bibi Dong is having a hard time, so let Lu Erlong do it. Lu Erlong also possesses the god-level martial spirit Fire Dragon King. When paired with the god-level martial spirit Seraph, the child born from a powerful combination will definitely be extraordinary. It's earth-shattering. Maybe it can break the record set by Qianrongxiu, make Wuhan Palace prosperous to the extreme, and even hope to enter the legendary god realm. So, for Lu Erlong, Qiandaoliu still recognized this daughter-in-law. Xiaodong, there is nothing we can do now that things are like this. Erlong, just let her get in. Don't worry, I will take a good look at this unfilial son in the future. If he still dares to mess around outside in the future, it will break his 3rd leg. Lu Erlong is very good, but Bibi Dong is still equally good and cannot give up. Therefore, Qiandaoliu still has to wipe the butt of an unfilial son like himself. In fact, Qiandaoliu also thinks it's okay. It's okay for a powerful man to have 2 wives. When Qianxunji heard this, he immediately felt in his heart why this old guy Qiandaoliu was so wretched. No need, just break both legs. Bibi Dong whispered quietly beside Qianxunji. How can I survive without my 3rd leg? Qianxunji's eyes immediately filled with tears of gratitude. She was still her own daughter-in-law. As for Dalu, he felt 10,000 points of critical damage. 66. Chapter 66. A family together. After Lu Erlong got on the right track, Dalu suddenly attacked the Water Dragon King on the side. Human! What are you doing? The Water Dragon King was shocked and didn't understand why Dalu suddenly attacked him. Didn't they just talk about it? Dalu smiled slightly. I know you won't give your power to anyone here, so I don't intend to let you give it to us. However, your existence is a threat to our Wuhan Palace, so I can't let you go. Dalu's mission in this world is to kill all characters who may threaten Wuhan Palace. The appearance of Tang Chen before was beyond his expectation. He will not let the second Tang Chen appear in Douluo continent besides Wuhan Palace. So, at first, he had no intention of keeping the remnant soul of the Water Dragon King. Because no one present, including the entire Wuhan Palace, is suitable for the Water Dragon King. So, the Water Dragon King cannot stay. If the Wuhan Palace cannot get it, then destroy it directly. Just now Dalu couldn't take action because he was worried that Lu Erlong would absorb the power of the Fire Dragon King, but the Water Dragon King used a stumbling block to make them fall short. But now that Lu Erlong's absorption is over, he doesn't have so many worries anymore. Don't think that this guy Dalu usually looks harmless to humans and animals, but in fact he is a ruthless master who kills without blinking an eye. After hearing what Dalu said, the Water Dragon King was furious. Human! You are really despicable and shameless. Human beings are indeed as shameless as ever. Dalu didn't waste any time and took action directly, activating part of the angel's divine power and preparing to completely wipe out the last traces of the Water Dragon King. Although the Water Dragon King is a weakling now, at least Dalu can still withstand one move. Wait a minute, old man. Don't kill him. Seeing the Water Dragon King about to collapse, Qianxunji suddenly had some ideas. Dalu looked at Qianxunji in confusion, wondering what this guy was up to. Donger, use your soul-eating Spider King to devour him. Qianxunji spoke eagerly to Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong cannot inherit the power of the Water Dragon King, she can let the soul-eating Spider Emperor devour him. After all, it is the remnant soul of the god. Devouring it is beneficial and harmless to Bibi Dong. After Bibi Dong heard this, her face became more hopeful and she said, "Is it okay? The soul-eating Spider King is a top beast martial spirit, but it can only be regarded as one of the top. If he swallows the soul of the Water Dragon King, perhaps the soul-eating Spider King will undergo a huge change. Of course. Go quickly. Nothing will go wrong. The soul-eating Spider Emperor can devour the soul of angels, so naturally it can devour the soul of the Water Dragon King. How dare you, dare to blaspheme God? This is a capital crime." The Water Dragon King naturally heard the conversation between Qianxunji and Bibi Dong. He was a great first-level god. Although he has fallen, his soul cannot be trampled on at will. Bibi Dong didn't waste any time and directly summoned the soul-eating Spider Emperor, which had been dormant for a long time. The soul-eating Spider King is Bibi Dong's second martial soul. Currently, he does not have a soul ring. Although the soul-eating Spider King is not powerful enough, it is more than enough to swallow the Water Dragon King who is on the verge of collapse. The huge black spider ignored the resistance of the Water Dragon King and quickly swallowed the Water Dragon King. After swallowing the Water Dragon King, Bibi Dong suddenly held her forehead with her hand, with a somewhat painful expression on her face. Qianxunji quickly supported her and said with concern, "Donger, are you okay?" After a while, Bibi Dong shook her head and said, "I'm fine, look at this." Bibi Dong summoned the soul-eating Spider Emperor back. At this time, the soul-eating Spider Emperor had a soul ring. "Hey? This is a divine ring. Qianxunji originally thought that after Bibi Dong swallowed the Water Dragon King, the Soul-Eating Spider King would transform into the Soul-Eating Spider God, but he didn't expect that a soul ring would actually be added to it. I don't know whether this is a profit or a loss. The Soul-Eating Spider Emperor's first soul ring is not red, but 5 colors. This should be the divine ring. Qianxunji felt that this was a bit too bizarre. Okay, you can carry these dragon bones up yourself. Even though they are dead, these bones can also be used to create some magical weapons. After seeing that Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were fine, Qian Daoliu didn't want to stay here anymore. This is a kind of torture for him. At this time, he was a little envious of his unfilial son, who could actually get 2 outstanding girls to accompany him for life. In the future, these 2 women might both be able to reach his level. Qian Daoliu was a little worried that his scumbag son would not be able to suppress these 2 women in the future. Qianxunji's mother wasn't very good. She didn't even become a titled Douluo and died early. Qian Daoliu still has some feelings for a very good woman, but it's a pity that the woman doesn't like him. After Qian Daoliu left, Qianxun happily went to collect the 7 soul bones of the Water Dragon King. Donger, take it. Lu Erlong has taken possession of the Fire Dragon King's 7 soul bones, and Qianxunji has gotten a big advantage. After thinking about it, Qianxunji planned to hand over the 7 soul bones of the Water Dragon King for confiscation. They don't need it anyway. Snort. Bibi Dong raised her head high and snorted proudly. She quite enjoyed this feeling. After all, this was how she treated Qianxunji before. But after that happened, Qianxunji lowered his body and raised Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong didn't know whether this was good or bad, but she still enjoyed it quite a bit. Just keep it. I don't need it. Bibi Dong really doesn't need the Water Dragon King's 7 soul bones now. Bibi Dong didn't accept it, and Qianxunji didn't force it. If there is anyone in Douluo continent's generation who is suitable for the soul bone of the Water Dragon King, then there is only the proud girl from the Water Element Academy. Because she is the only one with pretty good talent in the ice attribute. Qianxunji also put away the 7 soul bones, and we'll see if Shui Binger is qualified to absorb and refine a set later. After tying up the 2 keel bones, Qianxunji hugged Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong and carried them up. After landing, he pulled hard and the keel was pulled up. The group of people from Wuhan Palace were waiting next to the spring. After seeing the details of Wuhan Palace, Douluo was trembling. There are 6 titled Douluo, plus Qianxunji and Qian Daoliu and his son, there are 8, plus Qingwu, there are 9. He can't beat every one of them. It wouldn't be too easy to deal with him together. Especially Qian Daoliu, Douluo felt so terrible. Consciously tell him that he may not be able to succeed in front of that old man Qian Daoliu. This made Douluo's arrogance immediately disappear after he became a titled Douluo, and he no longer had any small thoughts in his heart. Dad. After Qianxunji came up, Qian Rongxiu jumped into his arms. Qianxunji also picked her up. Where's your grandpa? Qianxunji touched her head lovingly and asked. He didn't see the old guy Qian Daoliu. Qian Rongxiu squinted her eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then said sweetly, Grandpa said he wanted to go out for a walk, so he asked me to follow Daddy. By the way, Mom, don't hit Dad. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu spoke pitifully to Bibi Dong. Qianxunji was overjoyed in her heart, thinking that she had really raised her daughter right, and her usual pain was not in vain. How could Mom beat Dad? You think so? Bibi Dong took Qian Rongxiu over, and then showed a very gentle smile to Qianxunji. Yes, yes, you don't know how gentle your mother is. How can we have conflicts if we are so loving? Qianxunji also took the opportunity to hug Bibi Dong and explain to Qian Rongxiu. Several titled Douluo were speechless and left here wisely. King Guyu, on the other hand, watched with great interest, feeling that human beings were really interesting. Lu Erlong was filled with envy. How could Bibi Dong's baby be so cute? The group is gone. I don't know what happened. There is no new one created now. Let's check it out later. Thanks to Shuabi Book Friends, Wuvanzing 999 book coins, Poor Expression 200 gold coins, Luochandi, the writer's assistant shows Gongziu, 100 book coins, Mao Fangxiang 999 times 3 book coins. 588 book coins, Shu, Weird Symbols, 100 book coins, Xie 200 book coins, Dusty Original Intention 300 book coins, Qianxunji 200 starting coins. If the name is too long, there are always people who like to repeat it and reward it with 100 starting coins. 67 Chapter 67 Yin's Relics. Shuer, they will be your sisters from now on. You can usually have some fun with them. Qianxunji hugged Qianrongxiu, pointed at Xiaowu and Duguyan, and explained to her. Well, let's find her 2 younger sisters to play with first. Duguyan is smaller than Qianrongxiu. As for Xiaowu, theoretically she is over 100,000 years older than Qianrongxiu, but according to human age, she is younger than Qianrongxiu. Okay. After Qianxunji finished speaking, Qianrongxiu jumped off Qianxunji, came to Duguyan and Xiaowu, and said to the 2 little sisters, "Hurry up, call me sister." Well, Qianrongxiu has never played with her sister, so she is very excited now. Sister, sister. Duguyan is older and relatively more sensible. Under the crazy gesture from Dugubo's eyes, she called Qianrongxiu her sister. Dugubo is naturally happy that his granddaughter has a good relationship with Qianrongxiu, the daughter of Wuhan Palace. This is a harmless thing. Sister, sister. Xiaowu now only listens to Qianxunji and Qingwu's words. Just now Qianxunji said that she was the younger sister of the young lady in white in front of her. Her mother nodded and told her to call her older sister, so she did so obediently. Qianrongxiu nodded with great enjoyment, and took out her treasured delicacy, white rabbit milk candy, from the ring. Qianrongxiu, as Qianxunji's beloved child, naturally has the precepts. Come here, sister will give you some candy. This is my sister's white rabbit toffee. It's super delicious. Qianrongxiu generously handed her toffee to Duguyan and Xiaowu. Duguyan had eaten this kind of food before, and it was indeed delicious, so he took it calmly. Xiaowu had not eaten it, but was shocked. She leaned on Qingwu's legs, pulled the hem of her mother's skirt, and said, "Nunyo, rabbit is so cute, why do you want to eat rabbit?" Xiaowu still knows that she is a rabbit, and she is super afraid of people who eat rabbits. After Qianrongxiu heard this, she laughed loudly and said, "Rabbit is cute. My toffee is made from some plants, not rabbit. You can eat it and see." Qianrongxiu also felt that the little one in front of her was really cute. After she explained this, Xiaowu carefully took the candy. After taking it apart, she asked, and after making sure there was no rabbit breath, she put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Looking at Qianrongxiu mingling with Duguyan Xiaowu, Bibi Dong also felt a little emotional. It seems that my baby girl really needs a good playmate. Could it be that I really want to? Thinking of Qianrongxiu's wish that Qianxunji told her before, Bibi Dong felt a little embarrassed. On the one hand, Qianrongxiu likes her, but on the other hand, she does have some psychological shadow. By the way, isn't this female dragon, why not let her come? At this time, Bibi Dong thought of Lu Erlong next to her. I thought, now that I have passed the exam, I have to contribute to the family and help my hostess solve the problems. Lu Erlong didn't notice that Bibi Dong was spying on him secretly. Because her heart is now filled with envy and jealousy. That shouldn't be the case, Bibi Dong, this tigress. How could I give birth to such a cute and well-behaved baby girl? Nothing major happened next. After all, the Shura field came over. The four titled Douluo, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Zhonglong, and Qianxunji, did not dare to leave without instructions. Qianrongxiu has to stay here if the third and fourth offerings are to be made. Suddenly, there were 6 titled Douluo around him, and together with Dagubo, Qingwu would have 8. Qianxunji planned to take the opportunity to do something. At the beginning, he planned to keep Tang San alive and help him draw out his god, so he said he had no intention of dealing with Tang Hao. But now, he has changed his mind. Since there was so much power gathered around him, why didn't he just take care of Tang Hao, who was hiding not far away? As for Tang San, he has his own way to solve it perfectly. Therefore, Qianxunji was ready to take this opportunity to kill Tang Hao in Holy Soul Village. These 2 keel bones have little use value anymore. They can only be used to make a batch of weapons. This is of no use to Qianxunji. It is better to just put it here and let the ice and fire eyes last for a while to see if 2 more fairy grasses can be born. After arranging the accommodation, Qianxunji started to do his own thing. It has been a long time since I last saw Bibi Dong, and there was a little misunderstanding before, so Qianxunji wanted to have a good chat with Bibi Dong tonight to resolve the misunderstanding. Bibi Dong also thought the same thing. Qianxunji actually dared to mess around outside. He must be punished tonight. Bibi Dong got up early the next morning. There was no smile on her face at this time. Last night, the young couple were sitting around doing their own business, but they never expected that an uninvited guest would break in. That person is none other than Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong also said that he would lend Qianxunji to her for 2 hours. This made Bibi Dong very angry, but she had no power to stop it at that time. She had exhausted all her strength on Qianxunji and was already drained. There is no other way, I have to punish Qianxunji finally. I have such an opportunity to take advantage of according to the initiative, it is natural to go all out. So, I can only watch helplessly. How do you say that sentence? 3 people go together, there must be my teacher. Lu Erlong opened Bibi Dong's horizons a lot. Bibi Dong has been very taboo about this kind of thing since she was a child and didn't understand it. Therefore, even if she reconciled with Qianxunji, she would not dare to do that kind of thing too many times, lest Qianxunji misunderstand that she is. If there was any, it was because Qianxunji tried every means to bewitch and sent out a signal of need, so Bibi Dong would half push and half push him to let Qianxunji succeed. She had never asked for it. But Lu Erlong's behavior, and then Bibi Dong was immediately blinded. This is too obscene, how can it be like that? Bibi Dong now felt that Qianxunji might have really been seduced in Lu Erlong's matter. Lu Erlong is really good at playing. Even though his teacher is a love beast, he doesn't know if he can withstand it. There was no way, due to family background, Lu Erlong's mother was a prostitute. Although she didn't want Lu Erlong to follow in her footsteps, Lu Erlong still learned a lot of secret things out of curiosity, and also knew about men. Thought. So, in some aspects, she can be Bibi Dong's teacher. Confucius didn't know if he would be angry to death. Bibi Dong is starting to worry now. If Qianxunji's taste is spoiled by Lu Erlong, what will she do in the future? So, Bibi Dong is getting more and more angry with Lu Erlong. Women, why can't you love yourself a little bit? Why does this woman have to go against herself? Get out of here! Looking at Lu Erlong on the other side, Bibi Dong felt angry and yelled at her. At this time, Qianxunji wisely chose to continue pretending to be asleep and let them solve the problem on their own without involving him. At this time, he felt a little panicked. It was comfortable, but looking at their postures, they almost started fighting. I'd better ask in the future, lest I get hit with a hatchet one day. Let's stabilize the wave first, and the boat outside will fish first. Oh, why are you urging me? I'm leaving. When Bibi Dong said this, Lu Erlong also got up. At this time, she was not like Bibi Dong, who had a look of resentment on her face. She is radiant and energetic now. Lu Erlong was very sensible and did not argue with Bibi Dong. This made Bibi Dong feel like her fist was hitting the cotton, which was very powerless. Stop pretending, get up quickly, believe it or not, I will kick you down. Looking at Qianxunji who was pretending to sleep, Bibi Dong felt that she was really wronged. Why doesn't my man help me? Thank you Shuabi book friends, handsome boy 588 book coins, Meng Tian. 200 book coins, LGGKHDFVJTGJTF 100 book coins for the reward. Asking for recommendation votes. 68 Chapter 68 The Witty Bibi Dong. Yesterday, I hit someone with my car and ran over the faces of 40 people. Now my driver's license has been revoked and the car was turned over, leaving only wheel marks. Ahem, cough, cough. Qianxunji got up helplessly. It's so exhausting, and now I really have nothing left. No matter how much Bibi Dong loses his temper, Qianxunji must be coaxed. Well, women with little emotions are the cutest. Around noon, Qianxunji regained his strength and then started to do business. With a huge team, Qianxunji quickly went to the Holy Soul Village. Qianxunji didn't know where the Holy Soul Village was, but after arriving at Nodding City in the Bala Kingdom, the location of the Holy Soul Village would be known. The entire army was mobilized for this trip, and Qian Rongxiu and Xiaowu went together. Because it felt a little unsafe to take four-titled Douluo to Qianxunji. It was not because I was afraid that Tang Hao would fight back, but because I was worried that Tang Hao would run away. And with the extra ice and fire eyes, I'm worried about what might go wrong. So, if we go together, we can just take care of Tang Hao and relax at the same time, so we can travel at that time. After walking normally for almost 20 days, Qianxunji arrived at Nodding City in the Kingdom of Bala. Under the leadership of a deacon from the local Wuhan temple, Qianxunji found the Holy Soul Village. Of course, this deacon is not our spiritual detector Brother Tao, he is just an ordinary deacon. Little girl, has a blacksmith come to your place recently? Holy Soul Village is not big, only about 100 households. Qianxunji didn't want to search aimlessly. When I arrived at the entrance of the village, I found a little girl busy with farm work. He squatted in front of her and asked her kindly. The little girl saw that Qianxunji didn't look like an ordinary person, but the smile on her face was indeed so bright, so no nodded and replied, yes, there is a blacksmith with a child. They live there. At the west entrance of the village. A bad uncle did come in front of Holy Soul Village not long ago. The people in Holy Soul Village were very afraid of him. After all, he was an outsider and they did not dare to contact him easily without understanding him. After Qianxunji heard this, he was overjoyed and continued, can you take us to find him? Don't worry, we are good people. You should know about Wuhan Palace, right? We are from Wuhan Palace. Qianxunji continued to deceive this little girl. I don't know why, but Qianxunji didn't feel guilty or anything after being deceived. Maybe it's because he didn't do anything bad. The little girl still knows about Wuhan Palace. Yes, he led the way obediently. Arriving at the house where Tang Hao lived, Qianxunji asked Qingwu to take the little girl who just led the way, as well as Xiaowu and others, into the village. Qianxunji himself stepped forward alone and pushed open the door. There is indeed Tang Hao who is taking care of his baby inside. Isn't this our Haoshan sect's second young master Tang? How come second young master Tang was so high-spirited at the beginning, why is he so embarrassed now? Qianxunji was also quite surprised after seeing Tang Hao. When Tang Hao ran away from Qianxunji before, he was in high spirits. Although Tang Hao is not a handsome guy, he is very strong. But now, it's such a waste. Chihiroji. After seeing Qianxunji, Tang Hao's face suddenly became angry. It was this hateful man in front of him who caused their family to be separated. Qianxunji was also quite emotional. The dispute between the original owner and Tang Hao came from the 100,000-year-old soul beast. There is no right or wrong. A soul beast is still 100,000-year soul beast. How many people can endure that temptation? Interest disputes are unsolvable. Tang Hao, what, do you regret it now? Qianxunji is a kind-hearted person. To be honest, if he doesn't finish the matter, he has no way out and he wouldn't be able to do this. Tang Hao silently tied Tang San to his chest with a sheet, took out the clear sky hammer, and said angrily, "Regret? Now I only regret that I didn't use my last breath to kill you." Mountain-breaking hammer. With a roar, Tang Hao swung the hammer without saying a word. In an instant, the cabin they were in was shattered into pieces. Qianxunji took a few steps back and easily dodged Tang Hao's probing blow. After seeing what was happening, the six-titled Douluo of Wuhan Palace plus Douluo immediately came out and surrounded Tang Hao. Since he was planning to bet on Wuhan Palace, Douluo naturally had to do something to show his sincerity. 8-titled Douluo, Martial Soul Hall. After seeing the 8-titled Douluo, Tang Hao knew that it would be difficult for him to escape today. Now he finally realized the difference between his Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace. At this time, the Haoshan sect, his father, plus his brother, him and the Great Elder, could only have 4-titled Douluo at most. As for the missing grandfather Tang Chen, I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Therefore, it can be said that he has no choice but to leave Haoshan sect. The gap between Haoshan sect and Wuhan Palace is too big. Tang Hao, just surrender. I can spare your life. Qianxunji stood in position C and spoke condescendingly. But Tang Hao smiled disdainfully, "You want me to be captured without any help? What a dream! He will never give in to others in his life. That is to say, I don't know what will happen to my child. He is the result of me and Ayin." Tang Hao really didn't want anything to happen to Tang San. There is no possibility of defeating someone without a fight, and Qianxunji is not talking nonsense. Made a gesture. Immediately, the 7-titled Douluo displayed all 9 rings and came out with all their strength. Faced with this century-old genius of the Haoshan sect who has shocked the continent, even the 97th level Sanzongzong present did not dare to look down upon him in the slightest. There is no holding back. If you can kill instantly, just kill instantly. As for why Qianxunji didn't come, this. Qianxunji and Tang Hao have the greatest hatred. It goes without saying that Tang Hao is really the one who wants to support him when he is about to die. It must be Qianxunji. After thinking about it, Qianxunji still felt that he should be steady first. He is now the boss behind the scenes, so naturally he does not need to do everything himself. What did the little brother use it for? Aren't you just fighting for yourself? Haoshan's incarnation, the sky-breaking hammer. Faced with the attacks of 7-titled Douluo, and several of them had soul powers greater than his own, Tang Hao could only fight with his last resort. See if you can break out of the siege. It didn't matter if he died, he wanted Tang San to live well, even if he could only be mediocre and an ordinary person. Tang Hao had no idea of letting Tang San become a soul master at first. Because becoming a soul master definitely requires a martial spirit, and Tang San's martial spirit is most likely the clear sky hammer. Once he becomes a soul master through training, this will be a bad thing for Tang San. Now, Tang Hao can only use the soul exploding ring. Haoshan sect's identity will be exposed immediately. Haha, how many times do you think you can explode? Tang Hao's use of the explosive soul ring was unexpected by Qianxunji. Exploding soul rings is still in its preliminary stage and can only be done one by one. When Qianxunji was hammered by Tang Hao blasted him 3 times in a row, and Haoshan beat Qianxunji to pieces 3 times in a row. But there are so many people here now, let alone blowing up 3 of them, even if they blow up the red soul ring that Ayan sacrificed, they can't even think of running away. After one blow, Tang Hao focused on breaking through. It's a pity that the 7 titled Douluo surrounded him. Even if he defeated one, the titled Douluo next to him would directly take over. Tang Hao didn't have the slightest chance to run away. Qianxunji was right. After knowing that he didn't have much chance, Tang Hao really wanted to die with Qianxunji. Thieves! Traitors! Evil thieves! Follow us to hell! After 8 explosions, I still couldn't get out. Tang Hao felt cruel and directly blew up his most beloved 9th ring. This time he did not break out, but rushed towards Qianxunji, who was watching the show at all costs. He wants Qianxunji let's go with their family of 3. I hope that this most powerful blow, filled with the love of my wife, can kill the thief Qianxunji. Thanks to Shuabi Book Friend, 854049 for the 588 book coins reward. New Day asks for recommendation votes. 69 Chapter 69 I was really wronged. When the 7 titled Douluo saw Tang Hao rushing towards Qianxunji regardless of his own safety, they were shocked by his expression of disregarding death. I want to step forward to stop him. Ordinary obstruction is completely useless, unless someone is willing to risk his life to use the front as a meat pad. But, no one among the 7 titled Douluo is willing to sacrifice his life to resist Qianxunji. I don't believe it anymore. Angel Holy Sword. Qianxunji just didn't believe that he couldn't handle this move. So what if the 100,000-year soul ring explodes? Can you beat me? In less than 2 years, the queen will be a good man again. Anyway, even if you are lying on the bed, someone will be waiting for you. As long as I can kill you, I will be happy lying in bed for 3 years, and sitting in a wheelchair with a smile for 5 years. Extreme freezing point. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was behind Qianxunji, punched the papal scepter in her hand. In an instant, countless ice crystals froze from the bottom where Bibi Dong was, and everything within 100 meters was covered in ice and snow. Especially Tang Hao, who was the first to bear the brunt. He was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. Qianxunji can be sure that Bibi Dong did not have this soul skill before. Because Qianxunji knows Bibi Dong too well. Does Chihiroji still know her depth? Could it be said that this is the first soul skill to comprehend the soul-eating Spider King after absorbing the Water Dragon King? Looking at this power, what kind of soul skills are there? They are simply divine skills. Damn it! Donger, you are great! Qianxunji came to Bibi Dong's side, hugged her waist, and spoke with admiration. Although I have good taste, I still have to rely on my wife at critical moments. Roll. Bibi Dong felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many people. Under normal circumstances, it would be nothing, but Bibi Dong was also very shy when so many people watched her show of affection. Go to hell! Tang Hao was frozen. Dragon subduing Douluo directly took the coiling dragon staff in his hand, preparing to beat him into pieces. Qianxunji quickly stopped him sternly, Zhonglong, don't kill him yet. Tang Hao must not be allowed to die like this now. Tang Hao still has the last bit of value that he has yet to squeeze out. When Qianxunji opened his mouth, dragon subduing Douluo naturally stopped and looked at him in confusion. Not only dragon subduing Douluo, but other Douluo also looked at Qianxunji in confusion. Isn't such a big battle just to kill Tang Hao? Qianxunji didn't care about anything else, but said to Bibi Dong, Donger, tie him up first. Qianxunji knew that Ayan left a seed behind after he made the sacrifice. After planting, it can be resurrected in the future. So, Tang Hao still has to stay when he doesn't get these things. Bibi Dong nodded and used the Death Spider Emperor's 4th soul skill, Dragnet. Tang Hao was entangled in it. Cobweb, restraint, binding. After sealing off Tang Hao, Qianxunji quickly walked over and melted the ice. After the ice melted, the dragnet directly tied Tang Hao into a rice dumpling. Qianxunji took Tang San out first and probed his little nose. "Little guy, life is tough." Yes, it was frozen, maybe because of the protection of Tang Hao's soul power, or maybe because of the halo, but this little kid is still alive. "Tang Hao, what do you say now?" Qianxunji's face was filled with a proud smile, and he looked down at Tang Hao with a victor's attitude. After all, he won. Now Tang Hao's 9th soul ring has not exploded, but it is still injured. Not only had his soul power been exhausted, his body had also been severely traumatized, and he had no fighting power at all. Tang Hao's face was full of despair. At this time, he could only pray. "Let Xiao San go. He is still a child and innocent. How about letting him be an ordinary person from now on? He will not threaten your spirit hall." In response to this, Qianxunji smiled and said, "Whether Tang San can survive or not depends on you." Qianxunji brought Tang Hao to the house of the village chief of Holy Soul Village. He called everyone else out, and there were just him, Tang Hao, and Tang San, who was a little over 1 to 2 years old. "Tang Hao, tell me where the seeds left after Yin's sacrifice are, as well as the right leg bone she left behind." For Qianxunji, Tang Hao's only value was this. The skill of Yin's right leg bone wildfire never burns out, the spring breeze blows it again is of great use to Qianxunji. If Qianxunji wanted to take out the soul bones of the angel's left and right legs that he had already refined, he would definitely be traumatized. It's just right that I can use Yin's soul bone to replace it and increase my recovery. This soul bone was simply tailor-made for Qianxunji. Qianxunji checked Tang Hao's space soul guide, and found that there was no soul bone or the life seed left by Yin. "You?" Tang Hao was shocked. Qianxunji was not too surprised when he found out about the right leg bone left behind after Yin sacrificed it. But how could Qianxunji know about the life seeds left by Yin? When Qianxunji saw Tang Hao hesitating, he immediately threatened, "You'd better tell the truth. After getting those 2 things, I can guarantee that Tang San can thrive, you can also marry and have children in the future, and live a happy and wealthy life, but if you don't agree, then, not only will you die, but this child who is less than 2 years old will die, and your Haoshan sect will also be destroyed. If you think about it carefully, if so many people were implicated because of you alone, would your conscience be okay with it?" Qianxunji's words made Tang Hao feel extremely painful. Yin's seeds and right leg bone are all in the small valley outside the Holy Soul Village. In desperation, Tang Hao told everything. Qianxunji nodded with satisfaction. "What about you, Tang Hao, do you choose to die or to be my tool from now on? There are still ways to control people in Douluo continent. Even if it doesn't exist on Douluo continent, it does exist on Duqi continent. The treasures in the hands of Yaokan are all kinds of strange things, including pills to control people and secret methods to control people." Tang Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "If what you said is true, I choose to die." Tang Hao naturally has his own arrogance. If it weren't for Tang San, he might have avenged Yin after she sacrificed her, and then let her go. Now, if Tang San can live well in the future, it won't matter if he dies. Because he only loves Yin in his life. Although Yin said that he left the seeds of life, in Tang Hao's opinion, it would take 100,000 years for Yin to come back. How long can Tang Hao live? Hundreds of years? Therefore, Yin's life seed can only give Tang Hao a thought. Having dragged down the Haoshan sect, Tang Hao no longer had the face to see his brother and others. "Forget it if you die. Oh, this is fate. Don't worry, I will do what I say." Qianxunji felt that Tang Hao was also quite tragic, but there was nothing he could do about it. Since he has said so, let's fulfill him. As for Tang San, how dare a little brat escape from his grasp now? Qianxunji is not killing Tang Hao now. He wants to take Tang Hao to the ice and fire eyes before executing him. He handed Tang San to Qingwu and let her hold him while he went to the small valley outside the Holy Soul village alone. Tang Hao opened up a secret and simple cave in that valley. Yin's right leg bone was placed in a box inside. As for the seeds left by Yin, they were placed on a flower pot filled with soil. Just on the surface of the soil, perhaps due to various reasons, the seed is still unable to germinate and grow. After Qianxunji took these two things away, he chose to ignore the other miscellaneous things. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, I recall 588 book coins. In fact, I am a time traveler with 400 starting coins, fried fermented bean curd with 100 starting coins, and Qianxunji with 200 starting coins as a reward. You definitely can't imagine how Tang San solved it. Where are the recommendation votes? 70. Chapter 70 Beating Ning Fengzi. Okay, I underestimated you, I unexpectedly guessed it. Your Majesty, do you want the people in this village? After preparing the carriage and the like, Dragon subduing Douluo came to Qianxunji and spoke in a low voice. People in this village know about their Wuhan palace arresting Tang Hao. Qianxunji glanced at him indifferently and said, Our spirit hall is the holy land of spirit masters, how could we do such a thing? Don't mention such words again in the future. Qianxunji never imagined that these people were so cruel and ruthless, because arresting one person would destroy an entire village? It's really scary. Yes. Dragon subduing Douluo nodded. He didn't understand why Qianxunji was so indecisive, but he still nodded. Anyway, what he has been said, and it will not be his turn to worry about any problems in the future. By the way, if that little girl is found to be able to cultivate soul power, bring her to your branch hall to practice. If not, give her to a viscount of the kingdom or something, I said. Before getting on the carriage, Qianxunji remembered something and said it to the deacon of Wuhan Hall who was leading the way. If you do something for a big man like him, even if it is a trivial thing, you will be rewarded heavily. The deacon of Wuhan Palace nodded and kept this matter in mind. Qianxunji took Tang San with him and sat alone on a carriage. He had just used the illusion technique he had mastered to try to peek into Tang San's heart. After all, there are many things in Tang San's hands that are of some use to Qianxunji, and can improve Qianxunji's strength. But what I got was a blank. Could it be said that the Tang San who traveled through time is still sleeping? Qianxunji couldn't help but have such an idea in his mind. Tang San had indeed been possessed by Tang Hao's eldest son since birth. However, because the soul power was consumed too much, he was in a deep sleep for a while and was not aware of external things. Later, I don't know how old he was, maybe 2 or 3 years old before he fully awakened and started to practice. Maybe we can let Bibi Dong come and find out the guy inside, no matter whether he is sleeping or not. But in that case, Bibi Dong would have peeked into Tang San's memory. Know what travel is? If Bibi Dong thought more about it and combined with her recent changes, it would be a tragedy if he was caught out. Therefore, Qianxunji cannot hand Tang San over to Bibi Dong. This guy. Qianxunji. There was some hesitation in Tang San. Tang Hao treated him so indifferently when Tang San was young, but he still treated Tang Hao as his biological father. Perhaps, we can keep him for now and see what happens in the future. At what age can he do anything? Qianxunji was thinking about these things in the carriage. In the carriage behind, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong lived together. At the beginning, the two of them treated each other indifferently and did not speak. Lu Erlong didn't feel anything, thinking that Qianxunji must have a kind heart and thinking about how to solve this matter at the lowest cost. Otherwise, how could you keep Tang San, the son of his enemy, to protect himself? She couldn't help but think to herself that Qianxunji was really a good person. She really made people like him more and more. Oh no, he admired him more and more. Bibi Dong has a lot to think about. She doesn't think that Guy Qianxunji can change his temper. When I was with her before, I always wanted to tease her. But now she is actually being ignored for a little brat? She wasn't used to it. Bah, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is what is the reason for this? At this time, Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something from before. It was when she first went to Xiling King City to inspect the post that she was deceived by Qianxunji. Then asked Qianxunji why he established that kind of joint cultivator, and whether it was for her second martial spirit. Especially when she mentioned A Yin, the change of expression on Qianxunji's face made her kick Qianxunji out of bed, so Bibi Dong still remembered it fresh. In addition, Qianxunji seems to feel that something is not right about that brat Tang San, and is too concerned about him. Won't. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Qianxunji was extremely fond of A Yin before. You must know that although 100,000-year soul beasts are cherished, it is not a good thing to have enemies with the first three sects because of this, especially at that time, the relationship between Wuhan Palace and Haoshan sect was still very good. Hey, come here. The more Bibi Dong thought about it, the more possible it became. She waved to Lu Erlong who was sitting next to her. Bibi Dong is also a little proud now. She feels that she is really smart and has figured out everything. Lu Erlong said impatiently, "What are you doing?" Now the relationship between her and Bibi Dong is at least in the Cold War stage. Lu Erlong was unhappy, and Bibi Dong was not happy, but this matter was of great importance. No matter how much Lu Erlong had fought with her, he was more trustworthy than other titled Douluo. What's more, this matter may be related to Lu Erlong, so Bibi Dong endured it for a while and said, "I have something very important to tell you, and it has a lot to do with you. Do you want to listen? Don't listen. Pull it." Seeing the serious look on Bibi Dong's face, Lu Erlong also calmed down. He moved towards Bibi Dong and stretched out his ears. Bibi Dong whispered her suspicions to Lu Erlong. After Lu Erlong heard this, he looked surprised and said in disbelief, "No. It can't be." Bibi Dong's guess was too unbelievable for her. "Why do you care so much if it's not that guy?" "Humph. Why don't you just wait until you get back and find a chance to test it?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly in her heart, complaining about Qianxunji. Why is this heartless guy so unwilling to make people worry? How many things are hidden from her outside? Qianxunji naturally didn't know what the two people at home were thinking. He couldn't decide what to do for a while, but he soon lost interest in Tang San. So, I quickly slipped into Bibi Dong's carriage. Returning safely to the Eyes of Ice and Fire, Qianxunji did two things. The first thing is to kill a person and get 6 rare soul bones, which are standard. The second thing is to plant a seed. Qianxunji planted the life seeds left by A Yin in the Ice and Fire Eyes. With the power of the Ice and Fire Eyes, she should be able to grow faster. Of course, Qianxunji is also preparing to collect some medicinal herbs and refine a few pills for her that can promote growth. After finishing these things, Qianxunji breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect success! The next thing he had to do was to remove the angel soul bones from his legs, and then use the love soul bones that Tang Hao's wife left for him. A Yin's right leg and the left leg obtained from Tang Hao were perfect. Before taking the soul bone, Qianxunji still needs to prepare some anesthetic. But at this time, baby Qian Rongxiu told him that Bibi Dong wanted to see him for something, so he went there. When seeing Bibi Dong, Qianxunji unexpectedly discovered that Lu Erlong was also there. And judging from the expressions on their faces, it seemed that something had caused them to stand on the same front this time. This makes it really difficult for Qianxunji to understand. A woman, that's it? Does this make them good friends? Perhaps other people who have a harem think that the more stable the harem, the better. But Qianxunji felt that it was better not to be too harmonious. He thought it was not bad to bicker and bicker from time to time. It would be more lively. Ahem, cough, cough, donger, longer, why, are you looking for your husband? Qianxunji first looked at Bibi Dong, then at Lu Erlong who was holding Tang San, and smiled. Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, their faces were also full of smiles, but they didn't speak. Bibi Dong, with her free left hand, pointed to the bowl of water on the table. Thanks to book friends Shui Bai, Mo Zuyu gave 100 book coins, Gong Xiu, Luo Chen Emperor, gave 200 book coins, and Qianxunji gave 2,500 starting coins. Advance the recommendation tickets for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. 71 Chapter 71 The Ambitious Bibi Dong. Donger, I'm not thirsty now. Qianxunji still couldn't understand what Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong meant at first. What kind of water did you prepare for yourself? But he is indeed not thirsty now, but if the two of them need to drink, it will be okay. Bibi Dong said nothing, stretched out her left hand, and then made a scratching motion on her left index finger with her right hand holding the scepter. Qianxunji understood immediately and couldn't help but laugh. Donger, you don't doubt that this kid and I have that kind of relationship, do you? Qianxunji never expected that Bibi Dong would think like this. This woman is too good at thinking. Is her mind so active? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you don't do it, Erlong and I will not let you go and pass on your own craftsmanship. Bibi Dong wanted to know the answer now, so she said she didn't plan to talk nonsense with Qianxunji. Having said that, what else can Qianxunji do? Otherwise, will I sleep alone in the future? Forget it, it is more comfortable to exercise with many people. Although it is tiring, it is really happy. So, Qianxunji bit his index finger honestly and dripped blood on it. There is no DNA test in Douluo continent. Therefore, this method is generally used to verify parent-child relationship. Of course, there are other ways, but they are only limited to soul masters. For example, a man has a beast spirit and a woman has a plant spirit, but the union of the two gives birth to a guy with a weapon spirit. It can be said that it is the kind that cannot be touched by anything and cannot be mutated no matter how much it mutates. Then, there is a story in it. Tang San is still unable to awaken his martial spirit, so he can only use this old-fashioned method. Tang San was also dripped with blood, and as soon as his hand was injured, he started to scream. But now Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong have no intention to care about him, and they will not care even if their throats are broken. The two of them were now focused on the bowl of water. Qianxunji didn't care about this at all. He didn't even look at it. He was very confident in his heart. He has absolutely nothing to do with Tang San, okay? If the blood is fused, he will eat. Who knows? Before he could finish FLG in his mind, Bibi Dong's sneer came. Go ahead. What else do you have to say now? Bibi Dong's words made Qianxunji couldn't help but take a look, but the next moment, his eyes almost shot out. How is this possible? Damn, is this such a bitch? Such bad luck? Ahem, Donger, this method is unscientific. Let me tell you, even people who are not parent-child relationships may have mixed blood, for example. Qianxunji quickly came up with theories from his past life in an attempt to prove his innocence. But when it came time to give examples, he couldn't come up with examples. He can't remember. Woohoo, it's really hard to be uneducated. Like what? Bibi Dong looked at Qianxunji and spoke seriously. For example, we can wait a few years until he awakens his martial spirit when he is 6 years old. Then everything will be revealed. He will definitely awaken the clear sky hammer. If he awakens the seraphim, Chihiroji. Stand on my head. Shampoo. Qianxunji spoke confidently. Tang San, you have the ability to awaken the seraphim. Martial spirit can decide everything. As long as the female's martial spirit is not a god-level martial spirit, the doll given to Chihiro Jishin will be a seraph martial spirit. Who knew, but Bibi Dong shook her head and said, if he awakens the clear sky hammer, it may not necessarily prove that he is Tang Hao's, right? Bibi Dong's words made Qianxunji puzzled. Even if he awakened the clear sky hammer, he couldn't prove it. If it's not Tang Hao's, could it be that it's still Tang Xiao's? My soul-eating spider has the first divine ring, which comes with 5 magical skills: extreme freezing point, ice storm, all rivers returning to the sea, water spout, and a magical skill, the true dragon's eye, which can see into all things. There is also a martial spirit in the body, Haoshan hammer. Bibi Dong released the soul-eating demonic spider, and the divine ring inside shone brightly. 100,000-year soul ring can usually come with 2 soul skills. A million-year soul ring comes with 4 soul skills. The divine ring is 5 magical skills. Qianxunji. Lu Erlong covered his sexy red lips with his hands. Now she doesn't even worry about Bibi Dong possessing 5 magical skills. How could she never imagine that Qianxunji possesses the seraphim and the clear sky hammer? Qianxunji couldn't wash herself off even if she jumped into the yellow river. The yellow mud fell into her crotch, and it was either corpse rice or... Don't worry. I'm not a poisonous woman, and I won't kill him. I just hope you won't do this kind of stealing in the future. Bring back everything else outside. After getting the verification, although Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable, she could only accept it. It's impossible for her to kill Qianxunji's cub. When she said this, her fists were clenched tightly. If there is no true love, who would be willing to be so wronged? Donger, you are confused, think about it, Tang-san is less than 2 years old now, so let's go back in time to 2.5 years ago. At that time, I had no contact with them at all, right? Also, Qianxunji, swear that I only have Shuer as a daughter and a descendant. If there is anyone else, I will be thundered, and drowned. Qianxunji found the alibi proof for himself and made a poisonous oath at the same time. Since the weather today is not very good, with dark clouds, let's forget about being struck by lightning to avoid misunderstandings. Qianxunji, have really been wronged. Qianxunji's words made Bibi Dong start to think. It seems true that 2.5 years ago, Qianxunji stayed in Wuhan Hall and never went out. But that's just a seeming. Whether he is real or not, if you don't kill him, you can make him real and change his name. In addition, Tang Hao is dead and the Haoshan sect doesn't know about his existence. With this, the 2 factors are, even if you don't believe this child when he grows up, you still have to believe it, and you may be able to use this child to take charge of the Haoshan sect. The current situation was really uncertain, and Bibi Dong stopped worrying about it and paid attention to Qianxunji. He is still a little unsure now. Damn, this is obviously not my seed. Why should he take over? Unless... Nowadays, the only one who can prove Qianxunji's innocence is Ayin, but Ayin will not wake up in 10 years. Moreover, it would be troublesome for her to wake up. After thinking about it, Qianxunji decided to put this matter aside for the time being. She definitely won't abuse her master or anything, and the master of the harem will always be Bibi Dong. She uses it as a cover, so don't doubt it. From now on, Bibi Dong will definitely be the most powerful heroine, and she will enjoy the best things. God, the bits and bits are also the best. Someone mentioned the Fire Dragon King suit before, but I don't understand. Bibi Dong is obviously suitable for Rakshasa, Shura, and times, some kind of, with darker attributes. The fire attribute has nothing to do with Bibi Dong. By the way, Qianxunji and Bibi Dong are compatible with the fire attribute. There's also the issue of the protagonist's strength. He's level 95 at the beginning, and you can level up 2 levels at a time. Does that mean he becomes a god after 100 chapters? As for the system, it was not planned to have one at the beginning, but it would be difficult to make Chihiroji powerful enough to fight in the God realm without a system, and there would be too many things to compile, so I added one. This system does not have a strong sense of existence and will only provide a little bit of help to Qianxunji. Thanks to book friends Shui Bai, Eternal Heavenly Emperor 588 book coins, Life is Like This 1888 plus 1888 book coins, Gongziu 200 book coins for the reward. Asking for recommendation votes. As for the update, I don't seem to have 3 chapters of 7,000 words. Other authors have either 2 chapters of 4,000 words or 1 chapter in the new book issue, so. 72. Chapter 72 The Essence of Inheritance. Before Qianxunji operated on his legs, he suddenly thought of something. After Tang Hao and Tang San were solved, the Haoshan sect had nothing to worry about. Nowadays, even the 7 major sects combined are no match for Wuhan Palace. But Qianxunji is not a murderous person. Once upon a time, he had no way to make the Shangzanzong surrender. But now, apart from anything else, Qianxunji is already 70% sure of submitting to the Kaibao glazed sect in front of him. As for the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, it's also very simple. When Lu Erlong reaches the level of titled Douluo, won't the old dragon of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect abdicate directly? Therefore, Blue Lightning Overlord Zone Qianxunji didn't even consider it. As for the Haoshan sect, Qianxunji also has a plan to let his own people control the Haoshan sect from within the Haoshan sect. So, before replacing his soul bone, Qianxunji gathered all 7 titled Douluo and went to the Kaibao glazed sect in Tiandu Empire City to solve the last of the 3 sects. The 8 titled Douluo were flying over Tiandu Imperial City, and the people of Tiandu below were trembling. If the 8 titled Douluo took action, Tiandu Imperial City might be destroyed in a snap. When Qianxunji brought his younger thugs to the Kaibao glazed sect, Ning Fengzi was also panicked. Although their 7 treasure glazed sect has a 97th level sword Douluo and a 94th level bone Douluo. In addition, he already has the strength of the 7-ring soul saint. With his assistance, no more than 4 titled Douluo can threaten the 7 treasures glazed sect. But this time 8 of them came, and there were also level 97 and level 96. It was impossible for Ning Fengzi not to panic. I wonder why Angel Douluo came here this time. Fortunately, Qianxunji didn't take action when he came. Out of etiquette, Ning Fengzi still received Qianxunji and others politely. After sitting face to face with Qianxunji as equals, Ning Fengzi faced Qianxunji and Qi Dao. Ning Fengzi never expected that the old guy Dugubo would also join Qianxunji's camp. Qianxunji said calmly, "Sect Master Ning, don't be too nervous. I'm not here to be an enemy of the 7 treasures glazed sect. On the contrary, I'm here to resolve some minor grievances between our spirit hall and your 7 treasures glazed sect. It's really boring to fight and kill. Wouldn't it be boring if all the other forces were wiped out and only the spirit hall was left in the entire continent?" Qianxunji's words made Ning Fengzi feel a little embarrassed. Although he looks as calm as an old dog on the outside, he is really panicking in his heart. But Qianxunji's words caught Ning Fengzi's attention. He concentrated his energy. What does Angel Douluo mean by this? To settle the grudges with their Kaibao glazed sect? How to solve it? Now the 7 major sects and the lower 4 sects have already sided with my spirit hall. The Haoshan sect has also chosen to compromise. I have already dealt with the Tang Hao from before. As for the old dragon from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, I don't take it too seriously. I already have a candidate to replace him in my heart. I have secretly cultivated a member of the Blue Lightning Overlord family. He should be able to reach the title Douluo in less than 10 years. Now only Sect Master Ning and you 7 treasures glazed are left. Zong, I don't know how to deal with it. Qianxunji told Ning Fengzi about the current situation, and some of it meant to beat Ning Fengzi. After Ning Fengzi heard this, his heart was indeed filled with turmoil. Tang Hao's previous incident of seriously injuring the Pope and killing a Douluo shocked the entire continent. Unexpectedly, it was eventually solved by the person in front of me. There is also the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, which was unexpectedly infiltrated by the Spirit Hall. Who is Qianxunji secretly supporting? Jade Luo Mian? Still, Ning Fengzi naturally did not expect that Qianxunji was supporting his woman. What Angel Douluo means is... Ning Fengzi spoke hesitantly. Qianxunji's coming this time felt like he was making the Seven Treasures Glazed sect surrender. Ning Fengzi didn't know how to answer. If Qianxunji just sent someone to convey his intention, he could say he would not give in. But now Qianxunji came with so many people, Ning Fengzi really didn't dare to say no. Qianxunji naturally saw the changes in the expression on Ning Fengzi's face. Knowing that Ning Fengzi was very confused now, he took this opportunity and said, "We at Wuhan Palace are not taking advantage of the situation to pressure others. I am here this time, I just want to become good friends with the Kaibao Glazed sect. If you don't believe me, just ask Poison Douluo. Now Poison Douluo is a good friend of our Wuhan Hall. Poison Douluo's granddaughter is also my disciple. She started learning with me. No. If something unexpected happens, there will be no problem with title Douluo from now on." Qianxunji looked at Douluo, and Douluo also took this opportunity to speak. "Yes, Sect Master Ning, my granddaughter is studying with Angel Douluo, and I have been watching for a while. Angel Douluo's teaching method is really it opened my eyes." Seeing Qianxunji being so polite to the Kaibao Glazed sect, Douluo had a guess in his mind. Wuhan Palace should have adopted a tolerant policy towards the forces in Douluo continent. No matter what the purpose is, at least it is good news now. Ning Fengzi is also a smart person. He thinks he understands what Qianxunji means. That is because if the Kaibao Glazed sect wants to develop stably, it needs to hand over hostages. Douluo's granddaughter may be the hostage. In his opinion, it should be like this. However, he was reluctant to part with it. Because he only has a daughter, and she has just turned 1 year old, so he said, "Your Majesty Angel Douluo, I have a daughter, but she has just turned 1 year old, and because of our Seven Treasures Glazed sect's martial spirit, we can only reach level 79, so my daughter will be the same no matter where she practices. If nothing else, Ning, I am still confident in teaching my daughter to level 79. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda is called the #1 auxiliary spirit in Douluo continent, it still has its own flaws. That is, only 7 soul rings can be inlaid on the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and the Soul Master who owns the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda can only reach the peak of Soul Saint. What if I had a way to turn the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda into the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and turn your 7 Treasures Glazed sect into the 9 Treasures Glazed sect?" Qianxunji remembered that Qiluo Tulip could help the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda turn into the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. But he only has 1 plant in his hand, so he can only help 1 person. "My Majesty Angel Douluo, are you joking? Although the ancient books of our 7 Treasures Glazed sect do indeed record the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, that's just a record." Ning Fengzi was stunned for a while because of Qianxunji, but then he laughed. He still didn't quite believe what Qianxunji said. "Whether you believe it or not, Sect Master Ning, I do have an immortal medicinal herb in my hand that can do it. Sect Master Ning can also check the classics when he has time in the future. From now on, I will live in the Sunset Forest outside Tiandu Imperial City. Sect Master Ning, you can come to me if you change your mind." Qianxunji has no intention of taking out Qiluo Tulip now. P.S. Tang San will handle it perfectly later, I won't say how to solve it. Thanks to book friends Shuabi, Jinli Ningmo is worth 100 book coins, Wan Lai is listening to the flute for 100 book coins, and Huan Xiang is worth 100 book coins. In fact, I am a time traveler and I am rewarded with 300 starting coins. 73 Chapter 73 Two Drama Queens. After going to the Kaibao glazed sect and beating Ning Fengzi, Qianxunji returned to the ice and fire eyes of the sunset forest. From now on, the Kaibao glazed sect should not dare to go against Wuhan Palace. In the past, it was because the three upper sects united together that the Kaibao glazed sect had the confidence. But now, Ning Fengzi doesn't have the courage. As for Qianxunji, he should spend most of his time in the ice and fire eye. After Qianxunji came back, he injected anesthesia into his legs and then removed the two soul bones. Although I didn't feel much due to the anesthesia, it still seemed to hurt. Oh, comfortable. After refining the second soul bone, which is Ayin's right leg bone, the soul skill trigger. Even though the anesthetic had not worn off yet, Qianxunji couldn't help but scream. It's not a scream, it's a comfortable scream. This skill of the wildfire never burns out, but the spring breeze blows and revives is really refreshing, chilling, and soaring. Tang Hao's Ayin is really comfortable to use. What Qianxunji's left leg absorbed was the soul bone taken from Tang Hao's body. It was a high-grade soul bone that was almost 70,000 years old. This is much better than Zuifeng's left leg, so the original choice of Zuifeng's left leg was ruthlessly abandoned by Qianxunji and pressed in the corner of the warehouse. When Zhuzuking comes later, he can use it to soak. Oh no, use it comes to cultivate Zhuzuking. In addition to equipping soul bones on his legs, Qianxunji also absorbed soul bones on his arms. Because next Qianxunji will naturally start to deal with the second martial spirit, prepare soul rings for the second martial spirit, and increase combat effectiveness. Increasing the strength of both arms can make the clear sky hammer more powerful. Qianxunji couldn't use it before, but now he has to equip the arm soul bone. As for where the arm soul bones came from, it goes without saying. They were all taken from Tang Hao. Originally, there were no soul bones in Qianxunji's arms because they were repelled by the soul bones in the angel suit. Now that the angel suit has been removed, Qianxunji can freely refine ordinary soul bones. After having two arm bones, Qianxunji's arms are naturally more powerful. Of course, Qianxunji felt that the muscles in his arms seemed to be a little more and a little stronger. As for the wisdom soul bone and trunk bone in the head, Qianxunji has not done anything yet. Although he has a pretty good wisdom soul bone in his hand, it was taken out by the current Qianxunji after he went out to hunt and stored it in the warehouse. There are also trunk bones, which were obtained from Tang Hao. But now Qianxunji still doesn't plan to refine it, and it's almost enough with 4 soul bones. The strength has improved a lot compared to before. Maybe it won't be long before the soul power can be upgraded to level 96. After taking off the angel's legs, Qianxunji packed the 2 soul bones and sent them to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is taking care of the child now, so naturally he has to keep it for her. After receiving the soul bones of the angel's legs, Bibi Dong used her true dragon eyes to look at Qianxunji. Of course, replacing the old one requires a new one. Hey, is this, using your old lover? Bibi Dong discovered the mystery on Qianxunji's right leg and couldn't help but smile. The top-grade soul bone exploded by the Blue-Silver Emperor in 100,000 years, unexpectedly found by Qianxunji. Qianxunji saw the teasing look on Bibi Dong's face, and couldn't help but get furious, and began to let Bibi Dong know the power of his strengthened arms. After a while, Bibi Dong couldn't hold on anymore and started begging for mercy. Aren't you going back to Wuhan City with me? There's nothing to do here. The two of them were sitting on the same chair together. Bibi Dong was in Qianxunji's arms, raised her head and looked at him, and spoke out what was in her heart. Qianxunji gave himself the angel's leg bones, and it was obvious that he would not follow him back to Wuhan City. Otherwise, there is no need to do this. You can just take it yourself, and there is no need for her to keep it. I'm tired of staying there for decades. I don't really want to go back. Why don't you come here too? The general helmsman of the branch of the Tiandu Empire's Spirit Hall isn't bad either. Qianxunji didn't want to be locked up in such a city. He still has a lot of things to do now to relieve the boredom in his heart. After Bibi Dong thought for a while, she said, "No, the branch of the Tiandu Empire's Spirit Hall is within the territory of the Tiandu Empire after all. I always feel like I'm relying on someone else to move the chief helm here." In the end, Bibi Dong shook her head. "In that case, there is nothing we can do." "Humph. I see that you have returned to Wuhan City. You can't pick up girls under my nose, so that's why you don't go back, right?" Qianxunji said nothing, and Bibi Dong became jealous again. It's not really jealous, maybe it really touched Qianxunji's heart. "How is this possible? I am satisfied with you, and Erlong." Qianxunji quickly showed a very honest smile to show his personality. He will never provoke other women. However, if some irrelevant women come to him, Qianxunji won't know. Bibi Dong didn't care about that. She took off her shoes, stood on Qianxunji's thighs, looked down from a high position, touched Qianxunji's dog head, stabilized her body to avoid falling, and said loudly, "I don't care, anyway, you can only be mine, even Lu Erlong can only possess a little bit of you, everything else is mine." When she said this, she jumped and stepped on Qianxunji's legs like a little girl. No matter how much Bibi Dong jumped, it was not painful or itchy for Qianxunji. After all, he had held Bibi Dong in his arms for almost an hour before. Qianxunji chuckled and placed his hands on the Pope's sexy calves. It wasn't that he was greedy, but that he was worried that Bibi Dong would fall if he struggled with it, so he held it. Qianxunji smiled and said, "I didn't expect that our Lord Pope would be so possessive." Qianxunji really didn't expect that Bibi Dong's possessiveness was so strong. Bibi Dong didn't say anything. As an ambitious queen, it would be okay if she wasn't possessive. However, my possessiveness is stronger. Qianxunji didn't care that Bibi Dong was more possessive, because his possessiveness would only be stronger than Bibi Dong's. Everything about Bibi Dong can only belong to him. Next, Bibi Dong and Qianxunji discussed making her the real queen. Yes, Bibi Dong proposed the idea of destroying the two empires and building a single empire. Qianxunji was already prepared for this. He won't start a war. The sacrifice would be too great and all lives would be devastated. The two empires have existed for a long time, and both have deep popular support. To launch a war is thankless and wasteful. If you want to destroy the two empires, the best way is to start from the inside out. On the side of the Tiandu Empire, they can change the pillars and use a fake prince to slowly take over the power of the Tiandu Empire like before. As for the Douluo Empire, it's even simpler. They only need to control its future successors. When the time comes, combined with the Blue Dot Overlord sect and the Kaibao Glazed sect, we can take down the two empires without any bloodshed. This matter cannot be done in a hurry. It will take more than 10 years to do it. Because the new generation of both empires has just begun. In this regard, Bibi Dong expressed her agreement with both feet. After all, she is still young now. Even if she waits 10 years, she will still be only 18. Well, Qianxunji never expected that Bibi Dong's ambitions would not change even after the plot changed. Sure enough, you can't underestimate people's ambitions when you underestimate anything. Especially a woman's ambition. Once a woman is in power and is so tempted by power, she is out of control. But what's the point? So what if Bibi Dong became the Pope of the entire continent? In front of him, she was as well behaved as a kitten. Thanks to Shuabi book friend, Ami will be rewarded with 100 starting coins if he drinks and doesn't drive. I went to watch the live broadcast of the Master Fanfiction in the evening and absorbed the experience. I feel like I need a computer to take notes. Is there any sharp-eyed book lover who can invest in it? In the future, when I become a great god, I will repay you tenfold, hee, insidious. It's a new week, please vote for recommendations. 74 Chapter 74 The Rabbit is Impure. 3 days later, Bibi Dong took Qianxunji and set off back to Wuhan Palace. Naturally, the 6 titled Douluo were accompanying him. All of a sudden, the ice and fire eyes returned to their former deserted appearance. For Qianxunji, Dalu gave too much hope. After Zheng Gong left, Qianxunji entered penance for the first time. My 2 women are not easy to mess with. It will be really difficult to deal with them when they reach the titled Douluo level. So Qianxunji set a small goal for himself. That means when Bibi Dong becomes a titled Douluo, he will reach around level 98. When Lu Erlong becomes a titled Douluo, he will become a level 99 ultimate Douluo. In this way, he can sit safely as the head of the family. Now, Qianxunji will not come out of seclusion until he reaches level 96. The original star Anise Ice Grass, Li Huo Xing Jiao and Qianxunji all took it themselves to forge their own bodies. The 2 women in the family are like wolves and tigers, and it is impossible not to have a strong and iron body. Taking 2 extremely poisonous things together, using poison to fight poison, can make a person invulnerable to water and fire, and avoid all kinds of poisons. After 7 days of hard training, Qianxunji reached level 96 and finally had his first breakthrough. It has been several years since I came to this world, and I have finally broken through to a small realm. It is really gratifying. This talent is unparalleled. After the breakthrough was completed, Qianxunji came out of his retreat. I casually refined 2 pills, dissolved them in water, put them in a shower head, and went to the place where Ayin was planted to water them. Oh, it's sprouted. It's okay. It seems that I have chosen a good place. I will grow up early in the future and transform, to repay my kindness. Including the time spent in seclusion, Qianxunji only didn't visit Ayin for 10 days. Unexpectedly, the seed I planted has already sprouted. It seems that the place of ice and fire is indeed suitable for the growth of all things. A blue-silver grass like Ayin can thrive in this place. He. I don't know what will happen next. Qianxunji remembered that after Ayin was resurrected, it seemed that his memory would be retained. Then this is a bit difficult. However, the problem is not too big. If she cares about her son, she should still have to compromise in front of Qianxunji. By the way, this should be regarded as saving Ayin's life, right? She should repay the favor no matter what in the future, right? He doesn't have high demands. If he wants to repay his kindness, it shouldn't be too much to imitate the white snake, right? Qianxunji, a shameless person, has forgotten who forced Ayin to sacrifice. After the body's toughness has improved, Qianxunji will also arrange a soul ring for the clear sky hammer. Qianxunji estimated that with his current physical strength, he might be able to prepare a few more soul rings for his second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, maybe 3. Qianxunji would not give in to him, and the clear sky hammer was obviously suitable for that type of powerful soul ring. There are soul beasts that are good at strength, so naturally we can only ask our girl King Guyu to do it. It is impossible for Qingwu to go to Wuhan Palace. Due to the relationship with Kaibao glazed sect, Qingwu can go to Tiandu Imperial City casually. In the current Tiandu Empire, except for the 2 titled Douluo and Dugubaji of the Kaibao glazed sect besides, I don't know if there are any titled Douluo. Even if there were, it would not be above level 94. Without level 94, Qingwu would not be afraid. Therefore, King Guyu stayed in Tiandu Imperial City during this period. With Qianxunji's funding, Qingwu bought a large villa in Tiandu Imperial City. Qianxunji has been practicing in seclusion for the past few days. Naturally, Xiaowu can only let her take care of her. To be honest, she still misses Qianxunji coming to help, because Qianxunji has more experience than her. Xiaowu, a little kid, gradually grew up, and her temper became weird, making her difficult to take care of. Only Qianxunji can make this girl obey her orders honestly. Qianxunji went to King Guyu and naturally asked about which powerful soul beasts were distributed where. This made King Guyu feel a little unhappy. What do you think of her? She is also a soul beast, okay. Although she is being suppressed now, she wants to take the position of her brother and sister, which makes her feel like a little traitor, strange weird. However, King Guyu still had to say that she couldn't refuse. But she was very curious and couldn't help but ask, as far as I know, Lu Erlong seems to be only at level 74 now, and it's still early for the 8th soul ring. Lu Erlong got the Fire Dragon King's suit and refined the torso bones at once, but the soul bones were attached to the dragon wings. With the stimulation, he had already improved to a small level. But even so, it is still very early to obtain the 8th soul ring. Apart from Lu Erlong, Qingwu didn't know who else around Qianxunji needed a 10,000-year soul ring. Qianxunji smiled, stretched out his left hand, and a delicate small hammer appeared in his hand. There is a black soul ring on the small hammer. I see. Qingwu suddenly understood now, it turned out to be like this. She also told them which high-level soul beasts were nearby. With Qianxunji's current 96th level soul power, even absorbing 2 or 3 soul rings from a 100,000-year-old soul beast to become his second martial soul is enough. Unfortunately, there are not so many soul beasts for him to absorb now, so he can only lower his requirements and find some that are tens of thousands of years old. Qingwu told Qianxunji that there were 2 main power 10,000-year soul beasts near Sunset Forest. One is a mammoth that is about 40,000 years old, and the other is an earth demon ape that is more than 20,000 years old. Do you want to come with me? I don't want to kill them, after all, they are your partners. How about you go tell them and let them sacrifice? Qianxunji originally planned to just click on those 2 soul beasts. But then I thought about it, why should I give up the opportunity to gain favor? Qianxunji asked King Guyu for help. He was not starting a harem. He solemnly emphasized once that he was not doing this for himself. He is just passing on the essence of Douyi. The cultural essence of a book cannot be lost. If you lose him, you will be a sinner. The transformed soul beast should be able to teach other soul beasts how to sacrifice. Xiaowu's soul rings seem to be all rabbits' voluntary sacrifices. I don't know if it's a sacrifice. Qingwu also felt embarrassed when Qianxunji invited her like this. It would be a big deal if Bibi Dong discovered a man and a woman going out together. Now she couldn't afford to offend that woman, so she would always bring a few titled Douluo to arrest her. However, for various reasons, she still agreed. Well, she did this to protect her people from being killed. But I still have to take care of the baby. Xiaowu still needs to be taken care of. What should Xiaowu do if she leaves like this? It is impossible to take the child with her. For single mothers, their children are their sustenance and spiritual support. But under certain circumstances, children become a burden. Now King Guyu is hesitant about this. Qianxunji smiled, what a problem this is. Leave Xiaowu in Binghuo Lianji's eyes and let Douluo take care of her. There is no problem with safety. Xiaowu can also play with Douluo. We support it. It's just an extra day or 2, it's not like I'll never come back. Since it is near Sunset Forest, there is no need to worry. In the end, Qingwu was persuaded by Qianxunji. The 2 of them went to the backyard of the large courtyard where King Guyu lived in Tiandu Imperial City, and picked up the little baby who was building a castle in the sandpit. Xiaowu, Mommy, and your uncle Qianxunji are going out to do some things. In the next 2 days, you can follow Grandpa Douluo and play with Sister Yanner, okay? Qingwu hugged Xiaowu and spoke to Xiaowu. Xiaowu looked at her mother and then at Qianxunji. Although she is only 1 year old now, but, some things, she understands. Okay, Mom, you and Uncle Qianxunji had a lot of fun, come back soon. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. For some reason, King Guyu felt that her little daughter seemed to have something to say, which made her feel a little ashamed. Thank you Shuabi book friends, Lang Jelalan 100 book coins, Yujian Xingtiangzia 100 book coins, Yaluo Gaikia 100 book coins for the reward. Please vote for recommendations in the new week. 75 Chapter 75 Plan Development. The two of them brought Xiao Wu to the eyes of Bing Huo Yang Yi, and after thinking about it, they handed it over to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong also stayed in the ice and fire eyes. After all, it was impossible for her to follow Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong strongly requested that Lu Erlong be taken away, she was worried that Lu Erlong, a woman with no limits, would take Qian away. Sunji was ruined. But Lu Erlong didn't want to, and Bibi Dong really had no choice. After all, Lu Erlong is better at taking care of children than Dugubo. Dugubo has been working on poisoning and doesn't have much thought about taking care of children. It's a miracle that Duguyan can be brought up by him. Don't worry, teacher, I will take good care of Xiao Wu, and I will keep it a secret from Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong looked at Qianxunji and smiled meaningfully. When they were in Xiling King City, they all suspected that Qianxunji and King Guyu, a gentlewoman like water, were having an affair. Now it seems that it is indeed true. As soon as Bibi Dong left, these two planned to go out to play. But she won't tell Bibi Dong because she wants to confront Bibi Dong. What are you talking about? I just asked Qingwu to lead the way to hunt the soul beasts. You also know that my second martial soul needs a soul ring. And I don't want to kill people wantonly, so I asked Qingwu to help me persuade them. Soul beast, deliver it yourself, don't talk nonsense, you still don't know who I am. Qianxunji pretended to be unhappy and gave Lu Erlong a lesson. Who does this make him think of? Lu Erlong didn't care and smiled, I understand, I understand. She knew that this man was a complete drama queen. I was just confused by his damn acting skills, and finally got stuck in it and couldn't extricate myself. Ever since she knew how Qianxunji treated Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong felt that she had also been plotted by Qianxunji, but she had no evidence. Of course, she doesn't want to find any evidence now, that's all. Qianxunji felt helpless and thought, how could a silly girl like you understand this? Qianxunji feels miserable when she thinks that her great character has collapsed like this. Once this persona breaks down, it will be difficult to get back into business. This kind of thing must not be publicized too much. Otherwise, what will you do in the future? However, it seems that there is really no way to go on like this. If you do it too often, you might actually get misunderstood. 3 people make a tiger. Qianxunji was thinking about something in his mind. If nothing else, he really had a solution. Do you want to take some time to learn foreign language from King Guyu? This foreign language is not English or anything, it is animal language, Qianxunji added a quotation mark. The more Qianxunji thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. If he succeeded in learning it, he wouldn't need Qingwu's help when looking for soul beasts in the future. Qianxunji felt quite embarrassed for having troubled others like this and not knowing how to repay him. He could only take care of their children. The two left the ice and fire eyes and began to look for the target. The 10,000-year-old soul beast is the dominant one among the soul beasts. The first thing Qianxunji is looking for is the 20,000-year-old earth demon ape. The earth demon ape lives on a mountain peak. Because of Ming, Qingwu didn't know whether the senses in the earth demon ape's heart were good or bad. Let's agree, Ming still takes good care of her and Xiao Wu. It's not good, Ming also took the Red King's side to deal with her. Therefore, she doesn't quite know what her situation is towards the demon ape race. King Guyu arrived at the mountain peak first, and she went to talk to the 20,000-year-old Earth Demon Ape. Unfortunately, the final result was, the talks collapsed. The Earth Demon Ape scolded Qingwu as a traitor and scum of the Soul Beast clan. In the end, King Guyu took it upon herself to drop it from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain with one kick. Rabbit's legs are still very strong. Qianxunji looked at the huge thing that suddenly fell down the mountain, and was a little confused for a moment. It didn't want to, so it started fighting with me, and accidentally the sole of its foot slipped, and it fell. A minute after the Earth Demon Ape fell, Qingwu also came back. She spoke rather embarrassedly. After thinking for a minute, she finally came up with such a reason for herself. It sounds good. After all, she is a lady, so quiet, how can people know that she is actually so violent? Then it's really a bit moldy. I have no choice but to kill it directly. Qianxunji couldn't be stupid enough to expose this lie at this time. Sometimes it is easier to move forward by pretending that nothing happened. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected, everyone has a grumpy side. King Guyu looks like a frail woman who could be blown away by the wind, but she is really unambiguous when she moves her hands. King Guyu nodded slightly, feeling a lot more at ease. Fortunately, my violent side has not been discovered, that's good, otherwise my quiet image will be lost in the future. Qianxunji now somewhat understands Xiao Wu. On the surface, Xiao Wu looks cute, petite, well-behaved. But once it breaks out, she can easily throw you to the ground even if you are several times thicker than her, just like Zhao Wuji has been thrown to the ground before. This is the cute, well-behaved, and petite Xiao Wu. Like daughter, like mother. Qianxunji came to the Earth Demon Ape and smashed his chest with a hammer. Originally, he planned to hit the head, but Qianxunji thought about it, that would be too cruel. Don't let blood splash everywhere, so he decided to hit the chest instead. He also wanted to create a gentle and elegant image of himself for Qingwu. Hey, two drama queens. In addition to doubling the power of a hammer's headshot, hammering the chest can also trigger a critical hit passive. Qianxunji absorbed the 20,000-year-old black soul ring without ceremony. Continue to the next one. After quickly absorbing it, Qianxunji asked King Guyu tentatively. At this time, he was still unsatisfied. King Guyu nodded, it was still early, let's take care of the other mammoth too. This time, Qingwu still chose to be polite before fighting. Mammoths are also vegetarian animals, which makes King Guyu somewhat fond of them. So, she wants to give it a try this time. Under King Guyu's bewitchment temptation, this giant vegetarian elephant that had been living for more than 40,000 years finally took the initiative to reach the end of his life. But if Qianxunji becomes a god later, he will naturally become a beast god. The third soul ring of the Clear Sky Hammer is also available. After absorbing 2 soul rings in succession, Qianxunji did not feel the slightest discomfort. The effects of the 2 fairy herbs are no joke. Qianxunji's body is really strong now. Do you need any other soul rings? After the soul ring sacrificed by the mammoth forest elephant was absorbed by Qianxunji, King Guyu spoke in a low voice when she saw Qianxunji fell into a daze. She thought Qianxunji was thinking about the 4th and 5th soul rings. Qianxunji was interrupted by her and looked at her like this. This made King Guyu really feel a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't look at Qianxunji. Qianxunji smiled and said, no need now. Qianxunji felt a little stupid. In the mainland, there may not be too many 100,000-year soul beasts to serve as soul rings for Qianxunji. But on the ocean, there are quite a few 100,000-year soul beasts. Among the soul beasts in the deep sea, there must be some who have the main power. Marine soul masters are extremely rare, probably 1/10 or 1% of mainland soul masters. But the number of soul beasts is quite a lot compared to the mainland, and they are not weak either. For example, the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale, isn't it Tang San's 10th spirit ring? Qianxunji also had the clear sky hammer, so why did he take advantage of that guy Tang San? In addition to the deep-sea demon whale, some sharks, such as the demon soul great white shark, and the evil-eyed killer whale, are not representatives of the power type? The Haoshan hammer is a weapon with a martial soul, so it is not picky about soul rings. Therefore, Qianxunji does not plan to continue looking for the soul ring now. Even if there is one, it will take 100,000 years. Tens of thousands of years old cannot satisfy the current Qianxunji. Okay then, shall we go back now? Qianxunji no longer needs a soul ring, and Qingwu no longer mentions this matter. Now that the soul ring matter has been resolved, is it time to go back? Who knows? Qianxunji shook his head and said with a smile, "Why are you going back so early? I have one more thing that I need your help with." After saying that, Qianxunji walked towards King Guyu. Thanks to book friends Shuabi, did 200 book coins, Shang Xiaolian 100 book coins, Gong Zia 400 book coins, Mo Chen 100 book coins, Life is Like This 1888 plus 66 book coins, the user did not respond 588 book coins, Ji Shui 588 book coins, 100 book coins for Kong, 300 book coins for Chairman Billy, 200 starting coins for Qianxunji, and 100 starting coins for King, the Destroyer of the World. New Book Friends Group Wahundian, 109-248-7794. 76. Chapter 76 Life Lies in Movement. For some reason, King Guyu felt a little panicked as Qianxunji approached. Qianxunji just told King Guyu to follow him to Soto City to have a rest. Now that it's out, let's collect the external soul bone from the spider. Save yourself the trip again. That would be a waste of time. When locating the spider, King Guyu's help would save Qianxunji a lot of hard work. After all, King Guyu can accurately determine the specific age of the soul beast. With her help, Qianxunji can reduce many unnecessary killings. Soto City is quite far away from the Sunset Forest, and even if they are at the tidal Douluo level, it will take them almost 7 days to travel with all their strength. Originally, they could sleep in various small towns on the roadside, but King Guyu hadn't survived in the wild for a long time, so at her request, the two of them set up tents outside at night. But that's okay, you can also have a picnic or something. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, Qianxunji roasted a rabbit tonight. It was always a strong and plump rabbit. King Guyu stood aside, carefully eating her own wild fruits. From time to time, I glance at the little rabbit on the barbecue grill, wondering what is going on in my mind. After the delicious little rabbit was ready, Qianxunji took off a rabbit leg and started eating it. It smells so good, the rabbit legs are indeed moving all the time. They taste very delicious. They are really delicious. At this time, Qianxunji saw Qingwu on the side, and couldn't help but take off the other hind leg, handed it to her, and said with a smile, "Would you like to have a taste?" After King Guyu heard this, she quickly shook her head. She is a vegetarian and does not eat meat. And even if she eats meat, she cannot be her sister. Hey, you have been titled Douluo now. Logically speaking, when you become a soul saint and condense your martial soul, you are already a complete person. How can a person just be a vegetarian? Come on. I don't know why, Qianxunji just asked casually at first. But now, looking at King Guyu's movements, he really wanted to know what King Guyu eating rabbits looked like. No, I don't want it. King Guyu closed her mouth and shook her head. If it were replaced with other animal meat, Qingwu might have been seduced by Qianxunji, taste it if you feel cruel in your heart. But she really couldn't eat rabbit meat. Qingwu still complained a little in her heart, did Qianxunji like eating rabbits so much? Even if you like to eat, don't let her eat it. It makes her so embarrassed. However, no matter how much she didn't want it, the fragrant rabbit legs still passed by King Gu's lips. Although I didn't eat it, at least I touched it. I am no longer a pure rabbit. King Gu's mentality collapsed. As a vegetarian rabbit, she ended up eating her own kind. What should she do? She is no longer a qualified vegetarian rabbit. She tastes meat again, and it still tastes like her own kind. Why are you sad? You are a human now, you know? You are a human. If you always think that you are a rabbit, then the chance of becoming a god is very slim. Do you understand? Don't have this kind of mentality in the future. Understand already? Qianxunji persuaded Qingwu in a serious tone. Since you have transformed into a human being, you must follow human thinking in the future. So that when I have the opportunity to take the spirit test in the future, I will be like I am a rabbit every time. Will God be happy? Since Qingwu refused to eat, Qianxunji could only eat it reluctantly. It's shameful to waste food, not to mention, these rabbit legs are really delicious. He doesn't dislike Qingwu. Could it be said that Qingwu still dislikes him? After all, this time it was Qianxunji. Well, he doesn't dislike other people's things as long as they don't change hands many times. King Gu wanted to say at the beginning that although she was a human now, she had been a rabbit for 100,000 years and a human for only a few decades, so she would definitely not be able to change in a short time. But before she opened her mouth, she saw Qianxunji chewing the leg of the rabbit he had just fed. Seeing Qianxunji's actions, I felt quite angry. That was something he had eaten, oh no, touched. How could Qianxunji continue to eat it? Doesn't that mean that I am indirectly related to Qianxunji? Seeing Qingwu's expression, Qianxunji was a little surprised and said, "What, you want to eat?" Qingwu shook her head repeatedly, what a fart she was eating. Maybe it was because of the incident of eating rabbits this time that Qingwu was a little angry. She quickly returned to her tent to rest. Qianxunji also found it quite boring. After eating this lucky rabbit to satisfy his craving, he also cleaned up the place and went to rest. Qianxunji didn't have anything else on his mind, so he could rest peacefully. But King Gu had something on her mind, which caused her to toss and turn and couldn't sleep today. Not long after, King Gu's face began to look extremely uncomfortable, while she herself had an expression of strength and endurance. It's over. Qingwu didn't expect that she and Qianxunji had just been alone together. Thinking of Qianxunji's rudeness just now, especially eating rabbit legs, it actually made her cycle advance. She is a soft-bone rabbit, not an ordinary rabbit. Therefore, when there is no transformation, there is no love period. However, after the transformation, for some reason, I would fall in love every few years. It didn't take long last time, but I don't know why it happened again. There was no other way. She could endure it in the quiet cave she opened before. She definitely can't leave now. She will be discovered by Qianxunji as soon as she goes out. Therefore, in order to avoid the embarrassment of being discovered, she could only hold back and solve it by herself. Make enough food and clothing by yourself. But before that, she bit the pillow hard. Actually, it's not just Qianxunji who can't figure it out, many people can't figure it out either. Why did you go to the God realm after Dou Yi? 99% of the gods in the God realm have no children. For example, the original daimyo Bai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong did not exist. But why did Tang San let Xiao Wu get shot one after another? Now, maybe, the truth is revealed. It may not be because of the protagonist Tang San, because there are several protagonist couples in the God realm, and they are all alone. The real answer may have been revealed. The next day, Qianxunji got up early. King Gu's expression and demeanor at this time were the same as usual, without any difference. The two of them didn't say much. They just looked at each other and said hello. Then, they continued walking towards Soto City. After 3 days of traveling, Qianxunji was sleeping in the wild at night when he was about to take a rest. The sound of fighting came not far away, which attracted the attention of both Qianxunji and King Guyu. The two of them went over and had a look. Maybe it was because Douluo continent was too small, Qianxunji actually met an old acquaintance. Thanks to Shuabi book friend, Wen Chun for the 100 book coins reward. Asking for recommendation votes. 77 Chapter 77 I know I was wrong. An old acquaintance of Qianxunji who was caught in a bitter struggle was Flanders, the boss of the Golden Iron Triangle. Now he is besieged by 6 soul emperors. He is not fighting alone, he also has a partner, a big but relatively short man, whose martial spirit is a powerful diamond bear. This guy's strength is very good, and he has the cultivation level of a 6th ring soul emperor, but he is so hard that even 5 soul emperors can't do anything to him. Although Flanders and this short man did not have any advantage in numbers, the situation was not unfavorable to them. Zhao Wuji, you are seriously injured, you'd better follow us honestly. This guy. I can't protect you? The 68th level Soul Emperor who was fighting with Flanders spoke to the big man who was surrounded by 5 people while fighting with Flanders. This also let Qianxunji know his identity. The immovable King Zhao Wuji. It is said that this guy escaped from the hands of 16 spirit emperors of the Spirit Hall. Now, maybe, he is being hunted. As for escaping from the 16 soul emperors, it probably wasn't Zhao Wuji who directly confronted the 16 soul emperors. He should have escaped from being surrounded by 16 soul emperors. 16 soul emperors are enough to destroy the entire city of soul saints. Just because you want me to surrender. It's just a fool's errand. Just give me a slap. How could Zhao Wuji, who had a hot temper, stand such a arrogant attitude? Directly use the soul skill Vajra Palm. The soul emperor chosen by Zhao Wuji did not dare to confront Zhao Wuji, because this guy was notoriously powerful. I had a confrontation with a Contra guy from the Force clan before. Although I was defeated, I didn't die. This is enough to make him proud. However, the soul emperor targeted by Zhao Wuji couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Zhao Wuji's 4th soul skill is Wuhan tracking. After locking the target, unless he is a speed soul emperor, he will not be able to escape. With such a slap from Zhao Wuji, the soul emperor might have to lie in bed for a month or 2. No matter what, Qianxunji couldn't bear to watch his little brother being dealt with like this by Zhao Wuji. So he used his body skills to stop in front of Zhao Wuji. He stretched out his palm and blocked the punch. That's right, that's right. It's very difficult for the soul saint to catch your punch. After one move, Qianxunji showed his masterly demeanor and began to comment. There is a high-grade soul bone on his right arm, and his cultivation level is here. If he is repulsed by a soul emperor, will he still hang out in Douluo continent? Zhao Wuji looked at the person in front of him and was suddenly shocked. Qianxunji is still relatively active on the road. Zhao Wuji still recognized the person in front of him, he was the Pope of the Spirit Hall with a titled Douluo level. Zhao Wuji was desperate now. How could he escape from the title Douluo? He can be considered cool today. However, dying in the hands of a titled Douluo would not be a waste of life. Compared to Zhao Wuji's despair, Flanders was extremely surprised. President, why are you here? Flanders never expected to meet Qianxunji in such a remote place in the Tiandu Empire. What's going on? Qianxunji nodded to Flanders, and then looked at the 6 soul emperors who were chasing Zhao Wuji. These are all from Wuhan Palace. Qianxunji also doesn't understand why the soul emperors in Wuhan Palace are so bad. Become a stepping stone for Zhao Wuqi to become famous. It seems that anyone with some strength in TMD can rise to the top by stepping on Wuhan Palace. Now, Qianxunji feels that Wuhan Palace needs to be reorganized. Kick out some vegetables and hot chickens, so as not to bring any stain to Wuhan Palace. No matter how many people there are, it will have no effect at all. Your Majesty, this guy is the enemy of our Wuhan Palace and does not obey the discipline of our Wuhan Palace. The leader, the 68th level Soul Emperor, spoke. After Qianxunji thought for a while, he said, the wanted order on him has been withdrawn. If nothing else goes wrong, Zhao Wuji should work with Flender to establish Shrek Academy. Although Tang San, the core of Shrek Academy, has now been controlled by Qianxunji. However, this is not a big deal. Shrek Academy Qianxunji feels that it is still necessary to exist. Other Qianxunji like Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing can be found. In addition, the fat man Ma Hongjun and the assistant Oscar are both good talents. However, Qianxunji didn't know where to find the two of them, so he just asked Flanders to help him find them. Anyway, Shrek Academy will not be able to continue to operate in the future. When the time comes, he will just annex and absorb Shrek Academy. Therefore, it is better for Zhao Wuji not to be wanted now, as he still has some use. What's more, he should have to follow him in the future. Your Majesty, this. Qianxunji's words made the Soul Emperor hesitate. Now that Qianxunji is no longer the Pope, he is considering whether to listen to Qianxunji or listen to the words of the Archbishop of the Tiandu Empire's Wuhan Palace branch. Seeing that both the Yuhan Emperor and the Soul Emperor of Wuhan Palace dared to question his words, Qianxunji felt a little angry. He was already unhappy with this kind of weakling, and now this guy still relies on weakness and refuses to listen. He is simply looking for death. Qianxunji stopped talking nonsense and slapped him, sending the Soul Emperor flying more than 10 meters. Now, do you understand what I mean? Qianxunji spoke coldly again. The Soul Emperor is frightened now. It would be a tragedy if Qianxunji gets angry and kills him. I understand, I understand. I will reply to the Archbishop right away. The Soul Emperor answered tremblingly. Roll. After the Soul Emperor stopped seeking death, Qianxunji spoke with some boredom. Get out of here and out of his sight. After receiving Qianxunji's approval, the 6 Soul Emperors left in despair. Flanders, how is Yu Xiaogang doing now? After the 6 Soul Emperors left, Qianxunji smiled at Flanders. Well, now, Lu Erlong has since he can no longer live without him, Qianxunji naturally has nothing to worry about. The reason why he asked was just to feel satisfied. Hearing Qianxunji ask Yu Xiaogang, Flanders felt strange in his heart. He didn't know if Qianxunji really cared about Yu Xiaogang, or if it was because of other reasons. However, since Qianxunji asked, he still had to answer. That night, after I caught up with him, Xiaogang initially planned to commit suicide, but I stopped him. Then Xiaogang left alone, and he wouldn't let me follow him. I don't know where Xiaogang is now. Flanders' words did not surprise Qianxunji, because this is the plot. Seeing Qingwu beside him, Flanders began to feel a little bit sad for Lu Erlong. After following Qianxunji, a playboy, he didn't cherish Lu Erlong until he got it, and brought other women to have sex with him outside. I don't know how many times a month my goddess Lu Erlong can be accompanied by Qianxunji. Flanders thought to himself that if Lu Erlong could be with him, he would like to stuff all of his into it. Of course, it's just a thought. There is no law that stipulates that YY is also illegal. However, it is actually a good thing for Flanders that Qianxunji doesn't have much time to spend with Lu Erlong. This way, his goddess can be less exposed to fire, and he will feel better. In fact, there are also bugs in the setting of the original work. In the original work, after Bibi Dong killed Qianxunji, he found Yu Xiaogang and found out that Yu Xiaogang had moved on and had a different love, and had completely gone dark and decided to destroy everything. So, Qianxunji died before the golden iron triangle separated. Then, Flanders established Shrek Academy. But by the time Tang San went to Shrek Academy had already taught countless classes of students. It seemed that it had been more than 20 years since the school was established, and the timeline was completely wrong. But this has nothing to do with me, I just follow the settings like this. It was put on the shelves on the 1st. It came out of the blue and no manuscripts were saved at all. I originally planned to update it twice a day and save 5 or 6 chapters of manuscripts. On the day it was put on the shelves, I added 3 or 4 chapters and that was it. But a new helmsman came out yesterday, so I had to post another chapter. Asking for recommendation votes. Group 109-248-7794. 78 Chapter 78, Obsessed? Oh, I hope he can come out. Otherwise it would be a pity. Qianxunji sighed with pretense of regret, which made Qingwu even unable to stand it anymore. As a bystander, she saw a lot of things that she shouldn't have seen. Qianxunji is really too much. But she was pretty good to Xiao Wu, so Qingwu ignored many things. As long as they don't do anything to harm Xiao Wu, other Qingwus are acceptable. Flanders was also speechless, but didn't say anything. He is also a bystander and knows little less than Qingwu. Qianxunji really felt sorry for Yu Xiaogang, and wondered if she would find time to take Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong to visit Yu Xiaogang. This should still be possible. After all, Yu Xiaogang has also worked under him, so he should be cared for. What's more, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong are still cousins, so he is also Qianxunji's cousin. Due to emotion and reason, Qianxunji should take Lu Erlong Bibi Dong to give him something to comfort him. But this is also a matter for the future, and now we still have to solve the immediate matter. You are Zhao Wuji, right? You have good strength. Don't worry, Wuhan Palace will not come to trouble you in the future, but you should also behave yourself in the future. One Zhao Wuji is worth 5 soul emperors. Although Zhao Wuji's final limit may only be Contra, it's almost there. You can win over and cultivate them a little bit. Douluo continent is so big that it definitely needs many talented people to assist in the management of Wuhan Palace. Thank you, Lord Angel Douluo. Zhao Wuji spoke respectfully to Qianxunji. Among other things, he respects the strong. Qianxunji's strength naturally makes Zhao Wuji extremely admired. By the way, Flanders, what are you going to do in the future? Qianxunji was not sure whether Flanders would establish Shrek Academy because of his involvement in the association, so he asked this question. It is still necessary for Shrek Academy to exist. After thinking about it for a while, Flanders sighed, "Oh, I am alone. Now that the Golden Triangle has been disbanded, I plan to go to my hometown in Soto City to retire." Flanders' parents have long since died. Now that his brother Yu Xiaogang is gone and his sister Lu Erlong has run away with someone else, what else can he do? Qianxunji also expressed helplessness and some pity for him. What could he do wrong? Why would he want to be a dog licker, a career with no future? If you are the protagonist, it's a different matter. You can lick everything until the end. But the supporting role is really worthless. However, no matter how much he pities Qianxunji, he will not give Lu Erlong away. Lu Erlong is already Qianxunji's personal property and can only be used by him alone, and no one other than him is allowed to touch it. Then do you need a title or something? I can help you if you need it. Flanders is now also a level 67 Soul Emperor. It is not impossible to reach Soul Saint or even Soul Douluo in the future. It's okay to win over a little bit. Qianxunji definitely had no intention of letting Yu Xiaogang truly become a loner in the end. No, thank you, President, for your kindness, I have no intention of doing so. Flanders shook his head. He didn't want to acknowledge other people's feelings, especially Qianxunji's. Flanders refused, and Qianxunji said nothing more. He took out 2 healing pills and gave them to them before returning to his station. The 2 of them did not refuse the healing elixir. They really needed it now. Zhao Wuji and Flanders also quickly disappeared into the night. 5 days' journey. Qianxunji came to the Star Forest near Soto City. Searching beside Qingwu, Qianxunji quickly located the 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. After killing 3 of them, I got an attached soul bone. You. To be honest, Qingwu was extremely shocked. What Qianxunji did gave her the feeling that Qianxunji knew that the man-faced demon spider had a soul bone. Because Qianxunji came here to look for the man-faced demon spider. King Guyu felt like she had learned something she shouldn't have understood this time. This is really incredible. Can Qianxunji see that there are soul bones on the soul beast? Qianxunji couldn't see it now, but Qianxunji guessed that one of Bibi Dong's magical skills might be able to tell whether there is a soul bone in the soul beast. In a word, the most indispensable thing for Wuhan Palace in the future is soul bones. As for why Qianxunji can locate the soul bone in the human-faced demon spider, Qianxunji is not going to explain. After asking, Qianxunji didn't answer. King Guyu understood and didn't ask again. After being out for almost 20 days, King Guyu finally returned to the Ice and Fire Eye. The first time she returned to the Ice and Fire Eyes, Qingwu took her precious daughter back. Qianxunji could never forget the innocent look in Xiaowu's eyes while being held by his mother and staring at him. Well, it must be innocent. At such a young age, Qianxunji didn't know what her eyes meant. That's not innocent, it's hateful. Qianxunji clearly agreed from the beginning that she would only go out with her mother for 2 days. But this time I was out for 20 days, 10 times longer. I don't know how my mother spent these 20 days. Will it be broken? Will it be soon? And so does my mother, how could I forget Xiao Wu? Isn't it a matter of focusing on sex over girls? How is King Guyu doing? Of course, I live my life in motion. Life lies in motion. However, King Guyu might be exhausted after being on the road for so many days. Well, let her go back and have a good rest, Qianxunji won't disturb her. After coming back, Qianxunji liked to turn the elixir into water, put it in the shower, and went to see the blue-silver grass. I haven't seen you for more than half a month, I miss you so much. Now, the blue-silver grass planted by Qianxunji himself has not only sprouted, but also grown a lot, and the young leaves have grown out. Well, not bad, these elixirs are still a little bit effective. It seems that it is still necessary to get some more nutritious elixirs to try to transform them as soon as possible. Qianxunji has seen the changes in blue-silver grass, and Qianxunji naturally hopes that she can transform as soon as possible. After all, Qianxunji couldn't possibly spend more than 10 years taking care of her. In about 2 or 3 years, he will be busy and may have less time. Therefore, he also wanted to see if he could make the blue-silver grass transform as soon as possible. To be honest, Qianxunji feels a little bit like there is nothing to do now. In Qianxunji's eyes, people who have the potential to become gods are still too young, so he won't recruit them now. As for the construction of a college for cultivating gods, the construction needs to be done, but Qianxunji will not worry about it personally. Cultivating. I just broke through a small level. No matter how much I practice now, I should not be able to gain anything. When he was bored, Qianxunji finally remembered that he had forgotten something very important. At this moment, Qianxunji felt that he was really floating. When other people get the system, no matter how stubborn they will choose to take advantage of it. And he actually ignored him for a year or 2. He didn't know where he got the courage. There is no way. Compared with the system, Qianxunji feels that Bibi Dong and Lu Erlongxiang are still better, so it is normal to forget. Thank you Shuabi book friends, Sachi 100 book coins, Shuai buy single 500 starting coins reward. 79 Chapter 79 Don't talk nonsense. Little angel, are you still there? Qianxunji withdrew his attention and asked tentatively. I don't know if this little angel, who has been without bird for so long, is still there, or if she has gone to someone else. There was no response for a long time. Qianxunji sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had slipped away. There's nothing we can do about it. But according to his current situation, he still has a bright future in the future. When his warm-hearted little cotton-padded jacket Qianrongxue becomes a first-level angel god, he can follow her to the divine world, which will be great when the time comes. Alas, eating your precious daughter's food is not eating soft food, right? But then again, with the little angel gone, wouldn't he become the first great man to drive away the system? Should I write a book to remember it? Forget it, if it's not here anymore, it won't be here anymore. There was no response for a long time, and Qianxunji gave up. He is a contented person. Now he hugs him, and he can also have ambiguities outside. He is living a very good life, so there is no need to force it. Ding, I thought you forgot about this angel. Just when Qianxunji was about to concentrate on refining the elixir, a sound of chi-chi came to his mind. This voice felt familiar yet strange to Qianxunji. I'm sorry, little angel, I'm too busy. Qianxunji replied a little awkwardly. Are you ready to accept the second trial of redemption? The little angel is also very helpless. I don't know how many people want to get a system like this. But the guy in front of him almost forgot about himself. This made her feel very humiliated, and she didn't know how to get around in the system world in the future. Well, you're ready. There is nothing to do now, but I can try it out and have fun. See what useful things you can get for yourself. In fact, Qianxunji really wanted to go to Douqi continent to see if he could redeem himself or something. After all, the things in that place were very attractive to Qianxunji. Because you neglected this angel, your redemption this time will be hell-level difficult. Just when Qianxunji was thinking about which miserable guy he should save, the little angel's words confused him. Hell-level difficulty, if he fails to play it, he will lose one of his attributes. This is not necessary. Can I refuse? Qianxunji asked tentatively. It's only the second time it's hell level, it's really scary. The little angel didn't answer. Qianxunji could clearly feel that his soul was being pulled away. His copy was opened directly. Qianxunji looked at himself. He didn't bring anything with him, he just brought his soul. I'm fucked, my mentality is broken. Qianxunji found that he had become a bad old man with a big beard. This system is definitely designed to retaliate against itself. Fortunately, although this kind of time travel can only bring out the possessed person's strength, his memories of his lifetime are retained. Qianxunji has experience, so he can absorb his memory quickly. A useless copy. After accepting the memory of this bad old man, Qianxunji said this. The man he possesses is called the Sword Master, and the world is in turmoil. The current time period is on the way to PK with Xianba. Qianxunji's mission is to fight Xianba while ensuring that he does not die. This shouldn't be difficult, as long as I don't stand at the gate of Qianxunji, right? Qianxunji remembered that in the TV series, the Sword Master was indeed a pervert. If it weren't for Buletin Jingyun, a reckless man, Fenjiunxiang dominate the world would have almost ended prematurely. Let's go, Sword 22, this is not bad. Apart from anything else, the sword technique of Jian 22 is quite pretentious, so it can be considered a gain. Qianxunji went to Qianxunji according to his memory. For some reason, he felt that his footsteps were getting heavier and heavier. MMP, I remember that this sword master seemed to be unable to walk until he reached the entrance of Qianxunji. Qianxunji suddenly understood why this time it was a hell-level difficulty. because the sword master is destined to be short-lived. Before he died, he realized the 23 swordsmen, his soul left his body, and finally used his soul to fight against Xiangba. Although defeated, Sword 23 is indeed a peerless martial art that can be used by extraordinary people. But Qianxunji got the inspiration to develop Sword 23. It's over, what are you giving up this time? The second martial spirit? Or the big brother of 20? Or? Qianxunji had already anticipated that the redemption would fail this time, which was basically unsolvable. If Qianxunji has received his Naja, taking some elixirs may increase his lifespan and complete the mission. He really has no choice now. You can give up everything else, but your big brother is of great importance and you must stay. I don't know if this little angel system is good or not. I heard that some Go systems like to make things difficult for the host like this. After knowing that there was no hope, Qianxunji still went to Qianxunji. Even if you die, you still have to take a look. In fact, the time period in which Fenjiun 3 gods martial arts were located was more powerful than the Douluo continent god realm, but the big bosses are now hiding to watch the performance of this little rookie Xiangba. Arriving at the entrance of Qianxunji, Qianxunji really couldn't walk any further. There is no way. If the redeemed person is killed by other people, he can still be rescued. But the sword master seems to have been taken in by the sky. There is nothing we can do about it. His lifespan has naturally reached a critical point. Qianxunji can't change it now. Do you know you were wrong? When Qianxunji was desperate, the little angel of redemption spoke. I was wrong, I was wrong, I will definitely favor you more in the future. After Qianxunji saw the little angel speaking, he knew that there might be room for relaxation in this matter. Now he really doesn't want to lose his attributes. So from now on, I can only reluctantly favor this little angel system. Seeing Qianxunji, a host with eyes higher than the top, showing such an expression, the little angel felt a little satisfied in his heart. Yes, this is the expression. This is the expression the host should have after seeing the system. Let this be my chance for you. I reluctantly give you a reward. Choose one of 3 rewards. One is the Kylin arm, the other is the 3-point divine finger, and the third is the 23 swords. There are other reasons why the sword Saint Yuan Shen disappeared into thin air. One of them is Buletin Jingyun, a reckless man, destroyed the sword master's body and knocked the sword master down the steps with a slap from his Kylin arm. Secondly, there is still the reason for Xianba's 3-pointed divine finger. Without Xianba sword master, it would not be possible to fight him desperately. The third reason is the sword master himself. Sword 23 is indeed too heaven-defying. The declining body of the sword master cannot withstand its power. Even if Buletin Jingyun cannot move his body, the sword master will die after defeating the Xianba. I choose the 23 sword cultivation method. The soul's ability to leave the body is so impressive, there is no such method in Douluo continent. He can provide great help to Qianxunji. The rewards have been distributed, please check carefully. After Qianxunji checked the harvest, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Shuabi book friend, life is like this gives you 300 book coins, and ordinary people give you 100 book coins as a reward. 80 Chapter 80 Xiao Wu, it smells so good. Please subscribe. With Qianxunji's soul power, he accepted the sword master's sword 22 before adding it. Therefore, after having the training method of sword 23, he quickly understood it. Sword 23 can be regarded as independent from sword 22, and can be regarded as a new realm. But if you want to learn sword 23, you must learn sword 22. And if you want to learn the 22 sword, you must also learn the 21 sword. By analogy, to learn sword 23, you must learn all the sword moves of Jian 22. Xianba. I'm here. Qianxunji can be regarded as possessing the 23 swords experience card. After using it, his body suddenly glowed with golden light. The golden man left his body and flew towards the hall of the Lord of the World. At this time, there are too many masters gathered in the Qianxunji. But after Sword 23 came out, time stopped. None of these people could move. This is the terrifying thing about Sword 23. Once it comes out, weak people have no chance to resist. At this time, only Xianba, who was sitting in the position of president, could struggle slightly. 3-point divine finger. After seeing Qianxunji, Xianba immediately pointed out. However, Qianxunji is now in the state of Yuanshen, and Xianba's 3-pointed divine finger cannot be hit. He. In this state, as long as you protect your physical body, you are basically invincible. Qianxunji didn't have much feeling for the heroes. Like him, they were both failed heroes. However, if you can kill, let's see if you can kill. 22 swords. Without saying a word, Qianxunji used sword 22, and the sword made of countless sword energy pierced towards Xianba. However, before stabbing Xiangba, Qianxunji himself was stunned to death. Outside the Qianxunji, although Qianxunji said he kept his physical body secret, but he was still found by Buletin Jingyun, a reckless man. After hitting his body, Qianxunji was instantly killed. Buletin Jingyun and Jianchen, the people who gave him the hat, got super excited because of Chu Chu, and after 2 moves, they actually found Qianxunji's hiding place. Xianba has a health lock, this is no joke. If God doesn't let him die at this time, he can't die. Damn, don't think that just because you are the protagonist, you can do whatever you want. After Qianxunji Yuanshen collapsed, the dungeon redemption was over. He knew that the guy who did the trick in the end was definitely Buletin Jingyun, because that guy was the protagonist and had a halo, and his head couldn't be taken away. This time may not be considered salvation, because this is a situation of certain death. This can only be regarded as the beating of the little angel on himself. But now Qianxunji has no intention to study who touched his body. He focused on Jian 23. Sword 23 is no longer just a swordsmanship, it involves too many things, and Qianxunji naturally likes it very much. This made Qianxunji forget about his system again. The reason why Qianxunji was able to cultivate Yuanshen quickly before was mainly because of the accumulation of the original sword master. Now he has to practice all over again. Therefore, he announced to the outside world that he had entered seclusion and practice. If you want to practice the 23 sword moves and cultivate the soul, it is not an easy task. You need to practice the first 22 moves well and lay a solid foundation. This is an extremely long process. In 2 months, Qianxunji still couldn't do it. In fact, Qianxunji has never understood the difference between the soul and the soul. It feels like the two are the same. After all, after the soul leaves the body is like a corpse, and the soul is the same after leaving the body. But in some cases, the spirit and the soul are different. This is really hard to understand. Qianxunji did not take advantage of this opportunity, but practiced hard. Without cultivating the soul, Qianxunji will never come out of seclusion. Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 20. Qianxunji is practicing in the space crack under his eyes. This space is an extremely safe place for retreat, and because of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, it contains a lot of power. Not only is it safe to practice here, it is also more effective with half the effort. In 3 months, Qianxunji has continuously mastered the first 20 moves of Sword 23. The power of these 20 moves is extraordinary, no less powerful than the soul skills brought by ordinary 10,000-year soul rings. If the semi-artifact Angel Holy Sword is added, Qianxunji feels that the skills after Sword 10 will be no less powerful than the 100,000-year soul skill. The Angel Holy Sword of the Angel God is naturally a divine weapon, but the divine weapon Qianxunji cannot be used, and the imitation semi-divine weapon cannot be used. Qianxunji thought that he would also take time to return to Wuhan City, so he took out the Angel Holy Sword and used it. After practicing 20 moves, Sword 21 has become a bottleneck for Qianxunji, and no matter how hard he practices, he can't make any progress. It is not difficult to guess that the sword master had to train hard in the ice for 20 years before he could master Sword 22, and Sword 23 had been learned all his life. If Qianxunji didn't have the insights of a sword master, even if he had the cultivation method of Sword 23, he wouldn't be able to master it in just a few years. Well, Qianxunji wants to rest for a while now, as his nerves feel too tense now. He wanted to find Lu Erlong to help him relax. But thinking about the FLG he had made before, Qianxunji wanted to give himself a big ear. Why can't you get out of the barrier without practicing your soul? It's really... Hey, if the second dragon comes to find me, wouldn't that be... Qianxunji suddenly thought of a solution. He won't go out, but there should be no problem for Lu Erlong to come to his retreat, right? Isn't it considered a violation of FLG? Except for extreme Douluo, no one can come in here. The 3 extreme Douluo basically guard their own 1/3 of an acre and never leave the house, so basically only Qianxunji and Lu Erlong can come in here. Lu Erlong has obtained the Fire Dragon King suit and can come in and out at will. There are no outsiders to disturb. Qianxunji can play as he wants here, and do whatever he wants. This is a suitable place to steal, oh no, to receive friends. It's a pity that he doesn't have the means to contact Lu Erlong. What's going on? I have a bad feeling in my heart. Just as Qianxunji was demonstrating the sword moves he had learned before, his consciousness told him that something bad might be about to happen. Bibi Dong is here? That's not right, I haven't done anything bad at all during this period of time. I have been in seclusion. Even if Bibi Dong comes, it is just to bring warmth. It is impossible to give myself a bad premonition. That means he cares deeply about people's lives in danger? It's impossible. Now that the Kaibao glazed sect has surrendered, what else can threaten the people around him? Could it be that I have been practicing for too long and am going crazy? After thinking about it, Qianxunji felt that this was the only possibility. It is unlikely that you will become obsessed with cultivating soul power, but if you are too anxious about practicing internal skills and sword moves, there is still a high chance that you will have inner demons, and you will become obsessed with it, and you will be disabled even if you are not dead. What Qianxunji didn't know was that not far from the spring of ice and fire eyes, a little kid crawling on the ground came to a blue tender grass that was now as big as a palm, and stretched out her little my tongue licked the blue grass. Thank you Shuabi book friend, Death Carl for the reward of 100 book coins, Ayanamai for 100 book coins, and Diodara for the 588 book coins. 81 Chapter 81 Lu Erlong, awesome. Please subscribe. This is too fragrant. That tender grass is the blue silver emperor planted by Qianxunji. And the one licking the tender leaves of blue silver emperor is the gluttonous ghost Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu came to play at Binghuolianji in today. To be precise, I was brought here to play. With nothing to do, she crawled around in the eyes of Binghuolianji. Finally, she discovered such a good thing. She asked about the fragrance exuding from this grass from afar. Xiao Wu was deeply confused. To be honest, Xiao Wu has not had much interest in flowers and plants since she became a human. She prefers snacks, candies, and other items made by humans. But now, she never imagined that she would encounter a unique and beautiful plant that she couldn't refuse. When encountering such a good thing, Xiao Wu was reluctant to eat it in one bite. She wanted to taste it slowly. Reality licked the dew on the blue-silver grass, and finally made up its mind to eat it in one bite. She still has a rabbit mentality, so she won't pull it up with her hands. Instead, she stretches out her small mouth and points it in the direction of the tender leaves of the blue-silver emperor. Leave grass under your mouth. In the end, Qianxunji destroyed the FLG he had set and walked out of the small world below. As soon as I landed on the shore, I saw Xiaowu preparing to eat the blue-silver emperor he planted. I'm going. I haven't even had time to eat yet. How could I let a little thing like Xiaowu eat it? After she eats it, will she be compensated for it? After hearing the sound, Xiaowu was stunned. But the next second, she felt herself rising into the air. Qianxunji directly lifted the little guy up. He patted her little lap hard. Wow, you actually hit me, I'm going to sue you to my mother, Wu. Xiaowu felt that she was really wronged and burst into tears. She didn't know why she was beaten. It hurts so much. Her mother has never had her own vaginal injection. Humph. There's no point in complaining to your mother. Didn't you see the notice I posted above? It's strictly forbidden to step on it. Qianxunji had a straight face, pointed to the notice on the side, and spoke angrily. This naughty kid almost took his. Destroyed the grass he had worked so hard to grow. He will use this from now on. No matter what, I would give Xiaowu some soup after using it myself. Xiaowu rubbed her eyes in a grieved manner and said, I don't know how to read. She really can't recognize many human words now. But she still remembers simple numbers. Qianxunji. So, he made a typo? Seeing that Qianxun was now mute, Xiaowu spoke again, besides, I didn't trample on the lawn. She didn't trample on the lawn, she just wanted to eat it. Qianxunji. Is he wrong? No, he's right. So he hit Xiaowu's little pussy again. Of course, Xiaowu is still young now, so Qianxunji doesn't dare to use too much force, lest she break her. After all, she looks like a porcelain doll. Rather than saying it was a hit, it would be better to say it was a gentle pat. But even with a gentle pat, Xiaowu started crying again. Big bad guy, I hate you. This guy just wants to get into trouble. Based on Qianxunji's little relationship with her mother, Xiaowu said, Humph, if I don't give him 1.8 million, oh no, she won't take back her tears if I don't bring out some delicious food. What's wrong, what's wrong, what's wrong? Hearing Xiaowu's cry, Qingwu walked over quietly. Taking Xiaowu from Qianxunji's hand, he asked lovingly. You mom, this bad uncle beat me, he is so bad. Xiaowu rubbed her eyes and complained to her mother about her suffering. Acting like a baby, there are some girls who can't do it. Qingwu was shocked when he found out that it was actually Qianxun who was beating Xiaowu. You know, Qianxunji loved Xiaowu very much before, so why did he hit her today? Could it be that Qianxunji doesn't like Xiaowu anymore? I don't know why, Qingwu was a little worried when she thought of this. But she still asked, what's wrong, did Xiaowu make a mistake? Ahem, cough, cough, here's the thing. It's not a mistake, right? Xiaowu was greedy and almost ate the blue-silver grass I planted. I lifted her up out of desperation, but I didn't hit her. Just a gentle pat. Qianxunji also spoke a little embarrassedly. He really didn't hit anyone. After Qianxunji finished speaking, King Gu looked at the tender grass next to her. Qingwu didn't pay attention to this before, but now that she looked at it, she realized that something was wrong with this blue-silver grass. Qingwu is a rabbit, so she must eat grass. When Qingwu was not a 10,000-year soul beast, every meal she had was full of flowers and grass, including a lot of lanyan cao. But there has never been a blue-silver grass that gave King Gu a wonderful feeling. Qingwu couldn't see anything weird about this blue-silver grass for a while, but since Qianxunji attached so much importance to it, it was no small matter, so she said to Xiaowu, how can it be so delicious at such a young age? Also, Who told you to lie? Stretch out your little hand. After knowing that Qianxunji didn't hate Xiao Wu, Qingwu regained her composure. She didn't know why she was like this, maybe because she was worried that mother and daughter would not be able to have safe shelter without Qianxunji. Xiao Wu, this little girl, has a huge appetite for some reason. My little belly is like a bottomless pit, and I become greedy every day. King Wu felt that it was necessary to take care of this greedy little girl. I don't. Who made it smell so good? And I'm not lying. He really hit my pussy. It hurts. Xiao Wu defended herself with a childish voice. Who makes that blue silver grass smell so fragrant? It's no wonder she is. How dare you quibble? Come on, put your hand out, this time mommy will hit you gently. Qingwu felt that it was necessary to educate Xiao Wu properly. It's not because of anything else. Since it's transformed, some rules still need to be developed. Eating randomly in the wild is not a good thing. Mom is also a big bad guy. If you have a bad uncle, you don't need Xiao Wu anymore. Xiao Wu hates you. Xiao Wu, who didn't want to be beaten, started to shed tears again. To be honest, children are really strange creatures. If you are not careful, their big eyes will become watery, and the expression on their face will be as pitiful as possible. What did you say? Xiao Wu's words made Qingwu's heart tighten. This little girl is always talking nonsense. If Qianxunji hadn't been there, Qingwu would have taken off her pants and beaten her severely. Ahem, okay, Xiao Wu is still young. Children are like this, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, uncle was wrong this time, and uncle was too anxious. Can uncle invite you out for a big dinner? Qianxunji came out to relax because he encountered a bottleneck in his practice. After thinking clearly, he quickly put down his body. How could he still have trouble with a little brat? He spoke to Xiao Wu with a smile. Isn't it hard to deal with the little brat? Why don't you just give in when you bring out toys and delicacies? Snort. When Xiao Wu saw that her little plan had succeeded, she snorted arrogantly, which could be regarded as forgiving Qianxunji, the bad uncle. After all, they might become a family in the future, so I'd better be generous. I haven't said thank you to uncle yet. Seeing Qianxunji come to the rescue, King Wu smiled gratefully at him. But facing Xiao Wu, who is still a girl, she loses her face. She was already thinking about how to deal with this little girl when she went back tonight. She must have a beautiful butt. It's really getting more and more outrageous. How can you say such nonsense? 82 Chapter 82 Duguyan, that's great. Please subscribe. Please recommend monthly tickets. Qianxunji brought Xiaohu to the largest royal hotel in Tiandu Imperial City. There is no problem in coming here to consume as Chihiro. Chihiro-ji first very gentlemanly gave the menu to Qingwu and Xiao Wu, let them order first, ladies first right. Qingwu didn't order much. She ordered 2 vegetarian dishes that she liked to eat, then closed the menu and gave it to Xiao Wu on the side, which looked very elegant. Xiao Wu, this girl, was not polite and ordered everything she liked. This was as it should be in her opinion, after all, who let this bad uncle pursue her mother? Her mother was so thin-skinned that she couldn't be polite. As her mother's only darling, she must take care of her mother, otherwise if her mother finds an irresponsible man, she will suffer in the future. Well, if you want to pursue her mother, you must at least be able to support her. Otherwise, no need to talk. In fact, in the end, it wasn't much, because although Xiao Wu said she was greedy for food, she was all vegetarian. But Qianxunji? Naturally, he ordered all kinds of vegetarian dishes. He is a vegetarian person under normal circumstances. He only eats some bland vegetables when he is interested in drinking. Well, green vegetables. While thinking about green vegetables, Qianxunji couldn't help but look at King Guyu. Money is just a number to Qianxunji. He is not interested in money. He has never touched money in his life. However, in terms of spending money, Qianxunji was still interested. Not much to say about the efficiency of the Royal Hotel, it is a guarantee of speed and quality. Plus Qianxunji's identity is placed here. As soon as his order came out, all the chefs were dispatched together, handing 1 or 2 portions of the dishes at the same time. In less than half an hour, the dishes were served one after another. Ah! Xiao Wu, the snack foodie, was already salivating. She felt like her life had reached its peak. The vegetarian dishes, pastries, and the like she ordered were served first because they were cheap to make, and some were even ready-made. So, small dance and light dance eat first. Qingwu is still so elegant, but Xiao Wu, a little girl, is wolfing it down. Anyway, she is still young. No matter how awkward she is, others won't say anything, but she will still feel cute. However, after the other dishes were served, Xiao Wu suddenly felt that her carrots were a little unflavorful, looking at the fancy ones flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. But no matter how unflavorful it was, Xiao Wu still endured the temptation and ate vegetarian food. Qianxunji felt funny looking at this little one's moved face. After thinking about it, he picked up a small lobster. Moving his sword energy to peel the shell, then dipped in the sauce to taste slowly. Xiao Wu watched with wide eyes, thinking that this bad uncle still had some ability. No wonder her mother was attracted to it. She felt that this bad uncle was still a bit small, oh no, old handsome, with a unique charm. Seeing Qianxunji's expression of enjoyment, Xiaohe couldn't help but feel very curious. This little lobster is really so fragrant and delicious. Xiao Wu was sure about Xiang, but she didn't know if it tasted good or not. She really wanted to try it, but the instinct in her heart told her that she couldn't eat it and that she was a vegetarian. However, she felt uncomfortable holding on like this. Not only small dance, light dance also feel thief uncomfortable. This guy is starting to tempt himself to eat meat again. But it's really fragrant, and this time it's not of my own clan. Should I try it half-heartedly? This was the thought in King Guyu's heart, thinking that if Qianxunji persuaded her to eat later, she would obey. But Qianxunji didn't want to continue flirting with her now because she had flirted with King Guyu the last time she was in the wild. He now wants to flirt with the little one Xiao Wu. He picked up a small lobster again, peeled the shell for dipping and raised it to Xiao Wu's little mouth, and said with a smile, "Xiao Wu, do you want to have a taste?" Xiao Wu heard this, and although she was very moved, her little head was still shaking like a wave drum. Don't be in a hurry to wear rejection. Delicious drops. Taste. Come, be good, open your mouth. Qianxunji didn't care whether he really didn't want this little thing or faked it. Send the shrimp to Xiao Wu's mouth. With a squeak, the shrimp reached Xiao Wu's mouth, and was swallowed directly. Cheap, bast, this little girl, her mouth says no, but her body is very honest. This bad uncle actually fed me with his own chopsticks. I really don't want to. He forced me to, but it tastes pretty good. Xiao Wu cried in her heart. For the first time, she also felt very embarrassed, so she swallowed it without even having time to taste it. She didn't taste anything, and she felt a little bit disappointed. She was too late to take the initiative to open her mouth and say that she wanted more. Why are you eating so fast? This one needs to be tasted slowly, finally, come on, another one. There are only 0 times and countless times for anything, and Qianxunji firmly believes in this. What's more, Xiao Wu is a duplicitous snack foodie. Since Xiao Wu, this little girl, had let go the first time, the second time was much simpler. Therefore, when Qianxunji said something with great concern, this made Xiaohu feel a little short-stayed. I thought to myself, I must taste this time. When Qianxunji sent the shrimp in, everything fell into place. Seeing Qianxunji caring so much about her daughter, Qingwu, who should have been happy, never felt happy. I don't know why, but I just feel a little uncomfortable. Qingwu, look at it, your daughter has eaten it all, it doesn't make sense for you not to come. Who is Qianxunji? Rain and Du are all shared, time managers. Oh no, how could he, being so considerate, put King Guyu aside and ignore her? After giving Xiaowu a good start and letting her taste it carefully, Qianxunji took this opportunity to start taking care of Qingwu next to him. In the old-fashioned way, I peeled the shrimps with sword energy, dipped them in the sauce, and then sent them over. After being noticed by Qianxunji, Qingwu gradually regained her balance. This time, Qingwu did not close the door like before. After holding on for 3 seconds, it finally opened and allowed Qianxunji to enter. It's really delicious, In this way, under the guidance of Qianxunji, the mother and daughter gradually let go of worldly prejudices and began to accept meat dishes. The original vegetarian dishes on the table were now untouched, and all that was taken care of were all kinds of fancy meat dishes. After a while, Qianxunji picked up a spicy rabbit leg and brought it to Xiaowu's mouth. Yeah, what is this? It's so spicy and delicious. Xiaowu didn't think there was anything wrong with Qianxunji feeding him. After all, I am still a child, isn't it natural to be cared for by adults? So, now she doesn't need to take action at all, she just needs to open her mouth. Because Qianxunji will bring it to her mouth. Qingwu was quite critical of this. She told Qianxunji not to dote on Xiaowu too much, but in her heart she was a little envious of her delicious daughter. That's how she is. She can't take the initiative to pick up the meat unless it's brought to her mouth. So, she also wants Qianxunji to feed her. Therefore, Qianxunji is very busy, and both mother and daughter have to be taken care of by Qianxunji. Faced with Xiaowu's question, Qianxunji replied meaningfully, "This is called spicy rabbit legs." Xiaowu has now reached a state where she can just eat and not care about anything else. Now she has transformed into a food critic. After Chihiroji said the name of the dish, she squinted her eyes and enjoyed the delicious food, and said calmly, "Well, it's spicy enough, and it's delicious." However, as she chewed and taught, Xiaowu's chewing speed obviously slowed down, and the expression on her face also changed slightly. But in the end, I chewed it up and swallowed it. She just instinctively wanted to vomit it out. But I don't know why I can't grow a mouth. Maybe it's just like what she said, it's too fragrant. This meal completely shattered the worldview and life outlook of King Guyu and Xiaowu, mother and daughter. 83 Chapter 83 Concubine Rong, the mother of Avalanche. Today, Qianxunji is very happy, and the dissatisfaction caused by encountering bottlenecks in practice has been wiped away. Because he helped 2 people improve their outlook on life and values. This is a good thing. I must be happy. So, Qianxunji sent King Guyu Xiaowu, who was full of food, back to their home, and he had a smile on his face on the way back to Binghuolianjian. After returning to the Ice and Fire Eyes, Qianxunji found Lu Erlong. Seeing that Lu Erlong was still at level 74, Qianxunji said with some unsatisfied tone, "Erlong, have you been lazy recently? Why are you improving so slowly?" Lu Erlong couldn't understand what Qianxunji meant for a while. He really thought that Qianxunji was dissatisfied with his cultivation, so he quickly explained, "Teacher is not the one, and I don't know either. When I was practicing, my soul power was extremely powerful. Most of them have been absorbed by the martial spirit for some reason. Don't worry, teacher, I will work harder in the future. I will not disappoint you when you check your homework." Lu Erlong was really worried that Qianxunji would be disappointed in him. After all, Qianxunji has given him too much care and should have given him too much hope. She definitely couldn't let Qianxunji be disappointed in herself. She would not let up on herself just because of such a small relationship, thinking that she would have to work harder in the future. She wants Qianxunji's approval. Praise. Oh, that's right. That's understandable. The Fire Dragon King's martial spirit is indeed a little troublesome. Do you need teacher or me to help you? Qianxunji expressed his understanding after remembering the shortcomings of ultimate martial spirit in the early stage. Then he came to Lu Erlong, patted her shoulder 3 times, and asked with concern. Seeing Qianxunji sending a special signal between the two of them to him, Lu Erlong understood it all at once. Blushing, he nodded. She is really confused now. She doesn't understand what the ultimate martial spirit can do. It would be great if Qianxunji could help. Students need help, and Qianxunji, as a teacher, is naturally duty-bound. Qianxunji brought her to the small space under the ice and fire eyes. After all, wherever the fire attribute energy is abundant, this will also be very helpful for Lu Erlong to practice. Nearly 4 months later, Qianxunji took Lu Erlong out of the ice and fire eyes. In the past 4 months, Lu Erlong has made great progress. Let's not talk about it first. The soul power was raised from level 74 to level 76. Let's talk about the ultimate fire martial soul. Now Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon King martial spirit has perfectly matched Lu Erlong with the help of Qianxunji. From now on, Lu Erlong's cultivation speed can be the same as normal. As for Qianxunji, his soul power has not improved much and is still at level 96. This is not difficult to understand, because after reaching the 95th level, it is too difficult to improve. In many cases, it takes several years, or even decades to improve one level. What's more, in the past 4 months, Qianxunji's main focus has been on practicing Sword 23. Qianxunji could be said to have been practicing day and night, and finally realized Sword 23 in 4 months or so. In Qianxunji's soul sea, a little golden man who looks exactly like Qianxunji shines brightly. This is Qianxunji's soul. As long as the soul is condensed, even if the circles under the eyes are darkened and the body is a little thinner, it is all worth it for Qianxunji. Yes, compared to Lu Erlong, who is more delicate and charming, he is becoming more mature and beautiful. Because Qianxunji had studied hard in the past 4 months, his work and rest schedules were irregular and he didn't get much rest. Therefore, Qianxunji's handsome face had dark circles around the edges of his bright eyes. Now Chihiroji needs to take a good rest for 2 days after going out. He can't let the dark circles under his eyes affect his perfect appearance. As for losing weight, it's normal. Now Qianxunji can be considered a master of swordsmanship. Have you ever seen a fat kendo master? The fake sword master just looks smooth. Real swordsman masters are all thin and look like a sharp sword. Qianxunji has almost reached the state of returning to his original nature, so his figure has also undergone some changes, and it is normal to lose weight. That Kendo Chen Xin also uses a sword, isn't he as thin as a bamboo pole? The current Qianxunji and Kendo Chen Xin are almost the same, and they have both reached the state of the unity of man and sword. Only by reaching this state and refining and merging your own swords can you use the sword at will. Although Qianxunji is said to have reached the state of unity between man and sword, he has not yet merged because he lacks a sword. Teacher, you are really great. Erlong really likes you so much. After coming out, Lu Erlong spoke with a smile on his face. In the past 4 months, she had lived a very fulfilling and happy life. She had never been so happy, and she really wanted to live like this forever. I'm done. Well, you need to stabilize yourself first. You can go to the Sunset Forest to find some soul beasts to practice with. I also have a little something to do. Faced with Lu Erlong's praise, Qianxunji smiled and nodded, thinking that Lu Erlong was really a straight man and only told the truth. It seems that Lu Erlong should have understood his true strength. After his teachings, Lu Erlong has made rapid progress, and now his combat effectiveness is stronger than most soul saints. Yes. Teacher. Lu Erlong thought so too. In front of Qianxunji, she was the lying little white dragon, the quiet little dragon girl. But in front of other people, she is an out-and-out female Tyrannosaurus. Now she really wants to test her true strength. So, Lu Erlong and Qianxunji said goodbye and went to the sunset forest. I don't know which miserable soul beasts will be targeted by this humanoid Tyrannosaurus. That would be a crime. Qianxunji went to see the blue-silver emperor as usual. I have already said hello before, no one can touch this. In fact, there are only a few people in Binghuo Lianji's eyes, usually Douluo and Duguyan, and occasionally Qingwu and Xiaowu will come. So, after Qianxunji can say hello, Blue-Silver Emperor can now grow steadily. After pouring the nutrient solution on the Blue-Silver Emperor, Qianxunji left. The non-transformed blue-silver grass only requires him to spend a little time watering the nutrient solution. If he transformed, he might be able to extend the time of watering the nutrient solution. Qianxunji went to find Duguyan this time. After Qianxunji accepted Duguyan as a student, he did not personally teach him besides providing him with foundation-building spiritual liquid. This was indeed a failure of Qianxunji's responsibility. Therefore, he will teach Duguyan well in the future, or at least lead Duguyan in. Without Qianxunji's words, Duguyan still polished his body with foundation-building spiritual liquid. However, as the number of times increases, the foundation-building liquid has become of little use. Yanner, come here. Because of Dugubo's influence, Duguyan is also a dispensing madman. When Qianxunji found her, she was preparing some special medicine. Hearing Qianxunji's call, Duguyan ran over obediently and said sweetly, "Hello, teacher." Duguyan knew Qianxunji's identity, status, and strength. Therefore, Duguyan respected the teacher in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Duguyan's smile also made Qianxunji feel happy, and said, "Yanner, I accepted you as a student, but I didn't care about you or teach you for several months. Do you have some complaints against the teacher in your heart?" Duguyan doesn't even have his first soul ring now. Because Qianxunji didn't speak, even Douluo couldn't make the decision. Anyway, this is a bit of a complaint. After all, people similar to Duguyan already have their first soul rings. But will Duguyan say it? How could it be? "Teacher, I think the teacher is also doing it for my own good." Duguyan replied with a smile. Actually, that's right. Duguyan's body has been improved by the foundation-building spirit liquid, and it is already very flexible. Her first soul ring might not be able to absorb 1,000 years, but with her second soul ring, she can definitely start trying to see if she can absorb 1,000 years. This was also Qianxunji's original plan. How can his students be mediocre? 84 Chapter 84 I'm not young anymore. Qianxunji found a chair and sat down, and said with a smile, "Well, Yanner has been here for so long, I said before that I would prepare a gift for you, and now I have prepared it. Yanner, you are so well behaved, so I will prepare it in advance. Give it to you. As for when you reach Soul Master, the teacher will prepare a new one for you." Meeting such a well-behaved, obedient, and beautiful student, Qianxunji, a teacher, couldn't be stingy. He gave the attached soul bone he just obtained to Duguyan. There are not many requirements for refining soul bones. Anyone with soul power can do it as long as they awaken their martial soul. "Thank you, teacher." Although Duguyan is young now, he knows soul bones very well. Because her grandfather has a soul bone. "Yanner, this soul bone comes from the one-faced demon spider. It is almost 10,000 years old. It is an external soul bone. I think it is the most suitable for you. You can take it and refine it. After it is refined, teacher, I will take you to get the soul ring. Qianxunji explained to Duguyan after beautifying this piece of soul bone. Thank you, teacher. You are so kind, teacher. Duguyan walked to Qianxunji's side in small steps. After taking away the soul bone, he stood on tiptoes and touched Qianxunji's face. Then, she went to the side and started to absorb this external soul bone according to the method Dugubo had taught her before. Ah, teacher, what's going on? As soon as the external soul bone was absorbed, Duguyan felt that his little skirt was torn to pieces by something, and several tentacles grew out of his back. This made the young Duguyan a little scared. Qianxunji had experience in absorbing soul bones and used his soul power to help Duguyan take back the 8 spider spears. After taking it back, he spoke, "This external soul bone is just like this. Although you are said to be refined now, your soul power level is still relatively low and you cannot freely control it, so you can pay more attention when practicing in the future. When you practice your grandfather's poison technique, you force all the poison into this soul bone. If the 8 spider spears touch other soul masters in the future, they will be poisoned, and you yourself will not be poisoned by the poison technique. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone." After Qianxunji's understanding, Duguyan finally understood and nodded solemnly. Then he found a coat and put it on himself, then followed Qianxunji to the sunset forest to hunt the soul beasts. "Yanner, are you planning to hunt down the jade phosphorus snake to use as your soul ring?" In the sunset forest, Qianxunji spoke to Duguyan. The martial spirits of Duguyan in the novel are all green phosphorus snakes. The soul skills are also green phosphorus snake red poison, poison blue, purple poison and so on, which feels a bit strange. Facing Qianxunji's inquiry, Duguyan nodded and explained, "Yes, teacher. My jade phosphorus snake martial spirit needs to use the jade phosphorus snake as a soul ring, so that I can practice my grandfather's poisonous skills to the highest level. The ultimate, turn the martial soul into the jade phosphorus snake king, making the snake's poison the most powerful in the world." Qianxunji frowned after hearing this. This wish is too small. Just to make the snake venom the best in the world? This is not possible. "So," he said, "this is not okay, Yanner, my students can't be like this. Erlong is the ultimate fire. Among the fire attribute martial spirits, her martial spirit is the well-deserved number 1. And you, not only do I want you to be the number 1 in snake venom, but I also want you to be the number 1 among all poisonous spirits. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Duguyan became excited. "Can she, can?" Under Qianxun's piercing gaze, Duguyan nodded. "If you don't even believe in yourself, then what's the point of being successful?" Duguyan's martial spirit, the jade phosphorus snake, has sensitivity to snakes. Under her guidance, Qianxunji found a lot of green phosphorus snakes. But most of them were very low level, so Qianxunji simply ignored them. "Teacher, that jade phosphorus snake is almost 300 years old. Do you want to choose it?" Nearly half an hour later, Duguyan finally found the right person. It was a jade phosphorus snake over 3 meters long. Qianxunji shook his head and said, "Yanner, your current body can be dated to 600 years old, but forget it if it's 300 years old. Generally speaking, the ultimate soul master's first soul ring seems to be more than 400 years. But Duguyan is definitely more than that now." Duguyan was very surprised. She had never heard of anyone whose first soul ring could absorb 600 years. Her grandfather Dugubo's first spirit ring was only 300 years old. But Qianxunji said so, so she must have believed it, so she continued to search. Finally, a suitable target was found. A jade phosphorus snake that has been around for nearly 700 years. "Yanner, that's it. I will use the angel domain to suppress it and double its speed. See if you can use your poison to kill it." Duguyan has also begun to get involved in the way of poison, and Qianxunji also wants to see the extent of the poison she is using now. After Qianxunji finished speaking, the angel realm decided on that one. The jade phosphorus snake, which lasted nearly 700 years, was suppressed. Good teacher. After seeing that the jade phosphorus snake had slowed down, Duguyan also mustered up the courage to take out the poison he had prepared. However, even though the speed of the jade phosphorus snake is slowed down, it is still a big challenge for Duguyan, who is only 8 years old and has just reached the 10th level of soul power. And although Duguyan said he was exposed to poison, he has not yet come into contact with poisonous snakes. As a newbie, if it weren't for Qianxunji's help, she would have been sprayed by the venom of the jade phosphorus snake. With the secret help of Qianxunji, Duguyan's own unique poison was contaminated with the jade phosphorus snake. The jade phosphorus snake was indeed affected by Duguyan's poisonous powder and was rolling in place. However, it did not die, and after almost 10 minutes, Duguyan's poison had no effect on it. This made Duguyan a little discouraged. Qianxunji opened his mouth and consoled him, "Yanner, you are still young. The poison prepared is of this level. It's great. Work hard in the future. Now, prepare to absorb the soul ring." After patting Duguyan's shoulder, Qianxunji took action. The sword energy violently swept through the jade phosphorus snake's body, but it did not kill him. Under Qianxunji's watchful eye and protection, Duguyan killed the 700-year-old green phosphorus snake, obtained the first soul ring and refined it. Although the refining process was somewhat uncomfortable, Duguyan still successfully absorbed the jade phosphorus snake. Awakened the first soul skill, jade phosphorus red poison. Duguyan's own soul power has barely reached the 13th level. Okay Yanner, go back and tell your grandpa the good news. Let your grandpa be happy too. After Duguyan finished absorbing the soul ring, Qianxunji smiled at her and congratulated her. Duguyan nodded vigorously. She is really happy now. Her starting point and first soul ring are higher than almost 100% of the people on the mainland. Are she worried that her future achievements will be lower? At this time, Duguyan really admired Qianxunji more and more. Not only that, because of the foundation building spirit liquid that solidifies the foundation, Duguyan's speed will be enhanced to a certain extent in the subsequent training. When you are 12 years old, you can definitely reach level 25 or above, close to level 30, or even reach level 30 directly. Compared with her in the original work, this is naturally much faster. After Qianxunji sent Duguyan back to the Eye of Ice and Fire, Duguyan went to find Douluo. Presumably, the old guy Douluo, who knows about Duguyan's transformation, can feel completely at ease. 85 Chapter 85 Xiaowu's Method, please subscribe. Qianxunji will definitely not stay in the Ice and Fire Eyes. He went to Tiandu Imperial City. First, I went to take a look at Tang San. Tang San was specially hired by Qianxunji to look after him. He only went to take a look when he had time. After all, he was not his biological child. After taking a casual look and confirming that the servant was taking good care of her, Qianxunji left. Where did I go? To King Guyu. What Qianxunji didn't expect was that there were guests in King Guyu's courtyard. This is not surprising. After all, I have been in Tiandu Imperial City for almost a year. It is not surprising that I have some good friends. However, Qianxunji felt that the friend King Guyu met had an unusual background. After Qianxunji arrived, Xiaowu ran in front of Qianxunji and hugged Qianxunji's thigh. After not seeing each other for a few months, this little baby can now walk and no longer has to crawl around on the ground. Qianxunji picked up this little cutie and found that she looked a little unhappy. He couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong, our little Wu? Who made you angry?" Xiaowu muttered and pointed at the elegant woman next to Qingwu. Qianxunji carried Xiaowu and walked over, and came to Qingwu's side, saying, "What's going on? Why is Xiao Wu so angry? Qing Wu explained, this is concubine Rong in the palace. She is the mother of Prince Xuebeng. She wants Xiao Wu to enter the palace and be Prince Xuebeng's companion. King Guo didn't want to agree in her heart, but this was the Tiandu Empire and the royal family's territory. Qianxunji was in retreat again, and she had no choice but to keep delaying. Fortunately, the wait is finally here. Naturally, she was reluctant to let her precious daughter become a companion. Although she said she didn't know exactly where the royal family was, she didn't think it was a good place. After Qianxunji heard this, he immediately became happy. Being the prince's chaperone? Isn't that my little wife? Prince Xuebeng has something, he actually wants to play the role of his wife? A little brave. The current Prince Xuebeng is not very old, he is about 7 years old. He was fascinated by Xiao Wu's cuteness after meeting Xiao Wu in the imperial city with the guards. Then his mother Rong Fei came to get close to Qing Wu, and that was it in the end. Not many people in the entire imperial city knew Qing Wu's true identity. Even concubine Rong doesn't know. But they all know one thing, the relationship between Qing Wu and Qianxunji is very important. In fact, if it were not known that Qing Wu was related to Qianxunji, concubine Rong would have taken Xiao Wu away by force long ago. After knowing that Qing Wu had a close relationship with the former Pope of Wuhan Palace, and that she might be the former Pope's lover outside, and that Xiao Wu might be the Pope's illegitimate daughter, concubine Rong could approach Qing Wu with the intention of having sex with Qing Wu. Good relationship. Prince Xuebeng is only the 4th prince, and he has 3 older brothers. They all have certain families behind them. Clan power. Concubine Rong's natal family is a noble of the Tiandu Empire, but she cannot let her child ascend to that position. Now that I have the opportunity to hug my thigh, I am naturally happy to give it a try. Concubine Rong? I'm sorry, Xiao Wu won't go in and be a companion. No one can force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Qianxunji glanced at concubine Rong and said calmly. Except for him, no one can force Xiao Wu. This concubine Rong is not very old either. This is normal. The Xuebeng she gave birth to is just a little kid now. How old can she be as a mother? After marrying into the palace, she was well maintained and very charming, but no matter how she looked at her, she felt that she lacked a little sparkle. Alas, Emperor Sui is old after all. He is an old man and a young wife. It is normal to have some problems. Oh, if Angel Douluo doesn't want to, forget it. This little girl is really cute and makes people like her very much. After Qianxunji vetoed it, concubine Rong did not dare to disobey in the slightest. She now also has the Soul King cultivation level. But neither she nor the family behind her are worth mentioning in front of Qianxunji. Xiao Wu hid in Qianxunji's arms. A girl's consciousness told her that the woman was not a good person. Okay, concubine Rong, please come back. I know what you are thinking, but I will not agree to it. Qianxunji knew that concubine Rong approached Qing Wu just for herself. But he didn't have that idea, because his original intention was to eventually destroy the Tiandu Empire. Xuebeng is an old bastard who will fight to the end. He is not someone who depends on others. If you help him secretly, you may be bitten in the end. Qianxunji will not support him. Perhaps some people will ask, instead of pretending to be a prince, why not really create a prince? This, as long as Emperor Sui is not stupid, otherwise this won't work. Qianxunji has a strong bloodline in her body, and the children she gives birth to will definitely inherit the angelic martial spirit. If Qianxunji really did that, when the day comes when she gives birth to a child and awakens her martial spirit, there is no need to confess. Emperor Sui will know that the color of his crown has changed, and he will also know who gave him the crown. Cap color change. This is an extremely bad thing for Qianxunji. Therefore, there is only one way to go: substitution. Angel Douluo misunderstood. I just think Sister King Guyu is a nice person, so I just want to make friends. Since Angel Douluo doesn't like her, I'll leave first. Concubine Rong sighed in her heart, very disappointed. Does it mean that her son really has no chance? Qianxunji has already issued an eviction order, what else can Concubine Rong do? I can only leave honestly. She didn't dare to put on airs in front of Qianxunji. Qingwu is not a silly person. She has a very high IQ. She knew from the beginning that Concubine Rong had ulterior motives, but she just couldn't refuse. Why didn't you come to me if you were in trouble? After Concubine Rong left, Qianxunji spoke rather blamingly. King Guyu's pretty face immediately turned red, she lowered her head and said, Nyanyo, I went to ask, you are practicing in seclusion, how can I bother you, and no one can go to the place where you are, Lu Erlong can go also. When it comes to the latter part, King Guyu can't continue talking. When she went to Douluo to ask, the answer she got was that Qianxunji and Lu Erlong had gone to that place to retreat for 2 months. A man and a woman have been in the same place for 2 months, and now it seems like 4 months. I don't know that Lu Erlong, in this short period of time. However, it should be comfortable. That's right. You haven't come to us for so long. Do you hate my mother and me? Xiao Wu also moved around in Qianxunji's arms, showing her temper. Qianxunji is not here, so she can only eat vegetarian food every day, and she also wants to eat meat. How is that possible? Xiao Wu, you are so cute, and your mother is so beautiful. How can there be people in this world who hate you? I was practicing in seclusion before, and I came to see you as soon as I came out. Qianxunji rubbed Xiao Wu's little nose and explained softly. When Qianxunji said this, Xiao Wu became a little happier, but she was still a little dissatisfied. She muttered, you are so powerful, why do you still practice in seclusion? No one will play with me anymore. In Xiao Wu's opinion, Qianxunji is the most powerful person in the world. As expected of a heroine, she is so cute, Chihiroji really likes her. Haha, if you don't practice in seclusion, how can I protect you if someone comes and snatches you away, right? Xiao Wu, don't worry, uncle, I will protect you and your mother from now on, and I won't let you get hurt at all. Qianxunji's words made King Guyu feel her body heat up. I believe you are a bad uncle, but when will you take me to a big dinner? In contrast, Xiao Wu didn't have much reaction and nodded seriously. 86 Chapter 86 I will help you, please subscribe. A day of companionship, Qianxunji left at nightfall. Xiao Wu is still young now, and she still sleeps with her mother Qingwu. Qingwu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, something was on her mind. This made Xiao Wu unable to sleep. Originally, Xiao Wu was very tired today, so she asked, Mom, what are you doing? I have to sleep. The book says that children will not grow taller if they don't get a good rest. After Xiao Wu asked, Qingwu was a little embarrassed, but finally said, Xiao Wu, what do you think? Uncle Qianxunji. When King Guyu asked this question, she wanted to cover her face with her quilt. Xiao Wu now understood why her mother was so confused today. She was very puzzled, didn't her mother go out with Uncle Qianxunji a few months ago? How? Not sure about the relationship yet? This Uncle Qianxunji is so useless. Can't handle your mother for 2 months? It seems that I have to help my mother. It is really hard for her to be alone. She should let Uncle Qianxunji take care of her in the future. Although Uncle Qianxunji said he was bad, he is very good. What's wrong? So, Xiao Wu said good things to Qianxunji. Nothing, just go to sleep. After receiving Xiao Wu's affirmative answer, Qingwu relaxed. Although she thought Xiao Wu wouldn't hate Qianxunji, it was best to make sure. Qingwu wanted to sleep now, but Xiao Wu didn't want to sleep because of the gossip. She approached her mother and whispered, "Mom, don't think about me, just do it. Look at Lu Erlong. He's still a student. He's not a seducer. My own, Xiao Wu sees everything clearly and clearly. In her opinion, Lu Erlong is simply a vixen among humans, just like the coquettish fox among their soul beasts." King Guo's whole body felt hot when her daughter said this, and she said timidly, "What do you know, little girl? Didn't you see that Bibi Dong brought 4 titled Douluo last time? Do you want your mother to be beaten to death?" Although the melon is delicious and the show is good to watch, but after watching the play, I felt deep in thought. The one in Qianxunji's family is too fierce, so I don't dare. Xiao Wu finally understood why there had been no progress in being together for 2 months. It seems that it must be Qianxunji's bad uncle. Although he sounds bad on the surface, he is actually a gentleman and will not take the initiative. As for my mother, she is too timid because of the rabbit. He didn't dare to take the initiative like Lu Erlong, so the relationship between the two couldn't progress. He has always maintained a detached look. Trash. Xiao Wu said this in a low voice. If her mother takes the initiative, Uncle Qianxunji can play with her every day. Yes, Xiao Wu, who has lost her father since she was a child, really wants a mature, handsome man who can give people a sense of security to care for her as her elder. Obviously, among the few men that she has come into contact with, Qianxunji is the most suitable and the one that Xiao Wu likes the most. Haha. I haven't put on the Fang Gwa for 3 days. Xiao Wu's word waste made Qing Wu stunned for a while, and then she sneered. You are only 2 years old and you are so brave? It would be okay if you grow up. That sentence is indeed correct. Hit your child as early as possible. Hey, I didn't say anything about your mother. If you're worried about being beaten, you can do it secretly, what do you think? Xiao Wu also felt that she was drifting. Now that Uncle Qianxunji was not here, if her mother hit her, wouldn't she be crippled? So, she quickly changed the topic. Now that Qing Wu was really changed by Xiao Wu, a ghostly spirit, she felt anxious and hopeful. This is not good. Although it is exciting, but Qing Wu will definitely not go looking for that scumbag rabbit again. That time when that scumbag bitch scumbags her, he is already 100,000 years old plus. At that time, he had not transformed, so even if he is still alive now, he is still a soul beast rabbit. And what about her? She has been given a new lease of life. It's human. Rabbits can be with rabbits. But can rabbits be with people? And she's a pure rabbit, not a beauty like her. Thinking of this, King Guo couldn't stand it. So, with Qianxunji's little reminder, King Guo no longer had the knot in her heart that she had at the beginning, and that scumbag was gone. She is not like other women who insist on asking for too much. After all, she has been alone for so long and can endure loneliness. It's enough to just have someone come to accompany you occasionally. Well, especially when that one comes, just stay with me. Xiao Wu, this little girl's proposal, seems not bad. King Guo's courage is indeed very small, unlike the blue-silver emperor who dares to go out for a walk even after transforming, and dares to fall in love with humans. King Guo didn't dare to do it before, because she was worried about being recognized and arrested. But now that she has settled down, King Guo has gradually started to feel like that. What exactly are human emotions? It's definitely not like a soul beast, it's purely just to vent. Human emotions should be extremely romantic and unforgettable. Qianxunji should be like that. Qing Wu thought this in her heart. After all, Qianxunji now has 2 women who love him so much and are so happy. In fact, she really thought it right. Qianxunji is that kind of person. There is absolutely no such thing as body craving for Qianxunji. He is noble, he just wants women like Qingwu and Lu Erlong who have been heartbroken to have a stable home. Seeing his mother, he seemed to be a little tempted, and quickly struck the iron while it was hot. Mom, after the bad uncle comes tomorrow, why not let him live here? It is convenient, the house is so big, just the two of us, it is so deserted. To be honest, Xiaowu also wanted to see what that kind of thing was all about. She wanted to understand. I don't know why. Well, this big villa is obviously facing the sun, and the location has excellent feng shui, but Xiaowu just feels deserted. Occasionally, Xiaowu would feel a little frightened when facing the darkness alone, which was a little more frightening than when she entered some extremely dark and dense forests in the big forest. I don't even dare to sleep alone at night. I have to follow King Guyu to fall asleep. If Qianxunji is around, it should be livelier and more lively, and she will feel much safer. In fact, it's not just Xiaowu, even Qingwu, who is now a titled Douluo, feels that way from time to time. What are you talking about? You little brat, go to bed early. King Guyu felt that the little gangster in her arms was getting more and more excessive, so she said coldly with a straight face. In fact, she just couldn't control it. How am I so young? I'm going to celebrate my 100,002nd birthday soon. Xiaowu said angrily. She is not a child, Xiaowu is already a big girl. However, after Qingwu gave her her favorite lollipop and made her little head buzz, Xiaowu still covered her head and calmed down. My mother is so bad. It's really unreasonable to take action against someone else even if she can't persuade her. 87 Chapter 87 I don't want to move by myself. Please subscribe. On the second day, Qianxunji went to the construction site of the new school to have a look. Qianxunji wants to build Douluo continent into a supercontinent. One word to describe it is that everyone is like a dragon. In order to become a god, he would do whatever it takes. He knew that the Poseidon, in order to become a god, had absorbed the beliefs of countless residents along the coast for thousands of years before he became the Poseidon. As the belief in merits and the like increases, the probability of becoming a god will also change. Therefore, Qianxunji only started to engage in the joint cult before. Although it is said to be over for the time being, Qianxunji has not given up. Now, Qianxunji is going to implement his own plan on the human side. In the past, only Qianxunji was famous in Douluo continent. Now, he wants to be wise of his own. So he wants to build an academy, and it will be the first academy in Douluo continent to attract fame. Very convenient for future big plans. However, it has not yet been determined what this academy will be called Qianxunji in the future. He has difficulty naming. Is it called Tianshan Academy? Build a seminary? Let's check it out later. You can also seek your wife's opinion in this regard. Of course, besides the name, there is another extremely serious question. That's the teacher. Student Yuan Qianxunji is not worried at all. There are many people who want to become soul masters. From now on, Qianxunji will mainly face ordinary people. What is scarce now are teachers. For a teacher to take care of 34 students, he would have to prepare at least 100, or even thousands, of teachers. This is also a troublesome thing. Qianxunji doesn't care about money. If he doesn't have money, he can just ask his wife for it. He really has no interest in money. The financial power of the family is in Bibi Dong's hands. Lu Erlong's current strength is definitely enough to become a teacher. Well, Qianxunji also wanted to see Lu Erlong in a teacher's uniform. By then he would be the principal, and Lu Erlong would be his teacher. Hey. Oh, in addition to Lu Erlong, maybe King Guyu can also be brought over to be a teacher. Her temperament is very suitable for being a teacher. Maybe in less than 2 years, Yin can become a part of his group. Qianxunji estimates that his academy will be officially completed in about a month. It occupies a very large area and is built in sunset forest. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, so lively, and there are small woods with beautiful environment everywhere. As for the danger, this doesn't exist. With an old guy like Douluo watching from the side, there won't be any danger. In the future, Qianxunji will have to set up a special security system, with more than 100 professional teams, so there will be no problem with safety. After 1 month of completion, let him leave it for a month or two before he can start recruiting students. Therefore, he still has some things to do during this time. The fastest way to make his college develop rapidly is to annex several existing colleges. This way, he will have a foundation. After the first class of teachers and students, he can become famous, and there will be no problems later. There are not many well-known colleges in the Tiandu Empire. In addition to the Royal Imperial Academy, there are also Tianshui Academy, Divine Wind Academy, Thunder Academy, Blazing Academy, Botanical Academy, etc. It would not be difficult for Qianxunji to annex these colleges, but Qianxunji felt it was unnecessary. Because those academies are all located in the Tiandu Empire, it is difficult to digest them. So Qianxunji chose several relatively poor colleges in Tiandu Imperial City, almost 4 of them. He planned to swallow it all in one breath. This is also extremely easy for Qianxunji. After Qianxunji made the plan, it was almost noon. Qianxunji thought for a while, and there was no problem with Lu Erlong. Nowadays, Qianxunji would not say anything to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong is that kind of woman. As long as you use your strength to conquer her, she will obey you in the future and be more well-behaved than a cat. What Qianxunji has to consider now is to persuade Qingwu to come over. In fact, Qianxunji knew that as long as he asked, Qingwu would definitely agree. But Qianxunji still has to respect Qingwu and ask. Aren't all men like this? They eat from the bowl and look into the pot. Lu Erlong, when Qianxunji didn't put it in a bowl, put it in a pot, or was being held by other people, didn't Qianxunji respect her very much and ask questions about everything she did? But now after being put into Qianxunji's bowl, how long will it take Qianxunji? Respect? No, at certain moments, Lu Erlong didn't have any dignity in front of Qianxunji. Qingwu is still watching, Qianxunji is still watching, so, respect, must be respected. So when Qianxunji went to the imperial city and took the rabbit mother and daughter to have lunch, Qianxunji mentioned his thoughts. Xiaowu will grow up soon, and we can't let her continue playing like this. So I plan to let Xiaowu go to study in the future. Don't worry, with you and me taking care of her, Xiaowu will definitely not feel aggrieved at all. Qianxunji expressed his thoughts. Suddenly, the chicken drumstick in Xiaowu's mouth no longer tasted good. During this time, she also came into contact with what an academy is. It's just a bunch of little brats locked up inside to study. The current Xiaowu is not like the later one whose father did not care for her mother. She feels that she is doing well now, her mother treats her well, and her bad uncle also loves her very much. She doesn't want to go to school. Uncle, I don't want to go. Xiaowu ate the chicken in his mouth in a few times, and spoke aggrievedly to Qianxunji. Ahem, Xiaowu, there are many children in the academy. You can mingle with them. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely help you when the time comes. Be good and obedient. Qianxunji persuaded him with kind words. They are all experienced, he understands. Many little kids say they don't want to go to kindergarten, but as soon as they go there and see their little friends, they immediately feel really good about it. You must go. I will teach you personally when the time comes. You are becoming more and more outrageous now. Unlike Qianxunji, Qingwu's attitude towards Xiaowu was much stricter. This little girl is becoming more and more lawless because of Qianxunji's pampering. Qingwu doesn't believe that she can't cure this little guy. Xiao Wu looked at Qianxunji with hope, hoping that Qianxunji would show the courage to deal with Lu Erlong and that Tigress Bibi Dong and suppress her mother. But Qianxunji just smiled and did not refute what his mother said, and Xiao Wu suddenly became frustrated. In the future, if you fall into the hands of your own mother, how will you survive? You have to follow the rules in everything and be a 3 good students. She doesn't want it. But why is Uncle Qianxunji like this? Could it be that? Xiao Wu had a guess in her mind. Maybe it's because Uncle Qianxunji doesn't have that kind of relationship with his mother, so they are 2 families. Regarding the family affairs between himself and his mother, Uncle Qianxunji, an outsider, would definitely not interfere. But what if? Xiao Wu knows that after a woman in the human world marries a man, she has to listen to the man on everything. If your mother and Uncle Qianxunji get together, then your mother will have to listen to Uncle Qianxunji from now on. And if Uncle Qianxunji pampers himself so much, wouldn't it be a happy life in the future? Xiao Wu's little head began to spin rapidly, and finally she came up with a very bold plan. 88 Chapter 88 Super Seminary, please subscribe. Xiao Wu endured the grievance and ate several large plates with tears in her eyes. This is not difficult to understand, because Xiao Wu is a soul beast in the form of a spirit beast, so it is normal for her appetite to be larger than that of normal people. In the afternoon, Qing Wu very considerately visited the principals of several bottom schools in Tiandu Imperial City with Qianxunji. Under coercion and inducement, these principals all chose to compromise. It's not considered coercion. Anyone who is not a fool will not refuse Qianxunji's proposal. These schools are already in some difficulties. Now that Qianxunji proposes to merge the schools, plus the generous conditions proposed by Qianxunji, will they refuse? They are definitely dissatisfied with each other, but they can still accept being merged by Qianxunji. The conditions offered by Qianxunji were very tempting. After the merger, they could not only receive a large reward but also have a position with high authority, so they all agreed. But in the future, Qianxunji should provide some placement fees. The authority of the school founded by Qianxunji is not worth thinking about if it is not powerful. After a while, when the teachers and students adapt to the new campus and the new principal, these veterans of the former dynasty who have no strength will be kicked aside. Qianxunji has always adhered to the principle of strength first. After a busy afternoon, Xiao Wu's legs were about to break. Poor girl suffered so much when she just learned to walk. Later, Qianxunji carried her back home. Uncle Qianxunji, it's so late. You might as well sleep here today. Tomorrow is just the right time to do business with your mother. Xiao Wu looked sleepy, rubbed her eyes and whispered. Qing Wu, who was cleaning up, was startled when she heard Xiao Wu's words. This. Qianxunji did not intend to stay here, because someone had already warmed his bed in the small space of Binghuolianjian. What can he do if he stays here? I can only sleep alone on a cold bed. Qianxunji does have some thoughts about King Gu, but Qianxunji knows that it is completely unrealistic now. After all, there was a light bulb as big as Xiao Wu, so he couldn't get rid of it. Moreover, thousands Sunji will not actively force people. Because Qing Wu had a small light bulb, it was impossible for her to entertain herself or anything in person. Therefore, Qianxunji never stayed here overnight. This time he didn't want to either. He missed the warm and exquisite container at home. It's really poisonous and I can't quit it, at least for now. But looking at Xiao Wu's pitiful look, Qianxunji still agreed, thinking that he would stay here tonight and sleep next door. One night passed patiently. Before going to bed, Qianxunji also washed himself thoroughly. After Qianxunji passed by, Xiao Wu winked at her mother. King Gu really didn't have the courage and remained unmoved. Mom, I just need to sleep alone today. Xiao Wu spoke to her mother. With Qianxunji here, she is no longer afraid of sleeping alone. The reason why I slept next to Qingwu before was because Xiaowu didn't dare to sleep alone. You sleep alone? Haha, look at how anxious you are, then go and sleep next to your uncle Qianxunji. I'll sleep here today. How could King Guyu be bullied by her own daughter? He retorted unconvinced. Okay, then I'll go. Xiaowu didn't have so many scruples, so she quickly got out of the bed and prepared to put on her shoes. King Guyu saw it and quickly stuffed her in again. Xiaowu just looked at her and smiled. Mom, let me give you a warning, so that the bad uncle can be caught easily. King Guyu actually refused in her heart, but she still couldn't help but put her ears out. Sometimes it's like this, the body's performance cannot be faked. Because of curiosity and some reasons, King Guyu also longed for human emotions. Now, Xiaowu, who is a drag on her family, doesn't refuse, so she doesn't need to hide anything, just face it directly. During this period, she had been waiting and watching for a long time. Qianxunji was a person she could rely on. Soul beasts are not like mothers and fathers like humans, so they can just do whatever they decide to do. After Qianxunji washed up, she heard a knock on the door. After opening the door, he saw King Guyu wearing a loose white mini nightgown holding a blanket outside the door. Although you may not need it, I think it's better to lay this on. King Guyu's face was almost buried in the blanket and she whispered. This is the first time she wears this kind of clothes. She bought this dress a long time ago. She just bought it for some unknown reason. But I have never dared to wear it, but today I finally have the chance. With Qianxunji's 96th level of cultivation, there is no problem at all sleeping without covering anything at night. However, in order to show respect, it is better to provide these with complete equipment so that others will not gossip and receive poor hospitality. Oh well. Qianxun quickly turned around and let King Guyu walk in. When King Guyu passed by Qianxunji, Qianxunji smelled an alluring fragrance, which made people fascinated. Qianxunji had an answer, Qingwu also washed up. However, doesn't it usually take girls much longer to wash up than men? Could it be that he just spent too long calm down? While Qianxunji was thinking, Qingwu had already started to make Qianxunji's bed. Her movements were very slow, and I don't know if it was because she was not familiar with it. But she was hunched over, and her curves made Qianxunji's blood boil again. King Guyu's nightgown was already small, but when she bent down, it became even shorter. Qianxunji couldn't help but have the urge to uncover it, identify the true face of Mount Lu, and see if there was any clouds or mist inside. From Qingwu, Qianxunji came up with 4 words, beautiful and delicious. This made Qianxunji couldn't help but wonder if he was overthinking. But Xiaowu is still here, is this really okay? Will it spoil the children? Thinking of this, Qianxunji couldn't help but stick out his head and look next door. The door was closed tightly and the lights were off. At this moment, Qianxunji felt cruel in his heart. Thinking of Xiaowu's sleepy look just now, I comforted myself that Xiaowu was already asleep, sleeping like a pig that couldn't be woken up. It shouldn't be a problem if you just be gentle or plug your mouth. So Qianxun quickly closed the door and locked it again. At this moment, Qianxunji decided to stop being a human being. The moment the door closed, Qingwu's heart was in her throat. Especially after hearing the sound of locking, she almost softened. She felt Qianxunji walking towards her, and finally, came closer. King Guyu, you? Qianxunji asked Qingwu when he lost his last consciousness. I'm here. This time I don't want to stand alone. King Guyu answered according to her heart. Only then did Qianxunji understand why he succeeded so easily. It turned out that the rabbit was here. As a friend of women, will he refuse Qingwu's request? Okay, I'll help you. A strange sound sounded. Only then did Qianxunji remember that the sound insulation effect of the villa he had spent a huge amount of money to buy was nothing to say. His previous worries were all unnecessary. Not long after, a sneaky figure walked over next door to Qianxunji. Xiao Wu, who was originally afraid of the dark, was not afraid at all now and approached the wooden door of Qianxunji's room. Listening to his mother's strange voice inside, Xiao Wu also felt that this seeing the big villa finally no longer has that cold feeling. Thank you Shuabi book friends, Xia Xiaoko 200 book coins, Shangli 1888 plus 1888 book coins, Huan Xiang Kongli 100 book coins, don't give me likes Kunkin bites your balls 100 book coins, 854054800 books coin, the name cannot be typed out with emoticons, there is a book friend behind it. 200 book coins, and a reward from a friend at the starting point. Can't see who the data belongs to. Let's do the 7th update first. I feel a little stuck. It will happen again during the day. Don't worry. Asking for a monthly ticket. Recommended vote. Subscribe. Thank you guys. Go to bed early. There is everything in the dream. 89 Chapter 89 Rakshasa Inheritor, please subscribe. That night, Bibi Dong, who was thousands of miles away, felt uncomfortable again tonight. I couldn't sleep, my head felt a little heavy. This time, Bibi Dong did not wear the crown because she wanted to sleep. Having learned from the past, Bibi Dong might have guessed something. Because the telepathy between their husband and wife is getting stronger and stronger. This time of change, it must be that the heartless man of mine is acting like a monster outside again. That woman Lu Erlong is really stupid. Why can't I monitor that guy? The reason why Bibi Dong did not use force to take Lu Erlong away was actually the reason why he asked Lu Erlong to keep an eye on the heartless man and not to allow more sisters in the family. But now it seems that that idiot Lu Erlong can't stand that heartless man at all. What a waste! You are obviously so proactive in some aspect and your needs are so great, why can't you control even one man? Just tell him not to leave even a drop of it. Will this man still have a chance to fool around outside? I'm afraid that even if you have the intention, you can't do it. Well, Lu Erlong only played such a small role in Bibi Dong's eyes. Oh, there is another function, which is to spread the branches and leaves of thousands of families. Other than that, nothing. What Bibi Dong didn't know was that as a result of Qianxunji's increased efforts in education, Lu Erlong's mind had now become more open. Bibi Dong was thinking in her mind about how she could completely capture the heartless Qianxunji so that he could only stay in his own garden and be powerless to the wild flowers on the roadside. It is unrealistic to go directly to the Tiandu Empire for another visit, as this may damage the couple's relationship. It is not realistic to bring Qianxunji back. Although she now has 5 magical skills, it is still difficult to defeat Qianxunji. Well, the only way is for her to break through to the titled Douluo as soon as possible. By then, we should be able to tie that guy back and make him stay at home as a house husband. Be obedient and eat soft rice. She is the most noble queen in the Douluo continent. How can you do it yourself? She wants that pretty boy Qianxunji to move. She just needs to lie down. But now, she had to go to the closet and take out the gift Qianxunji gave her. On the second day, Qianxunji and King Gui walked out arm in arm at almost 10 o'clock. There is no need to eat breakfast because both of them are already full. Xiao Wu was sitting alone in the living room, reading some children's books. After seeing Qianxunji and Qingwu walking arm in arm, her face was a little happy at first, but she quickly returned to normal. Now, although she is young, she is already a little drama queen. Mom, I'm hungry. Xiao Wu covered her stomach and spoke pitifully to Qingwu. Really, Xiao Wu really feels like she is really starting to be forgotten now. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, isn't there food at home? Don't you know how to go find it? Really, why did I give birth to such a stupid daughter like you? King Wu was very helpless. Xiao Wu felt extremely wronged. She was just hungry, so why did she receive such a meal inexplicably? Ahem, King Wu, Xiao Wu is a child. Most of the food at home is snacks. You won't feel full after eating a little. Anyway, it's still early. Let's take Xiao Wu out to eat. In comparison, Qianxunji is much kinder. This made Xiao Wu have to wonder whose biological child she was. My biological mother feels like a stepmother. I don't feel sorry for such a cute and well-behaved little princess like myself at all. Qianxunji spoke, and King Wu nodded gently. Now that things are like this, she will definitely have to listen to the head of the family in the future. Obviously, Qingwu was also conquered by Qianxunji. Tisk, 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 Qianxunji never expected that she would look like an otherworldly, elegant, and quiet girl on the battlefield. Tisk tisk tisk, his performance is no worse than that of Lu Erlong. Qianxunji loves him very much. Seeing that her mother was now obedient to Uncle Qianxunji's advice, Xiao Wu could accept it. It seems that I will still have good days in the future, and everything I did before was correct. Qianxunji took the snacks to solve the breakfast problem. This time, Xiao Wu and Qingwu are no longer sitting in the same row. Instead, Xiao Wu did it alone, while Qingwu and Qianxunji sat together. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt that her heart ached suddenly, as if she had lost something. Seeing how her mother obeyed Qianxunji's words with great tenderness, Xiao Wu suddenly wondered if she had done something wrong. If my mother and Uncle Qianxunji give birth to a baby in the future, will Uncle Qianxunji still love me so much? Uncle Qianxunji may not know it, and my mother may not even know it. Xiao Wu suddenly felt that the fragrant breakfast suddenly stopped fragrant. It's better to call Erlong over to live with her. It's not convenient if she's alone in the sunset forest. Calling her over can also help her. Xiao Wu's expression neither Qianxunji nor King Wu cared, because they were both immersed in love now, who would care about a little brat? King Wu suggested as she looked at Chihiro-ji tenderly. In order to prevent Chihiro from running over and over, she took the initiative to open her mouth. This may seem like a concession. But in practice, it was to retreat in order to advance. If Lu Erlong also came to live together, she would be able to be with Qianxunji every day. She knew that arguing with Qianxunji because of the stay issue would not lead to good results. Xiao Wu listened, and immediately exploded. I thought to myself, what was going on with my mother? How could I let that vixen come? Shouldn't her own mother keep Uncle Chihiro's disease here wholeheartedly? Why do you still have an active capital enemy? That's fine. Let's go to Ice and Fire Lianji for a walk later. Qianxunji looked at King Wu and smiled. Could it be that more people can exercise again? Except for that time Lu Erlong forced his way in midway, Qianxunji didn't exercise many people. Now it seems that it's okay? There was no problem with Lu Erlong's side. Looking at Qingwu's attitude, the problem shouldn't be big. By the way, Chihiro thinks that he can open a zoo. There are spiders, rabbits, dragons, snakes, and so on. In the future, there will probably be phoenixes, grass, and so on. They really have everything. However, perhaps we can really open a zoo in the future. Put these in a small cage, or chain them up for your own viewing. Wow, this is amazing, it hurts my eyes. After Xiao Wu's belly was full, the three of them slowly went to Bing Huo Yang Yi's eyes. Seeing that her mother was no longer caring about her, Xiao Wu suddenly missed the days when she was slept with by her mother. Now she suddenly ate a wave of so-called dog food and was directly supported by it. He had planned to only take Lu Erlong over there alone. However, Qianxunji thought carefully and bubbled Xiao Wu's mother away. In the future, they also have things busy, and Xiao Wu alone may be a little lonely. So, Duguyan Qianxunji also brought over, convenient to teach not to mention, but also can accompany Xiao Wu. Only Douluo was left in the eyes of ice and fire. Nowadays, the only one Qianxunji cares about with his eyes of ice and fire is Ayin. Fortunately, the place where Ayin was planted was not accessible to any soul beast, so it was considered safe. Of course, if there is really no way, there is no way for her to die midway through Qianxunji, God's will. He couldn't give up a piece of grass because of a grass, oh no, give up a forest. There is one more child in the family, plus Xiao Wu is 2. Although it may make the movement between Qianxunji, Lu Erlong, light dance very inconvenient. However, this is not a problem. There is a high-end entertainment club 20 meters away next to the villa where Qianxunji is located, where you can open a private room or something. Actually, Chihiro feels that he is really a soft rice king who eats soft rice. He doesn't need to move on his own now. Whatever he wants to do, just give orders. Lu Erlong and Qingwu will help him do it, and do it very well. Qianxunji Lu Erlong provided great help to Qianxunji in forming the institution. As expected of someone who has set up a school himself, Lu Erlong still has his own experience in communication. This made Qianxunji feel that his ability was really getting bigger and bigger. In the future, it seems that many more have done so, preferably involving various fields, highlighting their own strength, doing everything to the peak, but nothing needs evidence to move. Well, in some ways, Chihiro and the Bibitos thought of a piece to it. Thank you to all Shuabi book friends for your recommendation votes, monthly votes, and most importantly, your subscription support. We hope you will continue to support us as always. Thanks to book friend One Image from 688 plus 588 book coins, Madman. 100 book coins as a reward. 90 Chapter 90 Jealousy is Healthier, please subscribe. In half a month, all the facilities and equipment of the school built by Qianxunji were ready, all of which were of the highest quality. This cost Qianxunji tens of millions of gold soul coins. Qianxunji couldn't take it out, but his daughter-in-law could easily send it to Qianxunji. The Martial Soul Palace lacks everything except money and soul masters. I don't know how much of the gold soul coins distributed by the Martial Soul Palace to civilian soul masters every year. The handover work between and several basic institutions has been done. At the beginning of the next semester, student teachers will come directly to the new campus built by Chihiro. Having solved these problems, the last trouble left now is the professional team. Qianxunji also posted a recruitment notice, arranged the corresponding reception staff, and just waited for capable people to apply. The matter is almost done. What is the name of the school? Qianxunji has also been built. This time there is absolutely no problem with the name he gave. The name is Super Seminary. There's nothing wrong with this name, right? If you have an opinion about this name, raise your hand and you can just pull it out and beat it to death. After the Academy's affairs came to an end, Qianxunji planned to return to the Martial Soul Palace to lie down. He is going to take away the demigod the weapon and himself complete the union of man and sword. When the time comes, his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. At level 96, he might be directly comparable to level 98. At that time, even if Bibi Dong broke through level 90 and became a titled Douluo, he still had to lie down. But having said that, when thinking about Bibi Dong breaking through the title Douluo, Qianxunji remembered that he had told Bibi Dong before that he would find her the most awesome soul ring. Now, Bibi Dong is probably around level 85, so she needs to get started on that matter in advance. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do business in the future. But what should I prepare for her? Not to mention that the deep-sea demonic whale was booked by Qianxunji, even now Qianxunji and Bibi Dong combined may not be able to defeat it. The old guy Qiandaoliu didn't take action either. Qianxunji's original plan was to let his wife work together to kill him after he became a titled Douluo. But now... Hey, Bibi Dong absorbed the Water Dragon King's soul as a soul ring, can she try her luck in Poseidon Island? It just so happened that Qianxunji also wanted to go to the beach to lie down and help the clear sky hammer find a soul ring. Although the chance of getting Poseidon is slim, you can still give it a try. Thinking of this, Qianxunji also had some ideas. Let's see if we can strengthen Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring. If it really doesn't work, you can give Bibi Dong the method of cultivating the soul. Of course it's not Sword 23. This is difficult. After Qianxunji had the soul, he had ideas and developed an alternative method of cultivating the soul. After all, he is a genius. With such a huge achievement, Qianxunji must have shared it with his wife as soon as possible, making her admire him even more. Only when the main palace is tidied up will the harem be stable. Lu Erlong and Qingwu are not good enough now, unless one day they are both shot. In fact, Qianxunji doesn't quite understand. I don't know how much power I gave to Lu Erlong, but Lu Erlong didn't respond at all. You know, Qianxunji gave Lu Erlong injections most of the time, not much oral liquid. He only gave oral liquid occasionally when he was interested. The purpose of this is to see if we can cultivate a heaven-defying son with dual god-level martial spirits. It's a pity that there is no sign of success so far. It seems to have no effect at all. Could it be said that god-level martial souls are so repulsive to each other? But that's okay, if you don't have it, you won't have it. Anyway, Qianxunji is the one who is comfortable, which is convenient. If you have it, accept it. If you don't have it, you can only work on other people. Qianxunji originally planned to bring Qianrongxue here so that Qianxunji could bring fame to his super seminary. At only 8 years old, Qianrongxue is almost at level 30. If this spreads out, the entire Douluo continent will probably go crazy. But if you do this, Qianrongxue will be targeted by many people, including some desperados who will plot against Qianrongxue. For the safety of his precious daughter, Qianxunji cannot do such a thing. A father must think about his children. Dalu in the original work did not publicize Qianrongxue's talent. There must be a reason for this. After finishing everything, Qianxunji invited Lu Erlong and King Guyu to the entertainment club next to the villa to have fun, relax and reward them. After all, they have worked really hard recently. After that, Qianxunji told them about this matter. I'm going back to Wuhan City in a while. Do you want to go? Holding each other in one hand, Qianxunji couldn't help but sigh. Is there no better peak in life than this? Of course, it is best to serve oneself one after the other. That is the real peak. After Qianxunji opened his mouth, Lu Erlong shook his head and said, I won't go. That's that woman's territory. Wuhan City is Bibi Dong's home court, Lu Erlong won't go back. Qianxunji looked at King Guyu. King Guyu had not yet formally approached Bibi Dong for them to formally meet each other and settle down. Qingwu also shook her head and said, I won't go either, but it's okay if you go too. During this time, everyone has been focusing on you and neglected Xiao Wu. I can spend this time with her. King Guyu felt that she had forgotten everything before during this period, and there was only one person in her heart. Looking back, I feel really guilty, but I just can't refuse. She is now thinking about whether she should give Xiao Wu some compensation. For example, give her a chance to raise a baby. With a baby, you shouldn't be lonely anymore. Xiao Wu, Mom, you really love me so much, I really thank you. I am only 2 years old, and I am also a child who needs to be taken care of. Well, since you are not going, then stay in Tiandu Imperial City. I will go alone. But it may take a while for me to leave this time, almost half a year. After I return to Wuhan City, I have something very important to do when I go overseas. Going overseas to prepare soul rings for the clear sky hammer cannot be delayed. It may take almost half a year to go back and forth like this. There is no way, people are like this, they have to run for life. What about your affairs at the super seminary? Lu Erlong frowned and asked. It is normal for a man to have his own career. She must support it because she likes strong men. But Qianxunji said he would go out for half a year, so what would he do with the super seminary he had just built? Qianxunji smiled and said, this is not easy, you come to act as the dean temporarily. I believe you can do it. When I come back to accept the dean, you will be the deputy dean. No matter what, Lu Erlong was the one who built Lanba College, and he was also the dean of the advanced college. And the timeline of the original work is almost at this period. Therefore, it is enough to let Lu Erlong help. Lu Erlong's strength is now comparable to that of a titled Douluo, and with Dugubo and King Guyu watching from the side, it is enough to suppress everything. As long as the Kaibao glazed sect doesn't cause trouble, there won't be any problems. Qianxunji said so, and Lu Erlong could only nod. Be the dean? She likes it. If the super seminary is successfully organized, she will have a solid foundation. I will have the confidence to face that tigress in the future. Well, Qianxunji's home is different, it's a fight between the dragon and the tiger. There is no big problem with Qingwu. Her feelings for Qianxunji are not as strong as Lu Erlong's. She was mainly provoked because of that period, otherwise she would not have been so easily taken over by Qianxunji. In the past few days, she has become tired after eating enough. The next time you are so enthusiastic, you have to wait and see when it will happen next time. Of course, if Qianxunji takes the initiative to tease, that period will always be there. So, she didn't express much about it. It's okay not to go, after all, there will still be time and opportunities in the future. After arranging the follow-up matters, Qianxunji asked King Guyu to select a 10,000-year-old soul beast giant eagle in the Sunset Forest to serve as a mount for Qianxunji and send Qianxunji back to Wuhan City. 91 Chapter 91 Every cause must have its effect, please subscribe. With the 10,000-year soul beast flying, the speed naturally increased greatly. Within a week, Qianxunji returned to Wuhan Hall. Qianxunji followed the feeling in her heart and went to Bibi Dong's room. However, as soon as he stepped into it, he felt a force that he could not resist restraining him. Bibi Dong, now that I have him under control, if you want to kill him, it's very simple, just give him a warm word. This is your last chance. Think about how much this man has brought to you outside. What is there to cherish about such a shameless and despicable scumbag? Just when Qianxunji was surprised, a demonic sound that sounded like it came from hell came to mind. Qianxunji Sunsheng took a look. He couldn't see the specific face, only a graceful figure surrounded by a mist. This made Qianxunji a little panicked. Damn it, Bibi Dong shouldn't be bewitched by this Rakshasa god, right? At this time, Qianxunji only thought of one anime character. A few days ago, he was playing sports with many people in the Tiandu Empire and enjoyed it extremely. Could it be that when he returns home, he will be beaten to death by the palace? Hiss, no. He hasn't enjoyed it enough yet. I'm warning you one last time, I don't care about your status. You don't need to worry about what this heartless man does. I will naturally take care of it. Let go of my man. Bibi Dong's worrying made Qianxunji burst into tears. You are really my good wife, you deserve my love for her. Humph! Ignorant person! Your talent is wasted in vain. Then just wait until you turn into a handful of Lois in 100 years. Bibi Dong's words made the Rakshasa god extremely angry. However, gods cannot meddle in human affairs at will, and Qianxunji is still a remnant of gods with some background. God Rakshasa is completely disappointed with Bibi Dong this time. Bibi Dong has lost her position as Rakshasa god. Wait a moment. After Qianxunji regained his freedom, he saw that the Rakshasa god was about to leave, and he spoke quickly. The Rakshasa god is a first-level god after all, and he is also a very powerful god among the first-level gods. Although Qianxunji will not let Bibi Dong succeed the Rakshasa god, there is still someone suitable. How could Qianxunji let this kind of god slip away from his eyes? Bibi Dong felt quite anxious when he saw Qianxunji speaking. What's going on with this heartless man? It took a lot of effort to finally drive away this crazy woman, the Rakshasa god. Why did Qianxunji take the initiative to provoke me? Human, what's wrong with you? Yaluosha doesn't have the slightest fondness for a scumbag man like Qianxunji, and even feels a little disgusted. But because of Bibi Dong, she still asked. After Qianxunji saw Ye Rakshasa stop, he said, "You want someone to inherit your Rakshasa god's throne. Dong'er will not agree, but I have a good candidate here, maybe I can meet your conditions." Yes, since the Rakshasa god is going to pass on his throne, then it is also good to have the inheritor of the Rakshasa god's throne in his hands. God Rakshasa is very hesitant. She has not found anyone on Douluo continent who is suitable for her position. And in her opinion, she felt that Bibi Dong was the most suitable person. Seeing the Rakshasa god's hesitation, Qianxunji spoke again, "I'm not bragging, Lord Rakshasa god, you should know Dong'er's talent. Let alone a mere Douluo continent, even among the 10,000 realms under the god realm, Dong'er's talents are second to none. If the entire Douluo continent wants to find a woman with the same talent as Dong'er, I can confidently say that there is no one. You can only choose the next level, but what I can tell you is that the girl I chose for you is only slightly less talented than Dong'er. And her attributes are quite suitable for you." Qianxunji hugged Bibi Dong's waist and praised Bibi Dong generously. This is true, it made Bibi Dong feel a little elated. "Humph, you bastard, you know what you are doing." Bibi Dong felt quite proud in her heart, thinking that as long as you know that my talent is unparalleled, it would be better to be more honest in the future. In Bibi Dong's mind, Qianxunji, who honestly listens to her words, will become the biggest soft rice king and the happiest man in Douluo continent in the future. Dishonest and disobedient Qianxunji equals. Although others can't see it, Rakshasa god does have a black line on his face now. Damn it, she wants to tear the man in front of her to pieces. Is she so arrogant now that she is just a softie? Do you still want to lose face? Although what this man said is indeed true, there are indeed not many people who are better than Bibi Dong in the countless lower worlds. Bibi Dong may be able to reach the ultimate level of human beings in the future. The only person who may be on par with Bibi Dong on Douluo continent is her daughter Qianxunji. God Rakshasa could see that Qianxunji's talent was more than 100 times greater than Qianxunji's father's hope of inheriting the angel god. But even if Qianxunji told the truth, Rakshasa god would feel unhappy. TMD, when Bibi Dong and Qianxunji are together, they feel like a flower to the Rakshasa god, and they are also the king of flowers. In the end, they were stuck in a pile. It's really infuriating. If Qianxunji had the original talent of an angel god, then maybe she would still be talented and beautiful. But Qianxunji's talent can only be regarded as average in Douluo continent, and is basically inferior to others in the world. It's really enviable for his shitty luck. Who are you talking about? I have to say that Qianxunji did arouse Yaluosha's interest. If it were a woman who was only slightly worse than Bibi Dong and had similar attributes to hers, she would be barely qualified to inherit her Rakshasa god position. If you pass her assessment, then there will naturally be no problem. I am still very young about that person. If Rakshasa god believes in it, I can come back 10 years later. I will send that girl to you, Rakshasa god, for your assessment. Qianxunji is not sure whether the girl has come to Wuhan Hall, so she can't give Rakshasa god a definite answer. Yaluosha nodded. She was not worried about Qianxunji deceiving her. If Qianxunji dared to deceive God, he would die miserably. Okay. I'll come back in 10 years. Remember, if you want to inherit the throne of Rakshasa, you must have extreme hatred. After saying that, the black fog surrounding the Rakshasa god dissipated, and the Rakshasa god himself left directly. Nai Zhan, are you okay? After Yeluasha left, before Bibi Dong could say anything, Qian Daoliu's voice came from outside the door. Qian Daoliu can be considered a demigod no matter how you say it. He just vaguely felt that there was divine power here. He came over to take a look. Of course, father and son can't hide anything from each other. Oh, I'm fine, very fine. Qianxunji quickly walked over, opened the door, and spoke to Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu glanced inside and saw only a somewhat embarrassed Bibi Dong and no one else. After looking at Qianxunji, the old guy snorted and left. Although on the surface there are some criticisms of Qianxunji, the traitor, Qian Daoliu still places Qianxunji, the traitor, very seriously in his heart. After Qian Daoliu left, Qianxunji closed the door. At this time, Bibi Dong came over with a smile on her face, pulled Qianxunji to the master's chair, let Qianxunji sit down, then gently squeezed Qianxunji's shoulders, beat her back, and gently followed a little maid similar. This made Qianxunji confused. What happened to Bibi Dong? Could it be said that my spring has come? Thinking of Bibi Dong's words about letting go of my man just now, Qianxunji felt that his spring might really have come. Thanks to Shuabi book friends, Hey.Ju for 100 book coins, and Crying Kathleen for 100 book coins for the reward. Thank you to all book friends who have subscribed and voted for your support. Thank you. You should know who Qianxunji said is suitable for the Rakshasa god. Hint, it's a girl who has a very close relationship with Bibi Dong. In the original work, she was almost treated as her own daughter. Please vote. 92 Chapter 92 Women are all devils, please subscribe. Donger, what are you doing? Qianxunji spoke with a face of joy, wondering if the days to come would begin to be enjoyable. Bibi Dong rested her head on Qianxunji's shoulder and replied with a smile, Jiji, you are really capable. Tell me, who is the little girl you like to inherit the Rakshasa god? Bibi Dong is now very suspicious of the relationship between Qianxunji and the girl he mentioned. Is she an illegitimate daughter? Otherwise, how could it be possible to win the divine position for her? Alas, Qianxunji understood it all at once. The jealousy in my family has turned over again. But that's fine, there's no way a woman could be indifferent to watching her man having sex outside. If there is, then it may not be a lover. Jealousy, eating too much is healthy, and he likes to be jealous of his own woman. Donger, that girl really has nothing to do with me. It's hard for Qianxunji to explain now. Could it be that he explained to Bibi Dong that he knows the future and that the little girl will be her apprentice, the future saint of Wuhan Palace? Qianxunji really didn't have the courage to say this. Well, Jiji, I'm not a grudge, I just want to know. Bibi Dong yelled at Qianxunji and pushed her big baby against her. This made Qianxunji really unbearable. Donger, I swear it really doesn't matter. That girl is someone I met by chance before. She has a martial spirit and is a fox. This has nothing to do with me. Qianxunji thought for a while, Hulina must be older than Tang San. Then the martial soul should be awakened now. So, he said this. Humph. I'm just curious. It sounds like I have some purpose. Bibi Dong came to Qianxunji, straightened Qianxunji's collar, patted it, and spoke aggrievedly. Bibi Dong felt relieved after knowing that the other party's martial spirit was just a fox. Qianxunji doesn't have a fox spirit yet. Qianxunji, I believe you. You little goblin is very bad. However, the worse she is, the more Qianxunji likes her. Qianxunji quickly went to take out the angel holy sword that had been gathering dust for a long time. And it took half a day to refine it. Now, Qianxunji can use the power of the angel holy sword at will, and can even send out hundreds or thousands of sword blades at the same time. Maybe it won't be long before Qianxunji becomes proficient and can fire 10,000 swords together. Even if the power is not as powerful as 10,000 swords Gazong, at least there should be no problem with the momentum. I don't know if this guy Jin Crocodile has broken through to level 98, but even if he breaks through, he may not be able to fight me with all his strength. I don't have any suitable opponent now. It seems that I can only go to Poseidon Island to find him. A few titled Douluo are practicing their skills. Qianxunji pondered in his heart. His current strength is definitely not comparable to that of the 97th level titled Douluo, only the 98th level one can compete with him. But the only level 98 person on the mainland is Golden Crocodile Douluo. As for the 99th level, Qianxunji still realized it later. Because of his status, Golden Crocodile Douluo will definitely not fight with him with all his strength. That was really meaningless, so Qianxunji could only play with those titled Douluo on Poseidon Island. On the mainland, Qianxunji has no opponent. Alas, life is really as lonely as snow. Although there is no opponent, this does not mean that Qianxunji cannot show off. He called Bibi Dong up, went to the martial arts field, and used his 22 swords and 22 moves one by one. How about Donger? How much progress do you think my husband has made with his current strength? After Qianxunji finished showing off, he asked quite proudly. This was the first time Bibi Dong had seen such a weird and flashy move. Moreover, it is not a soul skill and does not require the consumption of soul power. This made Bibi Dong feel envious in her heart, but she still said stubbornly, "It's okay, just barely enough. My strength has improved just a little bit. When I reach titled Douluo, these won't be enough for me. Look. Although I am not 100% confident. However, the momentum must not be lost. The loser does not lose the formation. Especially in front of Qianxunji, a heartless man. That's it, then let me show you this move." Qianxunji didn't want to fight with Bibi Dong, a duplicitous little goblin, and unexpectedly left her body. Ah! The unprepared Bibi Dong was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. If it weren't for the staff in her hand, Bibi Dong would have almost fallen down. "Donger, what do you think of this move?" Qianxunji Yuanshen did not take it back, but put his hands on his hips in the air and smiled. Bibi Dong looked at Qianxunji, who was standing not far away, and then at the minions floating in the air. In a moment of anger, he patted Qianxunji in the air. However, her jade hand floated directly over Qianxunji's soul. He. Ordinary attacks cannot deal with the soul. Bibi Dong was also quite surprised. For the first time, she felt that Qianxunji's move was quite powerful. People of the next level could be killed instantly by surprise. But that was only for other people, and it was not a big threat to her. A smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. She summoned her soul-eating spider emperor. Since the soul-eating spider emperor can swallow the soul of the water dragon king, it must also be able to restrain an incorporeal creature like Qianxunji. Qianxunji honestly returned to his true form, came to Bibi Dong's side, and said with a bitter smile, "Donger, I have fallen into your hands in this life." Bibi Dong Tian defeated him with this move. I'm the one who fell into your hands. Bibi Dong replied somewhat unconvinced. It was obviously Qianxunji, a love beast, who made her fall, and she would have to pay for it for the rest of her life. Even if you get a bargain, you still behave well. It really deserves a fight. However, Bibi Dong had just gained more confidence. When she reaches the level of titled Douluo, Qianxunji will definitely not be her opponent. When the time comes, the new and old accounts will be settled together. Make Qianxunji honest. Donger, I think cultivating the soul is a new way of cultivation. There may be a longer-term way out in the future. Do you want to practice with me? I will pass on the cultivation method to you. Qianxunji expressed his thoughts. He suspected that the way of the soul might have something to do with becoming a god. So, he planned to let Bibi Dong practice with him. Did you tell Lu Erlong and the other vixen about your plan? Bibi Dong must be somewhat interested in this, and he is also happy that Qianxunji shares this with him. But she still asked coldly. Qianxunji naturally knows that this is the comparison mentality between women, and she wants to see how important she is in front of the person she loves. Not to mention that Qianxunji was the first one to share it with Bibi Dong. Even if it's not, Qianxunji still has to say it is. Therefore, Qianxunji said with great righteousness and deep affection, "Of course not. After I realized this cultivation method, I came back and shared it with you Donger as soon as possible. The other people didn't know about it at all. Donger-san, you are the first to know, and you are also my favorite." Bibi Dong just couldn't listen to Qianxunji's sweet words. When he said this, Bibi Dong couldn't get angry and her body became a little weak. But she can't show weakness. If he showed weakness to Qianxunji, wouldn't he be passive in the future? She needs to be strong. So, you just admit that there are other vixens outside besides Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong found the entry point and smiled at Qianxunji. There was murderous intent in the smile. Qianxunji, can we still communicate happily and play together happily? 93 Chapter 93 Fire Leopard Sect, please subscribe. Qianxunji thought it would be better to pretend to be dumb at this time, so that the matter could be fooled. So, he looked at Bibi Dong innocently and blinked, as if he didn't understand what Bibi Dong was talking about. He didn't understand. How did Bibi Dong know about the things he did? Could it be that the Rakshasa god woman told her? Of course, Qianxunji would definitely not ask. If he did, he felt that he would be beaten and unable to get out of bed for 3 days. Of course, it was impossible for Bibi Dong to tell Qianxunji that every time he fooled around outside, he felt a slight heaviness on his head. Stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Seeing Qianxunji's innocent look, Bibi Dong wanted to give him a slap in the face. This is too thick-skinned. Qianxunji continued to remain innocent, which made Bibi Dong really helpless. If the hard one can't come, then the soft one can only come. Gigi, as long as you don't mess around outside in the future, I can listen to you in everything, anything. Bibi Dong leaned close to Qianxunji's earlobe and threw out her own temptation. If you can tie up the men in your family, it is not impossible to sacrifice at all. Hiss. Qianxunji felt happy. Sure enough, my spring has come, and so have the good days. Bibi Dong is an extremely conservative person, and she would never agree to Qianxunji's many actions that she finds embarrassing. Qianxunji didn't care either. After all, if Bibi Dong couldn't do it, there would still be others. He just needed to enjoy Bibi Dong's warmth. But now, hey. Stimulated? Okay, baby, I will listen to you from now on. Qianxunji nodded his head, looking extremely well behaved. Bibi Dong has said this. He has sacrificed so much. No matter what he says, he will turn back the prodigal son. Otherwise, is he still a human being? How to put it, let's go back 10 years. 10 years guaranteed. Snort. Seeing Qianxunji like this, Bibi Dong felt angry. It is really greedy and insatiable. But remembering her promise to Qianxunji and remembering Lu Erlong's previous actions, Bibi Dong's face turned red. Which actions can she really do? Qianxunji did not dwell too much on this issue, but followed his original idea to gather his soul for Bibi Dong. Under the guidance of the great Yuan Shen technique developed by Qianxunji himself, and with Qianxunji's assistance, Bibi Dong also condensed his own Yuan Shen in half a month. After the soul came out of the body, Bibi Dong was also amazed. This is really a magical spell. Donger, I want to take a look inside your divine sea, is that okay? The place where the soul is located is the Divine Sea. It contains all the memories of people. As long as you go in, you will see it. Qianxunji wanted to know more about Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong also knew this, so she refused directly, no. It's not that Bibi Dong has any privacy now, it's mainly that Bibi Dong is worried that her past memories with Yu Xiaogang will be seen by Qianxunji. It would be really embarrassing if he checked it. Oh, I'm sad. Then, do you want to come and take a look inside my Divine Sea? Bibi Dong refused to give in, and Qianxunji didn't care either. There will be a long time to come, and there are plenty of opportunities. However, he now has an idea, maybe. Qianxunji's words made Bibi Dong very excited. Qianxunji's Divine Sea is very attractive to her. She wants to see who the latest vixen Qianxunji is out there. Although she was very excited in her heart, Bibi Dong still acted very reluctantly, so as not to let Qianxunji find out something and regret it. Qianxunji let go of his defense against the Divine Sea and allowed Bibi Dong to enter his Divine Sea. Ah, what are you doing? Before Bibi Dong could peek into Qianxunji's memory, she was caught by Qianxunji. Yes, in Qianxunji's Divine Sea, except for those whose soul power is much stronger than Qianxunji's, otherwise, in Qianxunji's Divine Sea, Qianxunji's it can be suppressed easily. Bibi Dong has just condensed his Yuan Shen now, and his Yuan Shen is still very weak. Under Qianxunji's suppression, he has no power to resist at all. Turned into a little lamb for slaughter. Qianxunji felt that the love between him and Bibi Dong had transcended the physical and worldly levels. They are now qualified and have the conditions for deeper communication. This is the infatuation in fantasy novels. It is said that this can mutually enhance the power of both parties' souls. Therefore, Qianxunji is definitely not doing it for anything else, such as excitement and comfort. He has never thought about these. He has only one purpose, and that is to improve his strength. However, Qianxunji still made a mistake after all. Women are all devils, they will only suck away your nutrients. Nearly an hour later, Bibi Dong's soul returned to her body. Qianxunji is naturally the same. However, after Qianxunji Yuan Shen returned to his position, his whole body collapsed and he sat on the ground, his face losing its expression. In one sentence, Qianxunji was so proud before, but now he is so embarrassed. In Qianxunji's Divine Sea, Qianxunji can mess with opportunities however he wants. After all, he is just a soul. Bibi Dong also considered that she was the soul, so she could only bear it silently. But at the last moment, Qianxunji's soul power was directly absorbed by Bibi Dong for almost 1/3. The priorities were suddenly reversed. At this moment, Qianxunji was really hollowed out. Without a corresponding soul cultivation method, Qianxunji just messed around like this, and it was normal for him to suffer a loss. Tisk, 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 Chiji, weren't you very prosperous before? What's wrong now? You can't do it anymore. After the soul returned to its position, Bibi Dong looked at Qianxunji and showed a very evil smile. Thinking of what Qianxunji did in his Divine Sea, Bibi Dong felt ashamed. How could she do something like that? They are all Qianxunji, Qianxunji forced them. She wants to come back with revenge. The problem of Yuan Shen has been solved, but other aspects caused by Yuan Shen have not yet been solved. After all, the feeling of YY is there, not to mention that this is not YY, it can be regarded as a whole body experience. Looking at Bibi Dong's eager gaze, Qianxunji huddled in the corner, trembling. It's over, this time, he became a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Bibi Dong doesn't have to worry about that much. Qianxunji can't walk now. She can help. After all, they are a couple. They need to help each other. Looking at Bibi Dong walking towards him, Qianxunji looked desperate. He really couldn't resist now. Women are devils. He is still young now. Oh no, he is an old man, let him go this time. If he had known this, he would not have been so suicidal before. Curiosity really kills people. Every cause must have its effect, and you will have to pay for it if you mess around. The time of retribution for Qianxunji's previous actions has finally come. Therefore, ignoring Qianxunji's expression of begging for mercy, Bibi Dong directly grabbed Qianxunji's back and dragged Qianxunji back. The next day, Bibi Dong walked out with an elegant look on her face, causing the maids and guards who saw her to be stunned. The queen seems to have become beautiful again. After going out, Bibi Dong called 2 maids, pushed the wheelchair to her room, and lifted our old Pope Qianxunji into the wheelchair. 94 Chapter 94 She and I are destined, please subscribe. The 2 maids, who were both good-looking, sighed in their hearts after looking at the sluggish Qianxunji. This. Your Majesty, the Queen is so terrifying. Give a hunk like Qianxunji, a titled Douluo level. How terrifying. In fact, Bibi Dong is not difficult to satisfy in any aspect. To deal with women of Bibi Dong's level, Qianxunji has always been able to fight at least 3 of them. Yesterday, 1/3 of Qianxunji's soul power was sucked away by Bibi Dong, and she couldn't relax at once. Then he was treated like this by Bibi Dong. That kind of thing is also exhausting. Qianxunji feels that it is too difficult for him to mentally. Women are really untouchable. They are all devils. Dad, what's wrong with you? Did mom break your leg? When Qianxunji came back, she definitely wanted to see her precious daughter. Seeing Qianxunji being pushed over by Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu looked at Qianxunji with a distressed look on her face, and then stared at Bibi Dong behind her with big eyes, as if blaming her mother for why she treated her father like this. Bibi Dong felt a little uncomfortable because this daughter was still so close to her father. Ahem, cough, cough, Schwer, don't talk nonsense. Your mother is very gentle. The reason why Dad is like this is just because something went wrong during yesterday's practice. It will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Come over here and give Dad a hug. This is really not a broken leg, so Qianxunji will not slander Bibi Dong. Therefore, he vindicated Bibi Dong's innocence. Bibi Dong was quite satisfied now and thought that she would let you go today. If Qianxunji had dared to say those words to Qianrongxiu just now, then Qianxunji's time in the wheelchair might have been extended. Oh! Although she said she didn't know whether it was true or not, Qianrongxiu still replied that she would not discuss this issue. She walked over obediently, opened her hands, hugged Qianxunji, and sat on Qianxunji's lap. Qianrongxiu, who weighs about 50 kilograms, is naturally not worth it to Qianxunji. No problem at all. Dalu, who was in Douluo Hall, looked at Qianxunji and was shocked. He saw Qianxunji as soon as he came back, and there was no problem at that time. And he can see that Qianxunji is not injured now, and his legs are fine, but he couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law. This is a bit too scary. I haven't seen you for half a year. As for, it's not easy for him to control this kind of thing, let alone cannot control it. I just thought about how long my son would live in the future, and whether he could live to be 100 years old. It's really a crime. Fortunately, I started paying attention to healthcare many years ago, and if I don't do any fancy things, it will not be a problem to live for another 100 years in the future. This incident made Dalu completely give up that idea. He still wanted to live a few more years. Dalu has begun to think that he should not only save some money for retirement, but also save some money to buy a better coffin for Qianxunji, so that he can find a professional team to send him away decently in the future. Maybe the white-haired person has to give the black-haired person a gift, alas. When Qianxunji came back, he naturally wanted to take Qianrongxiu out to play for a few days. In this regard, Dalu also expressed his relief. Gigi, my soul power is level 89, and it's about to reach level 90. Qianxunji was hugged by Qianxunji, while Bibi Dong pushed the father and daughter forward. While chatting, Bibi Dong revealed her current soul power level. Qianxunji. Wasn't Bibi Dong level 85 at the beginning, and then he was promoted to 4 levels overnight? Could it be said that the power of one's own soul, or the power of one's soul, can increase people's soul power levels? Seeing Bibi Dong's wolf-like eyes, Qianxunji felt a bad feeling in his heart. Isn't she thinking about coming back a few more times? No, this is really a punishment. Wow, Mom is so awesome. Qianxunji was amazed after hearing Bibi Dong's words. My mother is really beautiful and powerful. Well, there is also gentleness and virtuousness. She is truly a perfect mother. Qianxunji said nothing. It was better not to let Qianxunji know about this kind of thing. He wants Qianxunji to maintain a pure heart forever. Qianxunji is now thinking about how to deal with Hulina's matter. It was only a matter of time that Hulina was found. It was too easy to find someone with the background of Wuhan Palace. As soon as Qianxunji came back and sent away the Rakshasa god, he ordered Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo to go out and look for him. He thought it would be impossible to find someone. How long will it take to find her? He is concerned about another thing now. If you want to inherit the Rakshasa god, you must possess the ultimate hatred. But how can Hulina have the ultimate hatred? Could it be that I want to destroy her? This would be too cruel. Qianxunji didn't want to do it. But if you don't do this, how can you give Hulina the ultimate hatred? Perhaps, you can use your own illusions to paralyze Hulina? He can bring Hulina to Wuhan City. As for Hulina's family and her brother, let them live somewhere else for a period of time. Give Hulina the illusion that her family has been wiped out, until Hulina appears again as the Rakshasa god queen, or even never show up, directly giving some benefits to Hulina's family so that they can unilaterally abandon Hulina. This is all a way, but Qianxunji has not yet completely decided how to do it. After playing with Qianxunji for a whole day, the little girl is going to have a rest. She slept between Qianxunji and Bibi Dong because she was the cutest baby. Shuer is indeed my good daughter, she's already reaching level 30. Looking at the sleeping Qianxunji, Bibi Dong gently touched her hair and spoke lovingly, feeling very proud. Qianxunji is now at level 28, and is only a matter of seconds away from level 30. This is her Bibi Dong's daughter, the most outstanding child in the world. Qianxunji didn't dare to interrupt. Now, he is a vulnerable group and has to live in a coma. Jiji, what do you say about my soul ring? Bibi Dong finally noticed Qianxunji and asked Qianxunji. She can now prepare the 9th soul ring. Ahem, let's go to Poseidon Island in a while. There's no chance. Qianxunji expressed his thoughts. Bibi Dong also knew about Poseidon Island. There had been a conflict with Wuhan Palace before, and Wuhan Palace couldn't do anything about Poseidon Island. There were extremely powerful titled Douluo inside. Bibi Dong didn't know why Qianxunji wanted to go to Poseidon Island, but since he said so, Bibi Dong wouldn't say anything else. Jiji, when will you let me go to your divine sea again? In my opinion, after I have the 9th soul ring, how about I return to Wuhan City and do it again? After deciding where to go, Bibi Dong said what she wanted to say most. If he becomes a titled Douluo, and if he does it again, his soul power may reach around level 94, and after a year of hard training, he may reach level 95. When he becomes a titled Douluo, Qianxunji must have almost recovered from his illness. There should be no problem if he does it again. At that time, she can easily clean up the big pig's hooves and put it on her body. From then on, the serf turns over and sings, and he sits on it. He is the head of the family. Isn't it wonderful? Donner, it's better not to give up. Qianxunji somewhat scared. Sure enough, this woman, once she tastes the sweetness, is not so easy to give up. If you have it once, there will be a second time. It will not let you go until it has sucked all your nutrients dry and not a drop is left. Qianxunji was really scared. It's really not allowed. As long as you do that, you are allowed to be as happy as you like when they are in danger. Bibi Dong moved her position, leaned towards Qianxunji, and said seductively to Qianxunji. This made Qianxunji swallow his saliva. Even if she didn't listen to Bibi Dong in the past, Bibi Dong would still use her soul power to protect herself after she regained consciousness. Now, if she takes the initiative, that means she has changed her mind. Then should he choose to lie in a wheelchair for a few days or have a biological child? Qianxunji was very confused. Bibi Dong also thought about it. She had reached the level of titled Douluo, and her second martial soul had also developed. Then, she was at her peak, and Qianxunji was also at her peak. By joining forces, we will definitely have a better child. Bibi Dong kept Qianrongxiu's wish in mind. Bibi Dong guessed that Qianxunji was looking for Vixen outside, maybe that was the reason why she didn't give him the remaining boy. As long as she does it, this family will have a son and a daughter, which can be said to be the most perfect family. She doesn't believe that Qianxunji will still be messing around outside at that time. 95 Chapter 95 Hulina's Fate, please subscribe. As for what decision Qianxunji made in the end, I won't go into details. It's a family matter that can't be explained to outsiders. Qianxunji is not in a hurry to go to Poseidon Island now. He plans to go after Hulina's matter is resolved. 5 days later, Qianxunji recovered as before and got up from the wheelchair. By coincidence, Ghost Douluo came back that night to deliver the news. In the original work, Hulina and her brother's martial spirits were extremely strong, so their family was also a family that had been passed down for many years. But this time, the family was in big trouble. Hulina inherited her mother's martial spirit, the demon fox. People whose martial souls are foxes are just like women whose martial souls are cats. They are all stunners among women. Your Majesty, the Xia family is in big trouble now. The leader of the Fire Leopard sect wants to use Hu Yao, the wife of the head of the Xia family, Xia Ren, as a training cauldron to sprint to the titled Douluo realm. The Xia family may be defeated by the Fire Leopard sect. Zone was destroyed, and now Yu Guan is watching from the evil family. Ghost Douluo was much faster than Zhu Douluo, so he came back to report to Qianxunji and Bibi Dong. You won't know if you don't check it, but once you check it, you'll be really shocked. Someone from the Fire Leopard sect, who was not taken seriously by their spirit hall, was secretly preparing to break through to the titled Douluo. Hey? Can you still use the Soul Master as a cauldron? Qianxunji felt as if he had grasped the key point. Are there still such Soul Masters? He remembered that the women at Tiandu auction house seemed to be just ordinary utensils, not cauldrons. Yes, Gigi, that kind of foxy girl does have some auxiliary effects on cultivation. Do you like her? Do you want to catch her for you? Bibi Dong replied in a strange way, looking at Qianxunji and thinking about Qianxunji. The fox's charm skills are indeed unique. Ahem. What are you saying? How could I be that kind of person? Only then did Qianxunji remember that he had been sucked away by Bibi Dong in the past few days, allowing Bibi Dong to rise several levels. In this way, he could actually be regarded as Bibi Dong's cauldron. The Fire Leopard sect, it seems that you are not willing to be lonely. Donger, let's go together. The Fire Leopard sect is one of the 7 major sects in the Douluo continent, the lower 4th sect, and does not have a titled Douluo in charge. On the surface, he surrendered to Wuhan Palace, but now it seems that he has a disobedient heart. This is not surprising, after all, who wants to be treated like a dog all the time? Let's go. That leader of the Fire Leopard sect, I will kill him myself. Bibi Dong had a cold look on her face. No matter what the reason was, Bibi Dong would hate the leader of the Fire Leopard sect for wanting to commit genocide for a woman. The leader of the Fire Leopard sect is only an 80-level Contra, and Bibi Dong really looks down on him now. I don't know how many moves that guy can last under our Pope. Qianxunji rode the 10,000-year soul beast Flying Eagle to the evil sword city where the evil family was located. The Xie family, the inherited martial soul of the family, is a pair of evil blades. The family is quite powerful. The head of the family, the evil blade, is a level 68 soul emperor, who is expected to become a soul saint and the master of a city. When Qianxunji arrived, the tragedy had already happened. In the courtyard of the evil family in Evil Sword City, flames were raging into the sky, and the sound of leopards was endless. The sound of the leopard was accompanied by a scream. Kill the Fire Leopard sect. The Douluo continent is considered a relatively peaceful place. Except for large-scale wars between empires, it is rare for such things to be confiscated and exterminated. Even the royal family has never had such a thing against those who disobeyed. The behavior of the Fire Leopard sect is no different from that of the Evil Soul Master. Evil Soul Masters are all enemies to Wuhan Palace. In fact, why are there so many Evil Soul Masters, and even the Evil Soul Master organization can affect the situation on the mainland? Just because there is no unified organization like Wuhan Palace to intimidate them, some Soul Masters go into darkness. Qianxunji will not show any mercy to these people. After receiving Qianxunji's order, Ghost Douluo directly sneaked into the evil family and met people from the Fire Leopard sect. Just kill him. Outside Evil Sword City, 3 fiery red leopards were chasing 3 bumpy figures. But obviously, the chase is like a cat catching a mouse, it's just a play. He, Hu Yao, you haven't resigned from me yet? As long as you obey me, you will be the wife of the Fire Leopard sect, and your sons and daughters will receive the best training. Bao Lai, the leader of the Fire Leopard sect, spoke proudly. He had accidentally obtained an Evil Soul Master level title Douluo inheritance before. You can absorb some women with special physiques to strengthen yourself. It's a quick fix. That Evil Soul Master is only a 93 level titled Douluo, but his combat power is comparable to that of a 96th level one. In the end, it was the 98th level Master of Wuhan Palace who took action personally to kill him. After Bao Lai obtained this cultivation method, he immediately made the Fire Leopard sect hide in the world and faded out of Douluo continent's sight, while he himself practiced secretly. Now, he is only one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. When he met Hu Yao before, he could see that she was a person suitable for his cultivation. Therefore, evil people have this difficulty. Bao Lai, don't think that other people don't know about the dirty things you have done. People from Wuhan Palace will not let you go if they find out. Hu Yao spoke angrily. The address of the Fire Leopard sect is not far from Evil Sword City, and she also knows that Bao Lai likes to torture and kill women. Yes, there are only rumors that Bao Lai has a bad temper and likes to torture and kill women. I don't know that Bao Lai is actually no different from an Evil Soul Master. Humph. Then just wait to die. When Hu Yao said this, Bao Lai was worried that someone would find out his true identity, so he said he no longer planned to play with Hu Yao, mother and daughter. He suddenly accelerated and jumped directly in front of Hu Yao and her daughter. Then he pounced directly on Hu Yao. As for the 2 children, a boy and a girl, beside Hu Yao, Bao Lai had no scruples and just died. However, just as Bao Lai rushed over, a huge flower stood in front of Hu Yao and the other 3, blocking Bao Lai. Who is it? Seeing someone interfering, the grumpy Bao Lai said angrily. Haha! The Fire Leopard sect has a very bad temper. Ju Douluo Yuegwen walked out of the darkness. The rest of the Xie family, including Hu Yaiju Douluo, can be ignored. But Yuegwen had to take care of the little girl sent by Qianxunji to investigate. Ju Douluo. After seeing that the person coming was Yu Guan, Bao Lai was shocked. Ju Douluo is the famous executioner in Wuhan Palace. Being targeted by him is equivalent to being targeted by Wuhan Palace. Now, he has not grown up yet, and he does not want to openly fight with Wuhan Palace. Lord Zhu Douluo, I'm disrespectful. I wonder why Lord Zhu Douluo stopped me. After thinking clearly, Bao Lai spoke respectfully to Zhu Douluo Yu Guan. I don't care about other people, I want that little girl. Yu Guan is not a good person. He just wants to take away the little girl Qianxunji wants. When Hu Yao saw Zhu Douluo taking action, she thought the three of them could be rescued. Unexpectedly, Zhu Douluo only wanted to save his daughter. Hu Yao was very self-aware and did not dare to take the initiative to ask for extravagant things, so she quickly said, "Thank you, sir. Please take my little girl away. Now, it's good for my baby daughter to have a way to survive. If she can survive, it's one thing." Bao Lai didn't know what Zhu Douluo meant. But since Zhu Douluo only wanted the little girl, he didn't care too much, as long as Hu Yao was in his hands. Zhu Douluo's reputation on Douluo continent is not good. Not because of anything else, but because of hobby. Many people speculate that Zhu Douluo is actually a gay. Otherwise, how could he be named like this? But now it seems that Bao Lai thinks that Zhu Douluo likes little girls. But he still guessed wrong. Zhu Douluo is a real gay. Since Lord Zhu Douluo is so elegant, how can I not be satisfied? That little girl will be taken away by Lord Zhu Douluo, and the other two will be taken care of by me. Bao Lai agreed to Zhu Douluo's conditions. Haha, you can't take anyone with you today. Just when Bao Lai was about to capture Hu Yao and her son, an angry voice came from behind Bao Lai. 96 Chapter 96 Bibi Dong, Only Children Choose. Qianxunji and Bibi Dong learned that the Xie family was almost gone, and Hu Yao followed after fleeing with the family head's 2 children. Seeing the leader of the fire leopard sect, Bibi Dong felt extremely sick. You are the evil soul master. Bibi Dong has a very keen sense of evil. Evil soul masters are extremely rare during this period, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Bibi Dong happened to have seen them before, and he was very hateful. Bao Lai was shocked. He didn't expect that his true identity could be seen through by the person in front of him. But he knew that he had only one way to survive now, and that was to keep his words until the end. If he admits it, he may be immediately disappointed. He knew who was behind that enchanting woman. It's titled Douluo again. However, the current situation is extremely dangerous for Bao Lai. But Bao Lai had to admit that Bibi Dong was the most suitable person to use as a cauldron. If she is used as a furnace, the future is endless. Seeing Bao Lai's dishonest eyes, Bibi Dong became even more angry. Dai the Spider King turned into a shadow behind Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's entire body escaped into darkness. This made Ghost Douluo extremely surprised. Ghost Douluo actually died a long time ago. The current Ghost Douluo is a monster created by merging the consciousness and soul of Ghost Douluo before his death with the martial spirit. The reason why he is called Ghost Douluo is because his methods are extremely weird. But now it seems that Bibi Dong's methods are even more frightening. The true form of the fire leopard. Bibi Dong suddenly disappeared. Bao Lai was shocked. He knew that Bibi Dong was going to attack him. What else can he do at this time? Of course he took action to resist. He will not just wait for death. Previously, because of Zhu Douluo's interference, Bao Lai exited the martial spirit true form state. But now he naturally wants to look like a leopard again. Bibi Dong didn't show up, but there was a sudden crack in the ground where Bao Lai was. Countless little spiders crawled out from inside and climbed towards Leopard Lai. You all die. When Bao Lai saw these densely packed little spiders, he felt bad all over. Yes, he has trypophobia. He was so frightened that he quickly used his soul skill Flame Vortex, preparing to burn these little spiders to death. The Flame Vortex does have some effect. Although there are many of these little spiders, their strength is really unbearable and they die in large numbers. After all, these little spiders are just the effects of Bibi Dong's soul skills. Just after the little spider was about to be killed to death by Bao Lai, a large net appeared out of thin air in the darkness and enveloped Bao Lai. Death counterattack. Facing the spider web coming towards him, Bao Lai did not choose to dodge, but activated his 8th soul skill. Leopards are famous for their short bursts, and Fire Leopard is no exception. The sudden burst of this 8th soul skill was comparable to a single blow from a titled Douluo. Facing the leopard charging with flames, Bibi Dong's 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding, also ended in failure. There is nothing unimaginable about this. Spider Web Restraint is just the 3rd soul skill, which is a 1000-year soul skill. Bao Lai's 8th soul skill lasts for 10,000 years. Ha ha ha. Use whatever skills you have, let me use them. Under the title of Douluo, I am fierce, who can vomit. Having defeated Bibi Dong twice in a row, Bao Lai felt very proud, thinking that the legendary first female pope of Wuhan Palace was nothing more than this. Sure enough, practicing as an evil soul master is the best way out. His combat effectiveness is greatly improved, and even the Pope is no match for him. After knowing that he had no chance of survival today, Bao Lai also became bold. He was about to say who among the titled Douluo could defeat him. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, his chest was pierced by a sharp object. Then, he felt that all his blood had been drained away. Sucking your blood makes me feel sick. Among spiders, some spiders suck blood. Coincidentally, the 10,000-year spider that Bibi Dong killed with her 6th soul ring was a bloodthirsty demon spider that could suck blood. As a result, Bibi Dong awakened a soul skill, the blood-sucking spider sting. Bibi Dong didn't suck his blood, she just drew it away. After more than 10 seconds, Bao Lai's whole body shriveled up. Bibi Dong threw it aside. And her external soul bone was also taken back. Bibi Dong's external soul bone is a 6-winged purple light wing, which is somewhat similar to the 8-spider spear, but much more advanced than the 8-spider spear. Its main function is to increase speed. But it can also be used to kill people. It has a very good effect when combined with the soul skill Vampire Spider Sting. The leader of the next 4 Fire Leopard sects, the 87th level Contra, was killed by Bibi Dong so easily. Perhaps the Fire Leopard sect was not mentioned in the original work, and maybe it was destroyed because of Hulina. The Fire Leopard sect was originally hidden from the world. Not many people in Douluo continent knew about it, and they didn't pay much attention to it after they retired from the world. He was exterminated and may not be known to anyone. What was displayed today was not Bibi Dong's true strength. If Bibi Dong uses the soul-eating spider emperor, Bao Lai will die faster. Bibi Dong will definitely not use the 5 magical skills, because Bao Lai is not worthy. This time Qianxunji also learned about Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor's abilities. It is indeed unpredictable, but it is of no use to Qianxunji. Because no matter how much Bibi Dong hides, Qianxunji can still sense her location. This is not because Qianxunji is strong, but because he and Bibi Dong do have this magical connection and can sense each other. As long as Bibi Dong's position is exposed, the threat to Qianxunji will not be great. Ghost Douluo, what are you still doing? Kill them both. After taking care of Leopard Lai, Bibi Dong looked at the remaining 2 leopards. These are just soul saints, Bibi Dong really has no interest in taking action. Therefore, I let my younger brother do it for me. Yes. After realizing Bibi Dong's strength, Ghost Douluo also respected the female pope from the bottom of his heart and placed her on the same level as Qianxunji. The 2 soul saints could be said to have no resistance in front of Ghost Douluo, and were easily killed without even shouting for mercy. After taking care of the remaining 2 miscellaneous things, Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan. She wanted to ask Yu Guan why he didn't stop the Fire Leopard sect's evil deeds. The Bibi Dong now has indeed changed a lot compared to the one she had at the beginning. But her kindness and integrity are good things. The moral character is still there. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, she is not a holy mother, but because of her duty and the justice in her heart, Yu Guan's behavior of standing aside today made her unhappy. The duty of Wuhan Palace is to train soul masters and maintain the stability of the soul master world. If you don't encounter this kind of thing like confiscation of homes and extermination of clans, there's nothing you can do about it. But if you don't care about it, then you really are not a qualified soul master of Wuhan Palace. However, because there are still 3 victims here, if she asks Yuegwen at this time why he is standing idly by, then the 3 victims will know something they shouldn't know, and they may transfer a lot of hatred to Yuegwen, or even Wuhandian. Human nature is like this. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong will naturally be punished if his subordinates do something wrong. But Bibi Dong still won't attract unnecessary hatred to her subordinates. So, after she just warned Yu Guan with her eyes, she no longer paid attention to him, but came to the 3 victims. Yu Guan, after she goes back, she will be punished. Bibi Dong didn't care about Hu Yao, but focused on Hu Lina, who was only about 7 years old. Hu Lina is also a demon fox martial soul. Due to her martial soul and the fact that her parents love each other very much, Hu Lina takes her mother's surname and inherits her mother's family name. I don't know why, but Bibi Dong felt that this little girl seemed to be destined to her. She fell in love with her the first time she saw her. At first, Bibi Dong paid attention to Hu Lina because Qianxunji wanted her to inherit the Rakshasa god. But after actually meeting Hu Lina, Bibi Dong's thoughts changed. I think she is destined for me. I want to accept her as my apprentice. What do you think? After thinking about it, Bibi Dong made a decision and asked. Hu Yao was surprised by Bibi Dong's words, and immediately became overjoyed. What a blessing it is that your daughter can become a student of the Pope. In the future, my daughter can avenge the evil family for herself. Her current cultivation level is only level 57 Soul King, and in the future, Soul Emperor will be her limit. If the Soul Emperor wants to deal with the Fire Leopard sect, it will be difficult even if the Fire Leopard sect has no sect leader. But now, her daughter has hope. Hu Yao just wanted to thank Bibi Dong on behalf of her daughter. But after seeing Bibi Dong, she was speechless. Because Bibi Dong said this not to her, but to an extremely handsome man not far away. 97 Chapter 97 Don't come over, please subscribe. Of course I support you. How could Qianxunji not agree to such a small thing? Perhaps Bibi Dong didn't realize that her previous jokes seemed to be slowly coming true. Hu Lina was supposed to be Bibi Dong's disciple. How could Qianxunji destroy their master-disciple relationship? Qianxunji had no objection. Bibi Dong nodded, looked at the remaining 2 people, and finally said to Hu Yao, "A mother, as for you, you will be an ordinary maid in Wuhan Hall, are you willing?" Hu Lina was taken away, so Hu Yao couldn't just abandon her. After thinking about it, in order to prevent someone from worrying about him, she decided to take him with her. Well, even if someone is thinking about him and has the evil intentions, she doesn't believe that that guy has the courage to mess around under her nose. "Thank you, Lord Pope, I am willing." Hu Yao nodded repeatedly. Her husband was killed by the Fire Leopard sect. Now she is naturally willing to do it for the safety and future of her children. Let alone being a maid, she is willing to die even if she is asked to do so. What's more, being a maid to the Pope is something that many people dream of. Of course, it would be better if you could be a male Pope. Take this child back and test his talent. If possible, go to Wuhan Academy to study. As for Hu Lina's brother Xiaoyu, Bibi Dong decided to let him become a disciple of Wuhan Academy after thinking about it for a while. Xiaoyu's talent is still very good. He has reached level 50 in cultivation in his 20s. With some training, he is expected to become a titled Douluo. After Bibi Dong was assigned, Qianxunji moved his eyes from Hu Yao in advance and focused on Bibi Dong. But I was thinking in my heart, is this Hu Yao really a furnace that can help others practice? Do you want to find a chance to try it and see if it's true? I have to say that mature young wives are even more attractive. Bah, that's not the case. If it can really help others practice quickly, Qianxunji can only reluctantly sacrifice himself. There are only a few living members of the Xia family now. Bibi Dong asked Zhu Douluo to solve the problem of arranging the surviving members of the Xia family, which can be regarded as a meritorious service. She herself carried Hulina and Qianxunji, who had not yet recovered, back to the spirit hall. Fire Leopard Sect, Qianxunji has sent Ghost Douluo to deal with it. Although it is said that Hulina can take revenge later. But it was far from enough. The Fire Leopard Sect was too weak to give Hulina the ultimate hatred. Qianxunji wants to choose a new partner for Hulina. An object that Hulina can fight for her whole life. Qianxunji did not tell Hulina about asking Ghost Douluo to destroy the Fire Leopard Sect. Seeing that the Pope cared so much about his daughter, Hu Yao felt very comforted. From now on, I can be considered settled. I feel sorry for these two children. The son is his father. Hu Yao, the child's father, our family will be stable from now on, and the child can avenge you in the future. You, if Izumi knows, you can rest assured and rest in peace. Sir, the martial souls between Nana and Xiaoyu can have martial soul fusion skills. On the way, Hu Yao talked to Bibi Dong about the advantages of her children, hoping to make Bibi Dong pay more attention to her son. She was able to get together with Hulina's father, Evil Blade, because she and Evil Blade's martial souls could be fused together. The soul fusion skills of Soul Emperor Evil Blade and Soul King Hu Yao are as powerful as Soul Saint. It's a pity that it's still not enough in front of Baolai, a contra. She and Xie Ren's children have inherited their martial souls respectively, so even if Hulina and Xiaoyu are unable to fuse their martial souls now, Hu Yao can be 100% sure that they will be able to do so in the future. You must know that soul masters who can perform martial soul fusion are extremely absorbent. But she never imagined. Don't mention martial soul fusion skills anymore. They are just low-level martial soul fusion skills. Hulina has another kind of creation. Far beyond any martial soul fusion skills. You can take care of your children in the future, but you can't let Xiaoyu contact her. Bibi Dong didn't speak, but Qianxunji spoke first. If you want to inherit the Rakshasa god, you must not have too much entanglement with Xiaoyu. In fact, Qianxunji originally planned to let Hulina and Xiaoyu cultivate their relationship well, and even develop in the direction of orthopedics, and finally let Hulina give a brother-killing testimony. In this way, the position of Rakshasa god can be said to be 100% stable. However, after thinking about it, Qianxunji gave up the idea and prepared to use another method. Xiaoyu can no longer be like the original work with Hulina, and can even be combined. This kind of thing cannot happen. Now Xiaoyu and Hulina are not on the same level. Hulina has only one destiny, to inherit the throne of Rakshasa god. Okay. Hu Yao was in awe of Qianxunji, the Pope, and Nyanyo nodded. Fortunately, he just wanted his daughter to have no contact with Xiaoyu. If she had no contact with her mother, it would be a big trouble. Bibi Dong didn't speak either. Although she said she didn't know what Qianxunji was doing, she still expressed her support. Back at Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong arranged for the 3 survivors. Xiaoyu is now more than 10 years old and old enough to take care of himself, so he was sent directly to the dormitory of Wuhan Academy to live. As for Hulina, she was frightened, so Bibi Dong had to take good care of her. These days, I have been taking Qianrongxiu and Hulina to guide her. Qianrongxiu is still a little wary of Hulina. After all, she is not as hostile to Bibi Dong as in the original work. She was worried that this new little girl would compete with her for her mother's love. But Qianxunji still believes that her father will not be taken away. He loves her the most. However, Qianxunji will never think of it in the future. Cough cough cough. Hu Yao was watched closely by Bibi Dong. Qianxunji also knew the reason. He acted as if he had no interest in Hu Yao, which gradually made Bibi Dong relax. Within a few days, Bibi Dong no longer cared too much about this aspect. She thought to herself, even if the charm of the old fox is still there, Qianxunji shouldn't be so harsh, right? Both are mothers of 2 children. What Bibi Dong didn't know was that Qianxunji didn't even let him live for 100,000 years, let alone this kind of. Ahem, I'm just joking. Qianxunji is not the kind of person who has the perverted habit of having the disease of others and liking other people's things. 4 days later, both Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo came back to find the couple Bibi Dong and Qianxunji. The fire leopard sex matter has been resolved. Everyone involved in the evil family was executed. Some people who were not involved in the evil family had other arrangements. The spirit hall is not as dark as the fire leopard sect. This is a place that respects principles and the rule of law. The evil deeds of the fire leopard sect must be publicized. Draw up a manuscript and go out for a walk. The grudges between soul masters are fundamental, and the harm to their families is not harmed. If this kind of thing happens again in the future, Wuhan Palace will never let it go. Pass. Qianxunji was not polite to the fire leopard sect. Even if he dies, he will be pulled out and whipped to display his final value. If the fire leopard sect was destroyed so casually, it would have some impact on the reputation of Wuhan Palace if it was publicized by someone with intentions. But if Wuhan Palace takes the initiative and puts the fire leopard sect on the list of evil sects first, and then Wuhan Palace declares that it will destroy the fire leopard sect, then Wuhan Palace will gain a lot of popularity. It's not that Qianxunji unjustly accused the fire leopard sect, the fire leopard sect itself is indeed an evil sect. Yes. Ghost Douluo nodded and went down to carry out the order. This is also a routine operation. He has done it a lot. After Qianxunji's aspect was resolved, it was Bibi Dong's turn. Well, the husband and wife help each other. Ju Douluo, why are you watching the evil family's destruction without being moved? Do you keep the responsibilities of our spirit hall in mind? Bibi Dong asked Ju Douluo reproachfully. Ju Douluo did not argue, but said calmly, Your Majesty, this matter is my fault, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Bibi Dong wouldn't really do anything to Ju Douluo. After all, he was also a veteran of 2 dynasties. That's all, you have made great achievements, let's forget it this time, I don't want to see you in the future if you are still like this, go down. Ju Douluo is also a titled Douluo, and they are all people with tempers. He is willing to retreat, but Bibi Dong is no longer forcing him. Both sides gave each other a step, and the matter passed like this. 98 Chapter 98 Fire and Theft Prevention, please subscribe. Before Qianxunji took Bibi Dong to Poseidon Island, he found Dalu. The relationship between Wuhan Palace and Poseidon Island was tense. Qianxunji thought about it. In order to ensure his own safety, Qianxunji thought that it would be safer for the old man to write a letter to Bo Sixi. After all, Dalu and Bo Sixi have some relationship, and if Dalu opens his mouth, Bo Sixi will not be able to embarrass the junior. Dalu wrote coquettishly all morning, and finally gave a letter to Qianxunji unnaturally. Qianxunji wondered if Tang Chen had given the Shura divine sword to Bo Sixi now. However, for the sake of the Azura god's position, Bo Sixi will have to deal with him sooner or later, and the Shura divine sword must be arranged. Riding the flying eagle, Qianxunji and Bibi Dong headed to Poseidon Island. Bibi Dong is not wearing the attire of the Pope now, and does not have the papal scepter or crown. Wearing a very casual and eye-catching casual outfit, matched with Qianxunji's outfit, it's almost like a couple's outfit. This is really eye-catching. Why not go directly to Poseidon Island? Instead, go to Tiandu Imperial City. Seeing Qianxunji's evil eyes, Bibi Dong felt proud. But 1 yard after another, the jade hand was still right on Qianxunji's right waist. Qianxunji did not go directly to Poseidon Island this time, but chose to take a detour to Tiandu Imperial City. Bibi Dong seriously doubted that Qianxunji was not just taking him alone this time. He wants to have a group party. Bibi Dong couldn't stand this. Because she changed her clothes and other things because she wanted to honeymoon with Qianxunji and live a real life between the two of them. During these days, no other women are allowed to get involved. Baby, don't think too much, I'm just giving you a choice, I'm doing it all for you. Although Bibi Dong didn't use any force, Qianxunji still cooperated in begging for mercy. Between husband and wife, fun is still very important. Bibi Dong looked at Qianxunji with a scrutinizing face and motioned for Qianxunji to continue. Baby, let me tell you, the 9th soul ring I gave you has been prepared for a long time. I learned from King Gu's mouth that there is a forest in the Star Luo Empire in the Douluo continent called the Death Forest. A soul beast that has reached 100,000 years, Death Spider Emperor. I think it is quite suitable for you. It can be said to be a perfect match with your Death Spider Emperor martial spirit attributes. Of course, if you don't want to, you can also go participate in the Poseidon test on Poseidon Island. If you pass the Poseidon test, Poseidon will grant you a God-given soul ring that best suits you. With your current level, it is very simple to grant you a 100,000-year soul ring. Whatever you choose, I will do it. I support you. Qianxunji told her recent gains from Qing Wu. To be honest, King Wu is really a treasured woman. On the one hand, she makes Qianxunji happy, and on the other hand, she can also help Qianxunji pick up girls. Tisk tisk tisk, you will have a double harvest in career and life. The Death Spider King is Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring in the original work. It also gave Bibi Dong immortality and another energy conversion. These two soul skills are really awesome, almost as good as the divine skills. An immortal body, but an extra life. Of course, the Death Spider Emperor will definitely be refined into a soul ring by Bibi Dong. I just don't know if Bibi Dong wants to use it as the 9th soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit or as the 2nd soul ring of the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. If you choose differently, what you have to do will be different. If Bibi Dong planned to use the Death Spider Emperor as his 9th soul ring, then Bibi Dong might not be able to obtain the God-given soul ring. The Poseidon test will only grant God-given soul rings to soul masters who need soul rings for promotion, and will not arrange for a second martial soul. The whereabouts of the Death Spider Emperor was indeed learned from Qing Wu. Well, the situation at that time was, Qing Wu was deeply in love and couldn't control himself, and needed Qianxunji's in-depth help. When asking for help from others, she could only honestly follow Qianxunji's instructions to say or do anything. She has completely become a little traitor to the soul beast world. All the 100,000-year soul beast habitats she knew were explored by Qianxunji. When Bibi Dong heard Qianxunji's words, she felt strange in her heart. Did she really blame this bad guy wrongly? Humph. Then I asked you before, why didn't you answer? Recalling that time in King Xiling City, Bibi Dong couldn't help but ask questions. That's not what Qianxunji said last time. Facing Bibi Dong's question, Qianxunji seemed to be at ease, and Qianxunji replied calmly, I was not joking, I planned to surprise you, but who knew that you, the smart one, saw through it at a glance? I'm very confused, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel and just kicked my husband out of bed. It's so sad. Speaking of which, Qianxunji really looked heartbroken. Humph. Do you believe that I will kick you out now? Bibi Dong believed Qianxunji's explanation. My heart is filled with sweetness. But the expression on Qianxunji's face was so unflattering that Bibi Dong couldn't bear it. He threatened in a coquettish manner, as if he wanted to kick Qianxunji off the back of an eagle. Okay, let's talk about it, how do you choose? Qianxunji also saw through Bibi Dong. She was just a tsundere. On the surface, she was dissatisfied, but in fact, he knew everything. It's better to decide on business as soon as possible. Bibi Dong looked proud and said confidently, children only make choices. I want them all. Since the God-given soul ring can perfectly fit her 9th soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor, then it is no worse than the 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor Soul Beast, or even better. Why doesn't Bibi Dong want it? As for the Death Spider King, he is still a spider after all. Wouldn't it be nice to be a soul ring for the soul-eating Spider Emperor? As expected of me, Qianxunji's treasure, very good, with my style. Qianxunji nodded with satisfaction. Bibi Dong's choice was what he wanted to see most. What choice to make? It's best to have them all. However, just after Qianxunji said these words, there was a scream. Because Bibi Dong kicked him down directly. Is it your style? So what do you mean, you want them all too? Hee. Scumbag. Qianxunji has been given the title of Douluo. He can fly but cannot fall to death. Run faster and pull down that scumbag. After Qianxunji kicked him off guard, Bibi Dong spoke coldly to Fei Ying, who was sitting down. This 10,000-year soul beast felt a sense of fear after feeling the killing intent emanating from Bibi Dong. Damn it, it feels like if it doesn't obey, it might be arranged by this woman's barbecue grill. So, this time it used all its energy to feed and flew forward. These days, the eagle is really not allowed to live. Being captured and used as a mount is already a shame for it, which has been around for thousands of years. Now you have to be force-fed a handful of dog food, and are you going to give the eagle a way to survive? This flying eagle feels that it is very full now and can fly for another 3 days without any problem. It's really too difficult. Damn it, you bitch, you're so cruel. Qianxunji was flying with angel wings behind her. I thought that when the Tiandu Empire arrived, I would have to deal with this woman properly. Is it really true that he hasn't had a roof over his head for 3 days? He, the head of the family, doesn't want to lose face? Bibi Dong said, face? I don't have this one. Do you want big ear Bazi? Half an hour later, Qianxunji caught up with the flying eagle, which had slowed down significantly, and sat on it again. 99 Chapter 99 So be it. Lu Erlong's expression was very strange when he saw Bibi Dong in casual clothes. Could it be that Qianxunji likes this? It seems that I can no longer dress too sexy and enchanting in the future. Well, I will take the pure and simple route. And looking at the 2 women in this villa, Bibi Dong understood everything. It was these 2 women who wore 2 green environmental protection hats for themselves. But now she can't have an attack, because she is a big woman, and her magnanimity, at least on the surface, must be shown. Go back and deal with Qianxunji. Again, Qianxunji said that he was talking to King Guyu just to get her a soul ring. But it seems to Bibi Dong that this guy must be enjoying it. Moreover, this guy really learned from Tang Hao, that short-lived ghost, and became interested in soul beasts. Fortunately, that little goblin of the blue-silver emperor, oh no, the old goblin is dead, otherwise I might have another layer on my head. Ahem, cough, cough, there are some things that Bibi Dong is still kept in the dark by the scumbag Qianxunji. Neither Lu Erlong nor Qingwu knew why Qianxunji brought Bibi Dong with him. Especially Qingwu, she is a new member and I am really worried that Bibi Dong will deal with her like she dealt with Lu Erlong. However, she felt relieved after seeing that there were no 4 heavenly kings behind Bibi Dong. She is still confident that she can deal with Bibi Dong. No matter what, he is still a titled Douluo. Although Qianxunji made her unable to resist Bibi Dong, she is not afraid now. Come on, Come on, say hello. Qianxunji expected that these girls would become tit for tat when they met, but it didn't happen. It was deserted for a while, which was very embarrassing. Qianxunji naturally started the conversation with a smile. Why did he bring Bibi Dong to see Qingwu today without confessing? It's very simple, lest the quantity accidentally increases later and Bibi Dong cannot accept it. But everything has a process of adaptation, right? Qianxunji adds one more from time to time. Maybe Bibi Dong just turns a blind eye and it passes like this, right? Bibi Dong might not be able to accept bringing 3 of them at once. But if you come one at a time, it may be more than 3. By the time she realizes something is wrong, it will be worth it for Qianxunji to stop. When the time comes, won't everyone be happy in harmony? Tisk tisk tisk. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lu Erlong said this angrily. I have met, His Majesty the Pope. King Guyu also bowed slightly as a greeting. She didn't know what to call it. Call me eldest sister? It doesn't feel right. Calling a name? It will feel cold. After thinking about it, let's call him Pope. Although the tone is not very good, at least he has done his best to save face, and Bibi Dong is still doing well here. She nodded slightly, thinking that she seemed to have a lot to do in the future. Not only did she have to educate Qianxunji well, she also had to teach these 2 people well. The imaginary Shura field was not triggered, and Qianxunji felt relieved. It seems that the plan in my heart can best arcade with. He is not a scumbag, he just wants to give the beauties in need a warm home. He is great, he is selfless, he is not despicable. If Bibi Dong knew Qianxunji's evil intentions, she might just tear him to pieces. Qianxunji came here because he suddenly remembered something. If you go to Poseidon Island, you'd better get the Vast Sea Universe cover. However, the Vast Sea Universe shield is the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire, and it is simply unrealistic to obtain it through formal channels. Therefore, Qianxunji can only use his old skills. Go borrow it. It's a pity that Qianxunji didn't refine the angel soul bone, otherwise, he could just disguise himself and go in. Qianxunji also had a few ideas on how to get the Vast Sea Universe cover. The first is to make a deal with concubine Rong through the former concubine Rong, and let concubine Rong take out the Vast Sea Universe cover, while she secretly supports Xuebeng. But now Bibi Dong is still ruled out in that method. Then he can only rely on himself. He planned to sneak into the Tiandu Palace with his soul body and borrow the Vast Sea Universe cover. This kind of treasure is just gathering dust if it is left here. Only by letting Qianxunji get it can it regain its true power. The primordial spirit does not necessarily have to emit the yellow light of the primordial spirit, it is just for showing off. You can be restrained, and the soul is virtual, making it extremely convenient to move. That night, Qianxunji did not go to sleep on the large bed prepared behind him, but stayed with Bibi Dong. He told Bibi Dong that he wanted to leave his body and go to the Tiandu Empire Palace. Bibi Dong smiled and agreed. Qianxunji was relieved, and his soul left his body and went to the Tiandu Empire Palace. To other people, the palace is definitely a maze-like existence, but to Qianxunji it is very simple. Because he has a specific map of the palace in his hand. This was many years ago. Although some changes may have occurred, it still has reference value. Qianxunji thought about it carefully. It was impossible for Emperor Sui to carry something like the Vast Sea Universe cover with him at all times. Then the only possibility is to put it in the national treasury. Therefore, the goal of his trip is very clear, which is the national treasury. The treasury is an important place in a country, and countless royal knights guard it day and night. But for Qianxunji, it's all in vain. His body may not be able to enter it quietly, but his incorporeal body. He. Hey? This Tiandu Empire still has some inventory. However, after he bypassed the royal knights, he realized that he still underestimated the Tiandu Empire. It's not that the Tiandu Empire's treasury is very rich. After all, no matter how rich it is, it cannot be as rich as the inventory of Wuhan Palace. Qianxunji was surprised that there was an old man in the treasury, but he was a genuine titled Douluo. The level is not that high, it is only level 93. It seems that he should be one of the trump cards of the Tiandu Empire, although it is not very good. Qianxunji's soul power took the initiative to scan aside, and he really found what he wanted, the vast sea universe cover. He is placed in the center of the treasury. It would be convenient to find the target. Qianxunji no longer kept a low profile and rushed directly towards the vast sea universe cover without any scruples. He Fangxiao is so young. Naturally, Qianxunji's big move couldn't be hidden from any titled Douluo. He immediately opened and closed his eyes attentively, and hit him directly with his soul skill. Unfortunately, the blow to Qianxunji's soul body did not cause any waves at all. What? This titled Douluo was shocked. His soul skills couldn't hurt him? How is this possible? Qianxunji didn't care whether he was possible or not. He used the power of his soul to suck the vast sea universe cover over and immediately chose to run away. This titled Douluo quickly chased after him. But when I walked out of the treasury, I didn't even see the shadow of Qianxunji. This is incredible. The vast sea universe cover is the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire, it cannot be lost. Come here. Report this to the emperor. The whole city is sealed off. Looking for the thief. This time, the Tiandu Empire must make a big move. The vast sea universe cover must be recovered at all costs. Even if the opponent is someone from the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, they have to get it back. Soon, the entire Tiandu Palace was boiling, and immediately, countless royal knights began to work overtime. But in the end it can only disappoint them, they will only fail. After the vast sea universe cover was obtained, Qianxunji returned directly to his body. But before he could be happy, he shouted, "Don't come over!" Bibi Dong actually broke in the moment he returned to the Sea of Souls. This scared Qianxunji. He is really gone. 100 Chapter 100 The Deep Sea Demonic Whale King, please subscribe. Originally, Qianxunji was in the Divine Sea, which should be Qianxunji's home field, and Bibi Dong couldn't beat Qianxunji. But what can Qianxunji do? Clean up Bibi Dong? He really didn't dare. Doing that kind of thing? Why don't you suck him dry yet? But in the end, no matter how out of ideas Qianxunji was, he still couldn't escape the punishment. This time, considering that there was still serious business to do next, and that she had reached a bottleneck, even if she drained Qianxunji, she would not be able to level up, so at the last moment, Bibi Dong let Qianxunji go. What was not accepted? Therefore, Qianxunji was still alive and kicking in the end, and nothing is lost in divine power. After Bibi Dong left Qianxunji's divine sea, Qianxunji became furious and let her know the consequences of doing so. Qingwu and Lu Erlong thought that Qianxunji and Bibi Dong would calm down. After all, it was the first day. Bibi Dong probably didn't have that face, right? But in the end, Qianxunji did not disappoint them. This is actually a good thing. Lu Erlong, who had already experienced it once, saw that the time was almost up and rushed in again. King Guyu thought about it and felt that she wanted to get closer to Bibi Dong, so she went with Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong almost lost her temper. But in the end, fortunately, Qianxunji hugged her and slept alone, and she was still a little bit balanced. It's not that the bed isn't big enough. Although this one isn't the extra large size that Qianxunji can customize, it's still enough for 4 people to squeeze into it. But if that happens, whoever is not hugged will be embarrassed, so, after comparing the power of Bidong Yaowu and Yao Wu, the 2 intruders finally left proudly. The next day, Qianxunji looked a little less energetic. Don't get me wrong, they are just cooperating to fight the landlords. After getting up, in order to express apology, Qianxunji gave Bibi Dong the vast sea universe cover. Just because Bibi Dong didn't say anything last night doesn't mean that she won't settle the scores later. But when I think about it, it seems that I brought it on myself, and it was also the fault of those two naughty foxes later. Qianxunji didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Instead, he went to the Tiandu palace to borrow this artifact for himself. She originally planned to settle the score with Qianxunji, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just silently took the vast sea universe cover and released her mental power into it according to Qianxunji's method. After a while, Bibi Dong remained motionless. Qianxunji was guarding the side to ensure Bibi Dong's safety. 10 minutes later, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. How do you say it? Qianxunji asked with concern. If the vast sea cosmic shield is approved by it, then it is basically safe to inherit the sea god position. Because there is a divine thought left behind by Poseidon, being recognized by it is equivalent to being recognized by Poseidon. Now, Bibi Dong finally understood Qianxunji's previous pain. Allowing this artifact to recognize its owner consumed a lot of Bibi Dong's mental energy, and it was all in vain. But, it's worth it to get this artifact and get the approval of Poseidon. Bibi Dong told the truth truthfully. Very good, honey, it seems you are the next Poseidon. Participating in the Poseidon test, Ning Rongrong's talent can pass the top 7 tests, Bibi Dong's talent is definitely above it, and there is no chance of taking the first test. Bibi Dong nodded shyly. There is something in my heart. I don't know why, and I am very confused. If I really become the god of the sea, I will stay young forever and live forever. But when that time comes, what will Qianxunji do? If Qianxunji doesn't become a god, he will start to age in another 20 or 30 years, and he will die in 100 or so years. Bibi Dong was very confused for a moment and didn't know what to do, but she didn't say anything. The two of them did not leave directly now, because Tiandu Imperial City was now in turmoil, the whole city was being searched, and no one could escape. Now you can't leave the city, you can only enter. Although Qianxunji and Bibi Dong are both titled Douluo now, it is still difficult to leave quietly under such circumstances. We can only stay here and wait for the news to pass before looking for a chance to leave. As for when the people from the Tiandu Empire came to check the room, Bibi Dong and Qianxunji both hid in the vast sea universe cover. Bibi Dong, who has refined the vast sea universe cover, can still do such a small thing easily. After being covered by the vast sea universe cover, outsiders cannot see them. This time, not only the royal family, but also people from the Kaibao glazed sect joined in to help. Because the relationship between the Kaibao glazed sect and the Tiandu Empire is unusual. After evading waves of searches, Qianxunji's suspicion was finally eliminated. During the night, Bibi Dong directly occupied Qianxunji and declared sovereignty to those two. Moreover, before going to bed every time, Bibi Dong would personally close the doors and windows tightly. If you don't feel at ease even once, you have to check it several times before going to bed. Well, Bibi Dong is a little insecure. She will not give those shameless women the slightest chance again. At least when I was here, those people had no chance. Every time Qianxunji saw Bibi Dong's cute look, she couldn't help but want to laugh. But he had no objection to Bibi Dong dominating him. After all, before this, he had not left someone out in the cold, some people. So, now we need to balance it. Anyway, Bibi Dong once again turned a blind eye and gained a younger sister. Let's deal with her during this period. After waiting for more than 20 days, the Tiandu royal family also felt that the chance of recovering the vast sea universe cover was slim, so they slowly delegated their powers. Qianxunji and Bibi Dong didn't act because of this. After all, they were both experienced. This little trick could still be seen. It must be the plan of Tiandu Imperial City. If they really left at this time, maybe he was immediately caught red-handed. After all, there might be 4 or 5 titled Douluo involved in this matter, and Qianxunji didn't dare to be careless. After waiting for almost 10 days, Qianxunji and Bibi Dongju it was almost time, and he quietly left Tiandu Imperial City one night. After going out and walking for a while, Qianxunji summoned his previous mount Fei Ying. This flying eagle has been controlled by Qianxunji using the technique of controlling beasts. The art of controlling beasts comes from Douqi continent. When they arrived outside Tiandu Imperial City before, in order to avoid attracting too much attention, Qianxunji and Bibi Dong entered it on foot. In fact, Qianxunji was thinking, would the beast control technique in his hand be effective on a being like King Guyu, who was originally a beast but is now a human being? Although he was very curious, he still did not use this secret method on Qingwu. Well, Qianxunji has other more convenient ways to control King Guyu. Not only is it very practical, but it also allows him to experience the feeling of galloping on horseback. That method should be better in comparison. Well, this method is very simple, just grab King Guyu's 2 rabbit ears. Xiaowu has small ears, will Qingwu, a mother, know the same? As long as Qianxunji catches her 2 big ears, King Guyu will behave obediently. After arriving at Hanhai City, a seaside city, Qianxunji asked Fei Ying to rest in the nearby forest. Poseidon Island, Qianxunji plans to take a boat there. When you go to town, do as the Romans do. Arriving at the seaside pier, although Bibi Dong was already very undressed, few women could compare to her. How many of the rough guys on the beach have seen the gentle beauties from the inland? After seeing Bibi Dong, I basically stopped blinking. Some hooligans even whistled and so on. Qianxunji understood all of this. Alas, so he directly pulled Bibi Dong into his arms and hugged her openly. He also made some small movements and patted her twice from time to time. This made Bibi Dong feel ashamed and angry. How is this possible, with so many nasty and vulgar people watching? People on the beach often blow the sea breeze and are serious, making them more haggard and vicissitudes of life than people in the mainland. However, when Qianxunji did this, Bibi Dong felt, so strange, not too repelled. Faced with Qianxunji's actions, the other people glared angrily and became domineering, as if they wanted to eat Qianxunji alive, the bastard who touched their goddess. But looking at Qianxunji's appearance, he doesn't feel easy to offend. These people are just around the soul sect. For a while, no one really dared to be the leader. You bunch of cowards, your goddess belongs to me tonight. Qianxunji didn't say this sentence, he just sighed in his heart. It's not that he doesn't have the courage to say it, but it's not necessary. These are all too useless, and there is no sense of accomplishment in bullying them. Qianxunji hugged Bibi Dong and came to the seaside under the gaze of many hungry wolves, preparing to find a boat. 101.